position. Either rise or you fall. I'm on a mission, bringing my dreams to fruition. I ain't playing at all. Bring out the body bags, I'm about to kill them, deliver them to the mortician. I gotta do what I gotta do. That's for my face, back in my face. I gotta do what I gotta do. I pray to God, he never came. I'ma do me, I'ma do me. That's in my blood, I'll never change. That's in my blood, I'll never change. That's in my blood, I'll never change.
Good morning and welcome to the North Shore of Oahu. You see Jack Robinson down here at Sunset, Conor Coffin, both those guys champions at the QS level out here, and another Sunset champ and a wild card named Billy Kemper getting a warm-up session this morning. Steph Gilmore, also a past champion, and Miguel Pupo, who's still celebrating his best start of his career on the championship tour, finishing in the semifinals at Pipeline, an event that we will never forget. Brand new playing field, a lot of points on the line to, one, qualify for that midseason cut and survive to the end of the season as all roads lead to the Rip Curl WSL Finals. This is the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach presented by Shiseido. I'm Joe Turpel with Rosie Hodge, longtime tour standout who competed many years here at Sunset Beach. Good morning, Ro.
Good morning, Joey. Well, that swell that we're anticipating, it has arrived in a big way.
Crazy the energy that you might feel overnight with a lot of anticipation on this swell that is going to be building throughout the day, potentially maybe maxing things out this afternoon at Sunset Beach. How does that feel if you're a competitor ready to play today?
It definitely gives you butterflies on it, knowing that that swell is on the rise, knowing how much energy Sunset brings into that little bit of a basin. I think a lot of the competitors are feeling that nervous energy.
Well, a couple surfers that love to charge and love seeing sunset at this size are Laura Eniver, who's now with Jessie Miley-Dyer. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. We are getting ready for a monster day down here at Sunset Beach. Yes, like you said, the waves are up behind us. Jessie, tell us a little bit about what's going on today.
Yeah, so we're going to have a full day of men today. We're looking at the opening round and the elimination round of men, and it's going to pick up a lot. So right now you can see behind me it's already pretty solid, and there's a possibility for sure for some wash-throughs this afternoon. So if we're talking about a face height, it's probably like we're looking at potentially 20, 25-foot faces.
Wow, how exciting. Well, everyone's strap in. What are we looking to see throughout the week as well? Waves all week?
Yeah, we actually have, with this what we have today, I think we're going to have waves for the next, 5 days. So we've got a lot of, we've got really good potential to be maybe even running straight through, but we're going to have big surf, and it's cool to be here at Sunset with some really proper waves for Sunset.
Very exciting. Well, back to you guys, and let's get into the action.
Let's go, Laura. Thank you, Jessie, as well. We are on, men kicking things off. Clock already ticking away here in the opening round, number one, Jordy Smith. The headline name there, longtime tour standout. It's been in the title race numerous times. Had a little bit of an injury that we saw down at Pipeline. We'll see how he's holding up here at Sunset Beach. Also, return of Ryan Callahan. Great to have him back. Missed Pipeline because of the broken wrist. And I talked to him yesterday. He said it's still a little sore, but he's ready to compete today. And also the young Matthew Mckillifrey, who had his rookie season last year, is now back for his second lap as a replacement wild card this morning. And Rosie, I know, being a South African, how does that feel? There's not many on tour, and they continue to match up with each other as early as the opening round.
Yeah, this has been fun. I mean, Jordy and Maddie matching up so many times already this season. I know that Maddie Mckillifrey sometimes rides Graham Smith surfboards, which is Jordy's dad's board. So they do have a great relationship together, but all of that falls away when you're competing together, Joe. So
cool to look at Ryan Callahan's face there as he's back in action. A goofy footer who is dangerous with just power moves. We'll never forget what he did in the Margaret River main break last season, almost getting a perfect 10 on turns.
Yeah, so impressive when it gets sizey, Ryan, and so great to see him back in competition. Watching him in the warm-up this morning, saw he had a bit of a wrist guard on his wrist, obviously guarding that injury at the moment, but yeah, really cool to see his name in the mix.
Also with Ryan Callahan, he's looking at a lot of representation these days on tour, coming from Newcastle. When you add Jackson Baker and number 5 in the world from last year, Morgan Simblick.
Yeah, it's cool. It's such a good little crew, and even watching Ryan and Morgan go at it at the Newcastle event last year, a lot of camaraderie between those guys. I'm sure they'll be traveling together. Obviously, Jackson Baker, rookie on tour, he can look up to, the more veteran people on tour from his hometown for advice.
And it was cool. I was like, Ryan, this is great representation this year from your hometown. He's like, it's happened before, mate. You know, thinking about the great, Luke Egan, also on tour with Simon Law. In that era, it was really fun to see Shane Powell, who actually, from Avoca, but he actually was in the Merriweather Board Riders Club. So they're on tour together for quite some time. As Ryan has been through a lot of injuries throughout his career, even through the junior series, and went through a lot of broken ankles in the past because of that high performance act. We will get the opening wave of the morning. South Africa's Jordy Smith throwing down his first carve of the day. A champion out here at the World Cup stage a few years back. Hard off the bottom and a classic power carve from Jordy Smith. Nice easy pace and tempo. We'll get our first score on the board this morning.
Yeah, you could tell that was that kind of going through the motions kind of wave for Jordy. Obviously that last maneuver, something that's going to stand out to the judges, but definitely going through the paces this morning, probably feeling that foot out. Mentioned that he sustained that injury prior to pipe. So, there's a lot on in the lineup at the moment. As you watch Jordy on that wave, there's a lot of bump and water moving through this lineup. See him, there's a lot of length in that rail of his board too, which is cool. I think that's one of the fun things about Sunset, Joe, is just the fact that you can take a bit of lumber out there. That long rail line can really lean into it. This move right here under the lip, just a beautiful snap. And Jordy's one of those guys, he's had a lot of success here. He's just so super powerful. He's probably enjoying having a bit of power behind him. Just such a cool move. Those are, when you think about Sunset, those moves come to mind.
One of the biggest guys on tour, 6'3", and when you see him push a board as big as his equipment is to match the power of Sunset, it is a treat to watch. Winning a title out here a few years back, that was a big win for himself, and he kind of drew a lot of Joel Parkinson comparisons on a wave like Sunset when he has a lot of time to engage the rail. And I think Jordy was able to add a bit of high performance as well on this classic wave that's been around for a long time.
Yeah, it has been so fun just to watch. This wave has been on the tour for such a long time, been surfed in so many different ways. But I think the last few years it's really evolved. Like the guys have put a stamp on it, riding shorter boards, bringing a more performance element. It's just super fun to see how they kind of tackle it.
This Sunset conversation downstairs on the beach. Tatiana Weston Webb finished runner-up in the world last year. Talking to one of the greats, Sally Fitzgibbons, who competed with you, Rosie, back in those early Sunset events. So she's got a lot of experience, an absolute warrior. What are your expectations on a veteran like Sally Fitzgibbons this year?
Yeah, I've got a lot of expectations. I think we all do, and Sally puts them on herself too. She wants that world title, Joe. She's so hungry for it, so we'll see how the season pans out for her.
What an amazing warrior, Olympian last year, and also appeared in the WSL Finals at Lower Trestles. Tati made things interesting with winning the first match against Carissa Moore. We're looking forward to that later on this year, once again back at Lowers, a venue that Jordy has won in his career. That same year he won Lowers. He won here at Sunset Beach. A couple of little injuries, more specifically last year, which sidelined him with that knee injury. And that was a tough decision because he also had to pass up on his Olympic debut.
Yeah, I think that was really hard for Jordy. I mean, the Olympics as well as that top 5 spot, always taking an injury like that and having to step back puts everything into perspective. And I think this season we're going to see a fired up Jordy.
Now it's time to talk about numbers with a former head judge, our scoring specialist, Richie Porter. Good morning, Richie.
Morning, Joe. Morning, Rosie.
Great to see your face. Big difference coming here to Sunset Beach. We want to know, how do you get an excellent score with the conditions we have on hand today?
Yeah, Sunset's amazing. Let's be honest. There's so much on offer out there, and the Pratamo, the head judge, has sent out the criteria that they're chasing the combination of major manoeuvres, which it happens in most places. But interesting to note that in their criteria is the surfer's ability to hold their line through the turns, and that's crucial out at Sunset because it's such a big, strong, powerful wave. You want to see the surfers in control through those turns, and and those rail turns really need to be sharp but also measured and controlled. Critical sections always come into play, especially at sunset, because you can get some massive critical sections. Let's be honest, this afternoon you're going to see some amazing sections and barrels. You get a lot of good barrels out at sunset. So you combine all those together with the surfer doing it on the biggest and the heaviest waves, is to put that in there as well. They don't want surfers chasing the smaller, easier ones. They want the big, nasty waves and surfed with attacking it. And so the mindset has to be of the surfers is I'm going out there to charge, and I'm going to hold my rail, and I'm going to do massive turns in the hardest sections, and they'll be the scores.
Richie, it's interesting how the ride at Sunset Beach has changed a little bit with the younger guard that really wants to free fall into the pit, ride a smaller board, and sometimes that ride's a bit shorter than what it used to be in the old days. How are the judges looking at positioning and where they're taking off to utilize this entire playing field?
Yeah, it's always interested me. Jordy's having a look at this one. We'll just watch this for a second.
That's right, Rich. We'll be back with you in a moment. Jordy Smith on wave number 2, 4.5 start. Nice, clean re-entry off the top for Smith. He'll cover some ground to kick out. That'll be his second scoring ride as he leads over Ryan Callahan and Matthew Mckillifrey. Still talking to our scoring and judging analyst, Richie Porter, about positioning in this big lineup and the difference it's going to make for a big score.
Yeah, Joe, that's bothered me for quite some time, since the younger crew started doing that a few years ago, sitting in that inside bowl that Barton alluded to on the morning show the other day. It's fortune favours the brave for me out there. You used to see all the old uncles, Parko and the Hopgoods and everyone before them would paddle straight out to the peak and fall into these massive peaks and get a big swooping turn before they got to the bowl. And then year by year in the mid-2000s and 2012, 2014 onwards, the surfers moved in to get that roll in straight onto the bowl. So it'll be interesting to see how they attack it in a CT, because it's been so long since we've had a CT there. And I know what I'd be doing if I was a coach. I'd be saying, well, you get a massive drop and an extra turn in out the back on the peak versus chipping in on the bowl. I know why they do it, because they can size up their waves straight away. It's a little bit of an unknown factor with how the wave's going to unfold onto the bowl when you take off right out the back, but there's an extra few points in there for sure. So I've been thinking about that a lot lately, and we'll see how they go today, especially once it gets really sizey.
Awesome, Rich. Thanks so much for the insight. Looking forward to catching up with you later on in this event.
Cheers, Joe.
Richie Porter breaking it down, and it's a fun topic. You know what he was breaking down, where you're positioning yourself on this big playing field, and kind of what has been popular with the younger guard as we go back to Jordy Smith on his last wave.
Yeah, Jordy going through the motions here at Sunset, wanting to back up that 4.5 pretty early. You can tell, Joe, there's a little bit of tentativeness in his surfing. I think he's really trying to pace himself through these opening rounds. I also think as soon as he gets that long open wall, we're going to see him open up a bit more.
As we see Ryan Callahan and Matthew Mckillifrey still waiting to get involved here. Members scored on their top 2 rides. Sunset was a CT back in 2003 for a man. That was the last time we had an event. That was won by Jake Patterson. Mckillifrey with a mountain of water trying to track him down out in front to some clear water. Big frontside hook. Hard off the bottom and stretches out the layback. Almost got lost in that second decision. And so we'll keep that to one big carve. That opener will put him into second now.
Yeah, well, Matty just trying to get on the board there, maybe getting a little bit too far ahead of himself on that second maneuver. I think it would be interesting listening into the broadcast for the athletes and really taking note of what Richie pointed out there with that positioning and how to attack this wave and what they're looking for. Oh, quick up and out, Joe.
A bouncy takeoff there, a little turbulent one for Jordy Smith. He goes straight down. And you never know when someone's got, you know, a little bit of a limp as they're walking to check in. You're wondering, was that painful as he stood up? You're always wondering in your head how they're feeling. Jordy Smith has fought through a lot of injuries throughout his careers. We'll see the opening wave of the season for Ryan Callahan. Missing out on pipeline with a broken wrist, and he's back and still throwing down big backside hacks. That reminded me of Margaret River last year.
That was intense, that last maneuver there from Ryan. Love how on his backhand, he's just able to attack that lip as it stands up at him, gets vertical. I wonder how that's going to compare to Jordy's 4.5. I dare say it's going to be a touch better, Joe.
Such a great vertical attack from Ryan Callahan. Watch the coil up one more time.
Yeah, Joe, he holds onto that rail on that bottom turn, swoops through this maneuver here, then here just lines up that eyesight, brings it down with that lip, and holds on and rides out through that whitewash. So pretty cool to see his opening exchange. I think it's always fun to see someone in a new season coming off an injury. You get a good idea of how they're feeling. Beautiful backhand attack from Ryan.
And also, Matthew Mckillifrey looked really polished on that first carve.
He did. I mean, there's intent on this wave. You can tell there's so much chatter up the face, though. The swell starting to rise. A lot of water moving through, creating those bumps and lumps. Beautiful first carve, like Richie was saying, just laying on that rail. But there, that board just skips out on one of the bumps, gets a bit too far ahead of himself on that wave. Trying to get through this section here, waiting to get that bottom turn done right there, holding onto that rail line, sweeps it all the way down. You can tell that his eye line is just eyeing off the shoulder of this wave right there, just disengages the rail and he goes down.
So much water moving on this takeoff as well for Jordy Smith.
Oh man, if his foot is hurting, that would have felt pretty painful, just missing that on that bump, trying to get to his feet.
So tough little wipeout for Jordy, but still has the 4.5 that he opened up with. Mckillifrey falling on his second turn will be stuck at a 3.27, but expecting an impressive start for Ryan Callahan once that number locks in. One of our favorite times of the day, saying a big good morning to our friend in the water, Strider Wasilewski. Good morning, my friend.
Good morning. It's, you know, from the beach, it looks doable, and then you get out here and you're like, I don't want anything to do with this place right now. There's so much action out here, and current and swell direction mixing up out here. It's just like, it's nuts. It's really hard to stay in the right place.
Yeah, it's crazy when you look at these guys producing the turns that they have produced. Strider, are we looking at some pretty big boards this morning?
Yeah, you know, Jordy's on a 6.11, so, but then we had, you know, Griffin Colapinto out here warming up on a 6.0. I mean, they're the full gamut of surfboards, but you know what's radical right now is that these huge peaks are coming in, and there's all this current. I mean, it's almost Haleiwa-esque out here with the current right now. It's absolutely just tearing through the lineup. So all the caddies out here working off the Super Bowl. You can see Jordy there getting his action in right now.
Good man, Strider. Jordy Smith on his 4th attempt in this heat. Snap off the lip line and has to redirect in front of that messy closeout section. Smith, a 1.93 is his low score. Was trying to ditch that there here at the 14-minute mark. The first heat of the opening round. Still have images of in my mind of what Jordy did at Pipeline. Maybe one of my favorite waves ridden at that entire event. That was so spectacular. Maybe one of the best of Jordy's career.
Oh, it must have been. I mean, just to obviously spending a lot of time on the North Shore, but that wave, that would just be seared into your memory as we watch this encounter from him. Late takeoff as he's trying to get around this whitewater section, pacing through these first maneuvers, makes connection with that lip on that 6.11. You think about Jordy, his regular shortboard about a 6.4, so going up a couple inches, that rail line just looks so nice under his feet. So gets that quick maneuver in, decides he doesn't want any part of that closed out section. But interesting from Strider's point of view, just how tricky it is in the lineup. And I think you're watching these waves and you can tell, Joey, these guys are really trying to make heads and tails of this lineup in the wave at the moment.
I don't know if there's another wave that just demands your fitness level to be top notch, more than Sunset Beach, especially on a day like today. That current, Strider is speaking of, pulling you into the impact zone, and it's only going to increase throughout the day. Meanwhile, scores in for Arcal, 5.83. Best of the matchup so far.
Yeah, good score for Ryan. Nice little foundation for him. See those one maneuver waves getting well rewarded. I mean, you think to yourself, a lot of times here at Sunset, when you've been watching the Challenger Series events, those two strong maneuvers can be so well rewarded.
12:30 to go in the first heat of the opening round here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido. We'll be right back right after this. The Hurley Pro Sunset Beach presented by Shiseido is brought to you by Hurley, the official apparel partner of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach presented by Shiseido. By Oakley, official eyewear of the World Surf League. By Flying Embers, official hard kombucha of the World Surf League. And by 805 Beer, proud partner of Conor Coffin. Kanoa Wong, board member of Nakamakai, leading the blessing along with his children as we check out Matthew Mckillifrey. Hard off the bottom, trims it off the lip, finds that open face again. Already had the 3-2-7. Drawing hard off the bottom, is getting a little bit hollow there, forcing him to change his mind. Kind of felt like he was fishing again for a decent spot to lay down a second maneuver. Now chipping in is Jordy Smith. Big section for Jordy, lays into it, somehow recovers in the most critical part of the wave. And now attacking that end section with authority. Jordy is fired up. Remind me of a similar celebration he had on his winning wave in the final of the World Cup a few years back. I'm sure all that energy you're spending trying to be in the right spot, having a couple of awkward waves, even that funny little wipeout that he had, that must have felt amazing to connect like he just did, Rosie.
Oh, insane to watch Jordy just go through the motions on that wave.
As Kanoa Igarashi prepares, he'll have Luca Messinas, who's actually one of his good friends, the rookie who really produced some great heats at Pipeline, coming into this event 5th in the world, and Kyle Ibelli, who was a last-minute call-up in Gabriel Medina's absence, turned in a 3rd place finish at Pipe. So kind of a high-seeded matchup coming up next in the opening round. Back to Smith.
Yeah, Jordy just fades into this one, lines up this turn beautifully. We thought he had lost it, but he managed to regain control of that rail. Kind of going through the motions here, trying to see through that whitewater section. Goes up and attacks that lip. No doubt when that water's coming into your face, Jordy was flying blind on that last maneuver. See him kind of take his time to get to his feet. Fades down that bottom turn. Beautiful rail line here. Gets a little bit caught there. Manages to regather himself. Almost falls back on his heels there. And then Matty Mckillifrey. This was an interesting wave, just watching him go through the motions. It just seems so tricky to try and time out your maneuvers right now. You see him just chatter through that bottom turn. Does well to hold on to it. Like you said, in 2 minds at this moment of what he wanted to do. Pull into that section or attack it. So, yeah, we're going to have to see Matty improve on those waves.
Rolling in with Ryan Callahan. Remember, had the 5.83 early, his 2nd scoring ride in motion. Under the lip, speed check there for our Cal, and he will eject.
It is so hard out there at the moment, Joey. I mean, it really doesn't do it justice when you're looking at your screen, taking this all in. This playing field is so vast, and there are these mounds of water coming towards you.
Luca Messina is preparing for a very challenging sunset. The rookie from Peru. But yeah, even looking at the way Jordy handles those chip-ins with a mountain of whitewater, you know, that right there is not for the faint of heart. He's got to be committed at every stage. Strider, you saw that last exchange. Pretty incredible how Jordy was able to recover such a massive hack.
Jordy, full extension on the body as he did that turn. I mean, I cannot believe that he pulled it back down. Core strength, everything coming into play out here. There is so much water moving, and the waves, the way that they're setting up, are a little odd. They're bouncing out the top out there, but then they are missing the inside bowl, so they're having to kind of attack a closeout section on the inside, it looks like. And there's just these big slabs coming in. They're uneven. There's big lumps in the face from the current. This is the most challenging lineup I've seen at Sunset in a long time in an event.
Strider, to break down the idea of hitting the lip at Sunset at this size, I mean, what can we compare that to?
I'd say trying to, you know, maybe run at a waterfall and throw your board up at it and then kind of come down with it under your feet.
It's crazy. It's a fair breakdown when you look at the mountain of water that's coming on top of you. Another angle here on Jordy's wave here, Rosie.
Yeah, it's so fun just breaking this down, and just the analogy that Strider brings into play. But the core strength, like he mentioned, just to regather himself. I mean, he's really testing out his knee that he had an injury on last season. And flying blind, like I said, that water just spraying up into your face. You've got the grit and determination to hit that end section.
Happy belated birthday to Jordy Smith. Actually shares a birthday with Kelly. So when Kelly turned 50, Jordy turned 34 years of age. And time moves fast, doesn't it? You know, with Kelly, we know he's always the oldest on tour. But now Jordy is the second oldest surfer here in the draw at Sunset at 34. And just yesterday, he was one of the most hyped up rookies we've ever seen in the sport of surfing.
Yeah, that's crazy, Joe. I mean, I remember my first time seeing Jordy back home in South Africa. I think he was about 8 years old, so I was maybe 10, and just seeing the way that his career's progressed and where he is at the moment at the top echelon of our sport. Crazy to think he's 34, though. He's an old dog.
He is. What a veteran. It's seen him improve and never really let go of that total commitment to become a world champion. His chances in your mind this year?
It would be so good to see Jordy give it a red-hot crack. I think last season, falling out of the mix when he was so close to being in that top 5 conversation. I mean, from his quotes that he's so open about saying that he's really hungry for that world title.
So exciting for Jordy Smith representing Durban, Mckillifrey, also South African from Jeffreys Bay. And, you know, Jordy always wants to take care of the next generation. It means a lot to him and yourself. It's like anyone growing up in your country, you want to see that success path move forward. I've seen him in heats with South Africans in the past, and you can tell he's like, I wish this was going to happen a different way. Happened with himself and Mikey February a few times when Mikey was on tour with him. He's had some battles with Travis Logie, which is actually fairly close. I think it's 3-2 in Jordy's favor, but they had some crazy battles. Sometimes it hurts the most to go against someone who's coming from your same town.
It definitely does, especially somewhere like South Africa. I mean, you know, these guys have had to battle for their places on tour. I know Jordy's had a lot of help with sponsorships and the whole thing, but that's not without him really putting in the hard work and the effort. For Matty Mckillifrey, obviously last season his rookie year on tour, just falling short of the cut. That's got to hurt too. So he wants to make the most of these opportunities and get a look in at requalifying through wildcard opportunities, Joe.
So once again, this is the opening round of competition. If you end up in that 3rd place position, you're dealing with the elimination round, which we could see later on today. If we thought the afternoon was going to be challenging, it's already showing its challenge in the very first heat. This swell is on the rise at such a rapid pace. And we're going to see the power of Sunset throughout the day today. Patterson won the event in 2003, and that was the only event at Sunset that was in the top 2 wave era. Before that, it was the top 3 wave system. So it's a nice welcome back to this old school venue, especially for former champs in the draw from the QS level, that 10,000 level. There's quite a few names that have relied on Sunset for their requalification campaigns. So there's a ton of experience out in the water.
Definitely, and I think that's also a fun conversation, is seeing this event as a championship to stop. How does that change the way that you approach it as you watch Ryan?
So Ryan Callahan in second needs a 6.68 to take the lead off Jordy Smith. Snap looking clean. Hitting it hard off the roof, hollow section. Really challenging maneuver to go for it there. He's also trying to protect second from Mckillifrey with 2:10 to go.
Yeah, I mean, that just shows Ryan's intent. He's not afraid to just go for it on that backhand. I'm sure it's really tricky just to size up these walls of water in the sections as they approach.
Ryan really enjoys his time here on the North Shore. It's like missing that first event. Obviously, the waves were firing as good as it gets. That's going to drive a surfer crazy. But he also just has great friends here in Hawaii. He has a nice, comfortable stay at his sponsor's house, and he's put in a lot of time over the years. So he was just so excited to land in Honolulu, be back here on Oahu. And he said the wrist isn't quite, where he'd want it to be, but he's not going to be thinking about it in conditions like this. He's got his adrenaline pumping, and he's happy he's able to compete.
Yeah, there really isn't much turnaround time when you have an injury for someone like Ryan. This tour gets going from Pipeline and it's on the run. I mean, we're going from Hawaii, Portugal, Australia. The events are just going to stack up. There's the mid-year cut to think about. So Ryan obviously having that in the back of his mind.
Big roll in for Matthew Mckillifrey. Front side wrap, real clean. Let's see if he can get those second maneuvers in. It's been tough for him throughout the matchup. He's able to find that fading cutback. Needs a 5.07 to avoid the elimination round. His best score so far, a 3.27 with now 45 seconds to go.
Yeah, that's going to be tricky for Matt to get that score on that last wave. As he was taking off, you think to yourself, wow, that's going to have a nice hook to it, a nice little bowl. He did get a couple maneuvers off on it, so we'll see. 5.07. I mean, you got to compare it to Ryan's 5.83 with the one option maneuver, but on a really tricky section.
Down to 20 seconds. Let's have another look, Rosie.
Yeah, beautiful line on this wave at first. You thought he was going to really start to chip in and get some work done. First maneuver was strong. Then this wave starts to tape off, doesn't offer that same opportunity.
Just needed that big section to project off.
Yeah, that's where the reward is for the judges today. I think that's maybe not going to be enough, Joe, but we'll wait.
Running out of time, and it looks like Jordy Smith with a big 8-point ride was able to showcase how dangerous he is at Sunset. 4.5 was his low score, and he'll take this one all the way through. Clean form for Jordy. Great to see that even with that toe injury, he's going to be able to rip his way through some challenging conditions. Throwing down one of the biggest turns of the morning. Ryan Callahan, 2.5 on his last. And we're just waiting for the final decision for Mckillifrey. See if it is going to come close to turning this heat. Needs a 5.07, and like Rosie mentioned, it didn't really have that big finishing section to work with. It'll be his best score, but he'll fall short of the requirement. We will see Mckillifrey in the elimination round as Jordy and Arcal move on. Coming up next, Kanoa Igarashi takes on Luca Messinas and Kanoa Igarashi right after this.
Well, surfing to me, what does it mean to me?
Still you're living, you're winning, you made it this far. All of them innings you've been in, never been picked off. Genetics in your body from beginning, you've been God. Expression of the cosmos, spiritual being born.
I mean, it means everything to me.
Cool to see that Red Bull feature beyond the lines with Kanoa Igarashi already getting this wave during the break, Rosie.
Wow, does so well to drift that tail, regain himself. Second maneuver. Wow, his intentions in this heat have been made clear. 2 strong maneuvers there from him. Great way to open up this exchange. Look at this bump and lump that he negotiates through. Finds a bit of cleaner water to execute these maneuvers. Does so well to keep the head and shoulders over the stringer line of that surfboard. Second maneuver, stabs into it. Nice little variation on both of those moves too.
Also, Luca Messina's getting started.
Luca did so well in the opening events of the season. Just so interested to see his campaign through this sunset event. Couple maneuvers through that whitewater frothy section. There he gets the lean on the rail a little bit harder. So cool opening exchange. I think Kanoa getting the best of it.
Yeah, Kanoa and Luca, good friends. Kanoa spoke openly about him doing the Challenger Series last year, and he really wanted Luca to do quite well. And as things goes, you end up in the heat together. And Kanoa, is if he's in an event, he's there to win at all costs. And he was like, I hope I don't affect Luca's qualification campaign. And, you know, Kanoa was vocal. The rule changed about that double qualifier opportunity. Kanoa still wanted to get his reps in. He was able to dominate the Challenger Series, but not affect anybody's dream to qualify. And I thought that was really cool for Kanoa to open up about that. And the rule was changed, the surfer spoke, and we got to see surfers get called up to the tour with qualification, not being hindered by CT surfers in the Challenger Series.
Well, Kanoa just went on such a red-hot run through that Challenger Series, and that is a taste of what the rookies on tour are going to come to expect when they're going against a veteran.
Quick 7.33 start for Kanoa. And now we'll go up and down over the falls with Kanoa Igarashi. Coming into stop number 2, third in the world. And it was just all beauty when he was standing on the sand with you at Pipeline, and you're just going, what are you feeling right now? He didn't even think he was going to be on tour this year, and all of a sudden he's not just on tour, surfing perfect Pipeline, and finds himself number 3 in the world heading into stop number 2.
Those are the really fun ones, Joe. When you chat to an athlete and you can just see the emotion start to well up in them. I mean, for Kanoa, falling off the championship tour last year, getting that last second call up, now 2 events in a row, and to see him get one of his best results at somewhere like Pipeline, it's been a fun thing to see.
See the Red Bull skis active today with the Hawaiian Water Patrol. Getting these guys into safety. Also there for broken boards. They'll be assisting the caddies as well. Caddy is a huge part of the game here at Sunset Beach. They're allowed to have your backup board. Once you give off your backup board as a caddy, they'll take you to the beach, but you got to paddle back out yourself. Now 24.5 to go as we see the ski engaged. Strider, what happened there?
Oh, well, we saw, you know, Red Bull skis getting in there in the pit. The water is so uneven and so hectic in there. There's so much turbulence. Went to pick up Kyle and got a buck off the back, but climbed back in there, got back on, picked up Kyle and got out of there. I mean, pretty impressive to make the save inside that bowl right now.
Wow, it's just such a fine line to get in and out with such a short period of time. For the next wave could take you out. But yeah, we've got the best water patrol in the business here on hand. The Hawaiian Water Patrol, led by guys like Terry Ahui, Brian Callahan, as we look at that last wave for Kyle.
Yeah, Kyle going up to attack that lip. He gets bucked off, falling down into that whitewater. That was pretty far out on this section, so those guys had to zoom in and pick him up.
Kanoa not afraid of the ocean at any size. I remember Margaret River last year when it was maxed out. The contest finished and he paddled out on dark by himself in an ocean that was gigantic. Kanoa Igarashi setting up that first wrap. Big open face. He'll go to the bottom. The lips coming down right behind him. Almost thought about pulling up and in it. It'll shut down. And now Kanoa will have a backup to the 7-3-3. Now making a move once again, Kanoa Igarashi. A former world junior champ. Rookie of the year back in 2016. Pulls in deep, packing a crazy section with not an easy read. Just wanted to take a look at that stormy, wild view inside the barrel at Sunset Beach.
Yeah, not afraid just to tuck in there on that section with no hope of entry, no hope of an exit. So he's like, I don't know, it's almost like feeling out this lineup, trying to find it. Yeah, Kanoa, this angle is going to give us a good look at what was going on inside that wave. Frothy, foamy section. Definitely a little light at the end of that tunnel. But that does get, look at that water just moving through there, Joey. That swell is on the rise. There's just a waterfall coming up and over you.
The thing about Kanoa's morning so far, that first turn going over the falls, getting the Red Bull ski to whip him out of there, and then pulling into a wild one. He's felt the energy of the ocean in a short period of time. And once again, Kanoa Igarashi, the replacement surfer, getting the call up as Gabriel Medina's taking his time to prepare for his comeback. And Kanoa's definitely making it count. Loves coming to Hawaii, loves the power of this place. Really feels right at home here. We'll see if he can crawl himself back into this heat. Much cleaner start for Luca Messinas, 4.67. And it's pretty special for Luca, and not just the Peruvians, but Latin America, to have him representing on tour. I was just chatting with a world champ named Sofia Milanovic, and she just said she has all the respect in the world for Luca. He is the ultimate professional. And for him to qualify, how much it means to her, her community, all of Latin America is incredibly special. She also mentioned Carlos Munoz as well from Costa Rica. It's such an exciting time for surfing in that part of the world.
Definitely, such a cool surfing community there. I was fortunate enough to be on tour at the same time as Sofia Milanovic and be able to compete in Peru and just see the heart and the support that, you know, Luca would be feeling now, the support that Sofia had, and even Luca in his interview once he had qualified, just giving, you know, so much respect to the Peruvian surfers that have come before him and what it means for him to take his place on tour.
Now, if you have your smartphone, you can go up to your screen right now and get the QR code. Go to WSL.tv/email. Forget that whole line I just read. Just put your phone up there. It'll take you straight to it. And you'll get all the great news on the championship tour, everything happening at all the great events around the world. And you'll always be in the know of what your favorite surfers are up to. So it's a great opportunity to check that out. You'll see Rosie and Kaipo's updates after each event about the WSL Finals, because that can change event to event based on Rosie's predictions.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's such a fun little article, just really zeroing in on what the top 5 is going to look like, and then also thinking about contenders, threats for different events. So it's cool to kind of pick apart the ratings as we go on in the season.
I think it's smart to get that QR code as well, because this year is like no other year. It's such a massive change to the season, having a mid-season cut after Margaret River, and then having that also be qualification for the start of 2023. So if you survive and you're at G-Land, you're in an incredible place in your career.
Such a great place in your career. And then also thinking about whittling down the tour to 22 for the men and 10 for the women, how that opens up the opportunity for the swell forecast and the kind of waves that we can see throughout an event window. Really maximize the best waves.
And also cool that we got one throwaway in this first part of the season, the back half. We're counting all the points at every stop, you know, from G-Land, which is going to be incredibly special. But all roads leading to the Rip Curl WSL Finals. We'll be crowning our champions once again in Southern California. Kanoa starts with a 7.33, and it just reminded me of how close he was to that Final 5 picture last year, as he was devastated with a loss in Mexico that took him out of that conversation.
great water, so when you're paddling, it might take it a couple seconds to
The
recover.
GOAT has arrived here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
Come back and tell me what you think. Okay, thank you. Tell me how badly I did.
The 50-year-old will be taking on Callum Robson and Baron Mamiya in this next heat. Kelly, you know, the history with Sunset hasn't been his favorite, you know, as far as results, but he just feels different, doesn't he? He's got a different part of his career just unfolding. It's almost like he's brand new again. 18 minutes on the clock here. Big rooftop connection for Luca Macinas, and able to stomp it. That'll back up the 4.67. Loving his approach this morning.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, these guys are just not holding back. It's so fun to watch this event as a championship tour stop. How hard, like, Luca would have surfed this place as a qualifying event. It just kind of opens up these guys to really have a bit more freedom. I mean, when that is the last event on the Challenger Series, you're just surfing with all your heart. Everything's on the line.
As we go back to this one for Luca.
Yeah, he really had to kind of steady himself through those first tricky sections. There he makes that connection with the lip, floats down with it, free fall. Has that one turn option. He's going to improve his scoreline. Obviously just has the one wave so far. Watch as he's just trying to negotiate all the lumps and bumps that Sunset has on offer at the moment. Hits that lip, free fall right there. That's a fun feeling on like a 4-foot wave, Joe, but like when you're really staring up at that face, just hot in your throat as you try and negotiate the drop.
Total commitment from Luca Macinas, who's off to a flying start in the Rookie of the Year race. I guess you could say that he's equal with Sammy Pupo, because Sammy did quite well. We'll keep you posted on Rookie of the Year as we continue. It's early, just at stop number 2. Winner of the last heat, Jordy Smith, is with Laura.
Yes, guys, down here with Jordy, hopping up the beach a bit, but you didn't look like it was bothering in the water. The fractured toe, how's it going?
It's getting better, but yeah, definitely takes a little time, 6 to 8 weeks, you know. But for me, I'm just fight every day for what it is. Managed to find two okay waves out there, and yeah, it is tricky. I think with the swell rising, it's going to get pretty difficult. Hardest parts are probably for me are just the takeoffs. Once I'm up, I'm all right.
And you are a past champion out here. Does that give you confidence coming in, you know, being back here at Sunset for a World Tour event?
Yeah, it's definitely kind of reassuring that my surfing suits this wave. I've had some great success out here right from the very first time I surfed in an event. You know, pretty much my entire career I've had pretty good results here. But this is a whole separate deal. You know, you're coming up against the best surfers in the world. And yeah, you just got to lay it all on the line.
Yeah, well, you're not getting any shorter. You're tall and you were built for this wave, so we're very excited to watch you go into round 3.
Thank you. Thanks.
It's right, Laura. You looked like a big man out at Sunset in that last heat. 8-point ride for that huge power gouge. That was incredible to watch. 2016 Sunset champ. He won that final over Federico Moraes, Tori Meister, and Tanner Gudauskas. But now it has world title points on the line, and it makes so much sense for Jordy to do well at this wave. Luca Macinas driving into the open face, controlling that rail work down to the bottom. More of a snap off that pocket section, and he'll have to eject. He got a bit compressed on the float. Igarashi now. Hard off the bottom, an aggressive down carve. Kanoa getting some speed. He frames the layback and stays on his feet. The 2.83 is going to be gone for Igarashi, and we'll see that lead increase. Macinas also showing us another gear as well, Rosie.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at those two waves back to back like that. You have to say, you know, Kanoa really committing to both of those maneuvers. Luca almost outpacing that wave a little bit. I think we'll have another read on it as we look through the replays. But cool to see both of these guys just increasing that scoreline. Here we go, Luca. So trying to kind of pace through this wave. Gets around this section, this first maneuver, brings it down. So second option there. Solid wave. Gets bucked off the horse on that last maneuver. But then Kanoa Igarashi, just watch how compressed he stays through these maneuvers. Just stays over that surfboard so well. Kind of renegotiates that. It almost seemed like his leash was stuck between his toes. Like you said, he frames that layback so well. So gets under that lip. beautiful length as he just treads on that grip. They kind of almost gets the back foot disengaged from the board, then underneath the lip like that. Two cool moves, Joey.
Always looks like he's in total control with his turn selection, that he could just repeat those maneuvers all day long. Kanoa Igarashi setting the pace here in the second heat of the opening round, and a rookie named Luca Messinas right behind him. We've seen Kaio take a couple of big wipeouts in the first half of the matchup as he's trying to avoid third place, to avoid the elimination round, which could be on later on today. 12:55 still on the clock here in the second heat of the opening round. Kanoa still leading here as Sunset Beach is still getting bigger. We'll be right back. You're watching the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach presented by Shiseido. Big thanks to Surfline for giving us the forecast. Rosie, we're in store for some big waves, getting bigger all day long.
Oh, that is a solid purple-orange blob headed our way. Sunset obviously just going to peak today. I think we're expecting to see some grande surf. That's that wind. It's going to pick up a little bit. It's a breezy side offshore, east-northeast trade. But that's the one that's going to stick around throughout the week.
More solid pulses lining up for the 18th through the 23rd as well, so we'll have a lot of choices, but more specifically today, look at how much it jumps in the afternoon.
Oh, that is a scary sight for me. That 20 to 25 foot plus is going to get unruly by this afternoon. We're going to have to see how the athletes negotiate that.
And then as we get through the waiting period, you'll see it trim down tomorrow. Still solid tomorrow, but dropping a little bit in size. You can see that new swell also through the weekend. Will give us more options to work with as well.
Yeah, it's so fun. Even catching up with Jessie Miley-Dyer this morning, she was saying, you know, we could see back-to-back days of just great surf.
Kelly Slater, #1 in the world and back in the yellow jersey. It's been since 2014 in Fiji since he's been in yellow, meaning that he's #1 in the world. That year, he had a great start through the Aussie legs, had a couple semifinals, couple quarterfinals, got a taste of yellow, then Medina took it and ended up being world champion that season. As Kelly looks at the lineup, prepares for Callum Robson and Baron Mamiya, we'll say a big good morning to Makua Kai Rothman, a Sunset champ. Makua, did you catch up with Kelly this morning? We've got a big heat coming up next.
What's up, guys? Good morning. Yes, I did. I got to talk to the champ. He's right here behind me. I don't know if you can see him coming down the stairs, but he's ready. I haven't really seen him so fired up to surf Sunset in many, many years. He's got his yellow jersey back on. It was funny. He goes, hey, they actually got the yellow jersey in the right size. And it's been, what, 8 years since Kelly's had the yellow jersey on. He's back in the lineup. He's back against Sunset's own Baron Mamiya. What can you say about Baron Mamiya? His surfing does all the talking. We'll see what happens in this next heat, guys. Back to you, Joe and Rosie.
Makua, so great to hear your voice. Before I let you go, this is your home break. Yeah, you've seen it every shape and size your entire life. What's going on today? What are you seeing as the challenge and the fun part of surfing Sunset at this size?
Oh, I think the challenge, Joe, is picking the right wave selection, positioning. A lot of these guys don't spend a lot of time here. It's all been about pipeline this last month. And, you know, it's going to show who's actually been putting the time in out here. You know, I've seen a lot of guys taking a long time to come off the bottom. The bottom turn is probably the most important turn out here at Sunset Beach. And like you said, I'm from Sunset Beach. I don't think there's anything that I haven't done on this beach, but we'll save that for later. Back to you guys in the booth.
Good man, Makua. We'll be catching up with him all day long. Strider Wasilewski still out there, my friend, as we see a little bit of a lull in the action so everyone can catch their breath.
Yeah, you know what? When the kid takes a breath, that only means one thing, that there's going to be a giant set coming. It's interesting how Mother Nature takes a little bit of time and then just onslaughts. I've seen some massive sets come through, clean everybody up, and everybody having to deal with that just energy. We heard Makua talking about, you know, having to deal with the bottom turn out here. I've been watching this angle, and it looks like today that the big barrels out here on the outside, right off the peak where those guys are taking off, Kanoa's wave, Messina's wave, you could see these big caves behind them as they were riding the wave. So super fun to see maybe some barrels out the back today instead of on the inside bowl.
Interesting watching Kanoa looking so strong, Strider. On the other end, Kaio's been dealing with a lot of heavy water on his head. What's been the big difference there? I think Strider might have gone for a swim. We'll catch up with him in a moment. But yeah, a lot of action out there today. Second seeding round heat with Kanoa, 7.33 and a 5.5. This man is so consistent. And he reminds me a lot of like a Leo Fioravanti story. They're obviously best friends, but they really feel like citizens of the world, where Kanoa actually spends a ton of time training in Portugal. You know, it's like growing up in Huntington Beach, representing Japan, and found a great place to prepare for big events in Portugal, where it's always pumping. We'll catch up with Kaio, just a little out of rhythm this morning. But that's pretty fair to say in a very challenging lineup. He's still looking for a 6.5 to avoid the elimination round.
Yeah, there's still time on the clock for Kaio. You can definitely start to see that frustration start to creep in. Let's see if he has a swing on the inside wave.
There's some events where you see Kaio and it looks like he can make no mistakes, that there's some fire built inside of him. That's really exciting to watch. I mean, he kind of made his profile what it is because of that rookie season when he became the nemesis to John Florence more than once in 2016.
Oh man, that was so much fun to watch. I think that first time at Bells Beach, Australia, and then he kind of just went on this run where he kept on matching up against John and just taking him out at the knees. That really does wonders for your profile too. When you see someone, a rookie on tour, taking out, you know they're going to match up against the big seeds, and it's all about that aggression and what they can do with that energy.
So now looking at the 6-minute mark here in heat number 2, Kaio chasing a 6.5. Strider, you hung up on me earlier, but I was saying Kaio's been a little out of rhythm, dealt with some wipeouts. What's it been like for your angle watching him compete in this one?
Well, he's trying again. He's swinging on the inside. Sense of urgency, snacks it up into the top there. Beautiful hit. I mean, it is so radical on this inside bowl right now. Out the back, we got Messinas looking at this one. I think wave choice is everything. Oh, Messinas goes down. It is so hard. We heard Jordy Smith talk about it. Catching the wave, the takeoff is the hardest part of the day. Once you're up and riding, you feel like you can set a rail, but just being in the position to actually find the wave and catch it and drop in is the hardest part.
Yeah, so much water moving. Yeah, you could easily get lost at sea, especially when a rising swell is moving as quickly as it is today. Strider, what does that feel like?
Say again?
The rising swell, going this fast in the ocean, getting so much bigger than what we saw this morning, like 4 times the size in one day. What does that feel like when you're sitting in the water?
Well, you can feel the energy just stacking on itself. It feels like, you know, it's hard to compare, but there's so much water that comes at you and so much more energy as a rising swell. When you surf a dying swell, you know, you kind of are attacking the lip line, feeling like you can just do anything, and it's kind of, you know, an easy surf. But when it's rising, you're actually running for your life. You're trying to steer away from heavy sections and then try and negotiate them. And out here, the rising swell brings twice as much water with it. So as it dies, there's a lot less water. So you can just imagine all that force and all that energy coming onto the reef at one time must be intense to have to look at that and attack that.
Good man, Waz, and it's also good advice for traveling surfers coming to the North Shore of Oahu. Check in with lifeguards, find out what the waves are doing, especially when there's a rising swell. If you don't know about it, you can put yourself in a bad situation. Know your limits, and always check in with the lifeguards here on the North Shore, the best in the world, as we've got A nice line drawn out bottom turn from Kanoa Igarashi, the silver medalist in Tokyo. Hammers that next section. Perfect punctuation for two different types of moves. Now he'll float the finish. A few different sides of the story here. Kanoa making it look relatively easy in this wild surf. 7.33 start, built to a 5.5. Another great number coming in for him. As we see Kyle searching for a 4.24. Luca still second, but Kanoa just gets better.
Definitely. I mean, and that's going to eclipse that 7.33 as his high mark. But it's also just when we watch the replay, this bottom turn right here really goes to the point of Mako of how important that foundation is for your whole wave out here at Sunset. Really leans on that rail, sets it up again. Another beautiful bottom turn, hack under the lip. Two beautiful power moves. We saw Jordy get an 8.0 for two moves in the previous heat, but how does this stack up in this heat? I think we're going to see excellence from Kanoa. Beautiful bottom turn, just the length of it that he was able to just stand on that rail and then stomp that maneuver. Takes his time on the bottom here, snaps up under the lip. Beautiful power move. Kanoa just complete control, like you said, Joe, and that equipment looks so confident and comfortable under his feet.
Such a well put together heat for Kanoa Igarashi. Has dreams of becoming a world champion, going all in this year once again. Big late drop for Luca Messina, stomps it. Looked like a wild ride off the bottom, but executed a top turn before he ejects. Good for one move. Now it's up to Kaio, still in the game, only needing a 4.24. Smoother bottom turn, nice snap again, weightless on the bottom there. But a big section to work with. That might want to be one of his better waves so far.
Definitely, and that was dangerous for Luca. I feel like there was opportunity for him to really start to attack that wave, to make that, to put the score a bit more out of reach for Kaio. Kaio, with that one maneuver option, he could take that second place with only requiring the 4.24 on that move.
It's interesting how close it can become after a heat that started with wipeouts and just trying to control your energy, and it's almost waking up Kaio, and he's giving himself a shot. Just a one maneuver section there, but it was a big one. And anytime you're free falling, it shows how critical you are coming off the lip there. So he wound up for a massive turn. As we approach the final minute, all Kaio wants to do is keep connection with his big results, starting with the third. Last thing he wants to do is to be in the ER. Let's see what happened here.
Yeah, big move from Kaio. Bottom turn, lines up that section. So one move option. You can tell he's frustrated that he doesn't get the second look at it. A 4.24 is what's required. He got a 3.77 on his last ride. So how will this improve and create space for Kaio and the lineup?
52 seconds on the clock. Messinas now with priority. You can see now he is comboed for the win. Kanoa drops an 8-point ride, just like we saw from Jordy Smith in the first heat. 7.33 though is his backup. Now is our biggest total so far in the morning. So he is safe in first. It's all about the battle for second. Luca Messinas. Deep off the bottom. Nice power jam there. Looking to better a 3.33. Controls the down carve. A two-turn combination. And he'll take that one into the beach.
Saving his best for last, Joey. That was a really important ride for Luca. You can tell that he had a better rhythm and read on that wave. He's looking over his shoulder. Kanoa had to pull back on that wave because Luca did have priority. He's just looking to see if Kaio's having another sniff at a wave. There's nothing behind.
Running out of time. We are waiting for Kaio's score to come in from that one maneuver option. And also Luca getting a multiple maneuver wave done before the horn went down. We'll go back to Kaio from the water angle.
So this is the water angle. This is where he's requiring that 4.24. And that's what he needed before Luca got that last wave. So these scores that are dropping in are going to change a couple situations. Oh, it's almost like Kaio put up his hand just to say that that athlete was in the way there. And this way from Luca, I think this is going to improve his situation. Leans on that bottom turn, gets to do a nice clean maneuver on that rail. Two clean moves from him. That wave, you can tell that offshore wind kind of whipping up, not as much chop that he had to negotiate.
It's a fine line when you're paddling back out. The judges are going to look at your intent and decide where you're paddling, if you can get out of the way and give a surfer in motion some room. 3.87 for last of Kaio for that single maneuver, so that wasn't enough. And we still have a score coming in for Luca Messinas as he will be safe in second, right behind Kanoa Igarashi, and right on cue. Put the rainbows out in the lineup for Luca and Kanoa, celebrating another great victory here on the North Shore of Oahu. Kelly Slater coming up next against Callum Robson and Baron Mamiya. We'll be right back.
Looking back to the first event of the year here at Pipeline, Baron Mamiya in control over the GOAT in round of 16 for the opening event on the championship tour. But Kelly Slater, not to be denied, coming back from behind. And it was a classic matchup between the new guard and the legend, the GOAT, coming through right in the end with a buzzer beater moment. Put Baron Mamiya to the sideline, and that's when things changed for the 11-time world champ and 8-time pipe master Kelly Slater. That's why you see him in the yellow leaders jersey here in heat number 3 of the opening round. I'm Kaipo Guerrero, along with 88 world champ Barton Lynch, to talk you through this challenge of the ages, Barton.
What an exciting heat this is, and to see Kelly Slater here at Sunset Beach coming off the back of a win is an incredible situation. Whether he would have even been here or not without that win at Pipeline, the momentum's built. We're all waiting to see what he can do here, and a win here at Sunset would be more impressive than a win was at Pipeline, because he hasn't got a great record here, but he's got the inside position and he's up and riding.
He's going to prone into this one and start the game. Kelly Slater just has celebrated his 50th birthday with that yellow leaders jersey on. Nice snap off the top for Slater, and early intent shown by the GOAT. Caught a little bit on the toes there, can't find the second section, but I like the fact that Kelly's getting busy and straight to work, BL.
Yeah, he had that inside position. You could see that he was determined to have that. He got the first ride, which is always good, and you know, out here at Sunset, it can be a long time between waves, so you really want to take advantage. And I suppose what we saw there was he kind of overcooked that first turn a little bit and gave it a bit too much. That meant that he was a little bit behind the second section and couldn't catch up to it and couldn't complete the ride. So all the signs were good, but perhaps just hold that first turn back a little bit. Look at the completion, might have been a better start.
Looking at Kelly's results so far here at Sunset Beach, since 2010, he's made 4 appearances here at Sunset. His best finish so far was 2016 for a quarterfinal. So you alluded to it earlier. Kelly and Sunset has yet to really make a big statement, and that's going back to 2010. If we really went back, the guy's been world champ since 1992. There has been times where he's made a finals out here, but in the recent times.
And I suppose it's just well documented that he doesn't necessarily spend that much time here. It's not one of his favourites. You ask him to list his favourite waves, it wouldn't be on it. And so they're the challenges that a champion needs to face up to.
Big set coming through. Let's hear what's happening in the water was.
Well, Slater's looking at one on the inside bowl. Big set. Here we go. He's out of my view, so take it away.
Whoa, little double up section here on the inside. Slater stalling for the barrel, finds the bubble, but it clamps right upon the leader. Back to Strider.
We got that big breath that we took. We saw Mother Nature taking her time, and then bang, this big, huge set we saw coming through way outside, kind of closing out the channel, and the other guys in this heat just getting cleaned up. Barron, everybody just having to deal with the big sets on the head. So Slater taking the option to just relax in the channel, just took a little breath, and then bang, got that little inside nugget just to see if he could get some points in. It's going to work out for him. He's going to get back out there. He was making the comment they didn't even have to really paddle to get out there because the current is so strong. It's just kind of hectic. And we're hectic in the channel right now because we're just moving all over the place.
Hey, Strider, you have any idea what Kelly's riding in this heat?
Yeah, so Kelly, he's out here with Jackson Dorian is his coach, so or his caddy, and he's got a 6'6" quad. So he's got a backup 6'6" quad, and he's on a 6'6" quad. All these surfers out here, that was Kanoa Igarashi was on a 6'6" as well and had a 6'6" backup in the lineup. Sometimes you think the caddies would have like a little bit of a different board just in case they want to switch it out. But pretty much the go-to now, same size board, same equipment, ready to go with the assurance of what they're riding.
Got a vision there of the water caddy, Jackson Dorian, son of Shane Dorian, good family friend, and he is the backup for Kelly Slater on that 6'6". Slater, BL sticking with the quads. The quad setup seemed to serve him very well at Pipeline, but Sunset's a much different wave.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those waves, I was thinking about it. Most other spots, you get to your feet, call it Pipeline, you get to your feet and you're engaged and you're doing stuff straight away. Sunset, you get to your feet and you've got to wait. And you're ready to go, but you've got to wait. And there might be a big lump or a bump in the wave face and you're ready to go, but you've got to wait. And so there's this whole process of having to slow yourself down, fit in with Mother Nature, fit in with the wave and time your performance with the wave. And I think we saw the two red jerseys do that beautifully in Heat 1 and 2. Jordy Smith, Kanoa Igarashi, they both surfed so well and dominated their heats and just fitted their performance perfectly with the wave itself. And 2 rides so far for Kelly, and we've seen that he hasn't been able to match his rhythm to the wave's rhythm yet.
Well, so far it's been the top seeds coming through in this opening round with dominant performances. We'll see if the top seed in this heat, the leader jersey actually on his back, Kelly Slater, will continue the same again. Kuiper Girl, 88 world champ Barton Lynch, and actually when we look back to 88, I think you were also a champion here at Sunset. We're going to get back to history right after opening wave here of the youngster from the North Shore, Barron Mamiya. Smooth on rail, and this paced approach for Mamiya has paid off. Long arcing turns and just not rushing it. Wants to close it out. Difficult inside section there with a bit of a warble and maybe even an extra snap for Barron Mamiya. And in the context of what's going on out here in the rising swell at Sunset, that was a well put together wave, Barton.
Yeah, it showed, you know, although he's the youngest and least experienced, I suppose Callum Robson has to fall into that bracket. But when it comes to the competition out here at Sunset, but you could see the experience that Barron has in these waves. He was paced. Look here, he's not rushing anything. Even to the bottom turn was just so calmly done. And you can see here, he's just waiting for those exact right moments, setting the rail and being sort of connected with the wave and with those moments. And a little bit of a unfortunate little loss of control there, but in the context of Sunset Beach and how often surfers look out of control on this wild, bumpy bronco of a wave, great performance there on his opening ride. Definitely going to be the best scoring ride of the heat so far, you would imagine.
Really making it look smooth here on a difficult playing field with a lot of chop, a lot of bounce, and Barron Mamiya, I feel a good score coming his way for his opening ride. We're at 20 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock, counting down and waiting for the judge's decision. The smoothness in the difficult wave of Sunset Beach is an art form in itself. So when you look in the history of the best surfers out here at Sunset, it has been those men that have been able to smooth things out and not let all of this big open ocean lump and bump affect their rail line.
100%. And then you've got so much time you've got to know what to do with your body. If your body's just used to going, you know, think of small wave surfing. You jump to your feet and you're immediately rotating and using your body. And here at Sunset, you jump to your feet and you've got time, and it's time to stylize things. And it makes me think of Reno Abalera, Barry Kanaya-Pooney, into Bobby Owens, and into those people who have got the time and they knew what to do with that time, and they would stylize their body into beautiful positions. And I think that's what we really want to see this week.
Great insight, BL. For more insight, I'm going to throw it out to the water. We got more equipment talk with Strider Wasilewski.
Thank you very much. Yeah, well, Baron Mamiya out here with Gallagher in his corner. Gallagher, I asked him what he's riding out there. He said he's on a 6'4" swallowtail quad. Interesting right there that he's also on a quad out here, and that board looked really great under his feet. So we'll see how the adjustments are made by Kelly to try and link up these waves and make it happen. Can't wait to see Callahan.
Thank you, Strider. The numbers come in for Baron Mamiya, a 5.67 on that opening ride. And on your screen there, we have Chris Gallagher, Baron's water caddy, with that backup board. As we turn our attention to the rookie here, Callum Robson, the young Australian, youngest on tour, gets some air underneath his board. Another hooking turn on that difficult, warbly inside section. And Callum's going to put his name right in the hat in this heat.
Impressive. And behind him, Baron Mamiya.
Baron continues that smooth flow. Woo. And an aggressive snap off the top. Mamiya looking for more room to move. Lip glide, float, and just could not handle the impact, and it was a large impact.
Nice couple of waves there, Kaipo, back to back from the least experienced up against the greatest of all time, and showing no real nerves. Looks like we might have broke a leg rope here.
Oh no, so this is when the water caddies come into play, and this is when someone like Chris Gallagher, who has that backup board for Baron Mamiya, will come into play. Red Bull Jet Ski and Hawaiian Water Patrol on the track down to the board. We got the board there, and he's going to have to reconnect it. But talking about these youngsters, Baron Mamiya, 22 years old, Callum Robson, 21 years old, in a heat against Kelly Slater. Both of those surfers were not even born when Kelly Slater won his first world title in 1992. So that's really framing the domination of a guy that we call the GOAT.
And to put it even into another context, I was actually in that Pipeline Masters final in 1992 with Kelly. So that shows you, and I've been out of the sport a long time, so that shows you how long this incredible champion has been dominating our sport.
Big set rolling through right now, and no takers there. And the challenge that is Paumalu, the challenge that is Sunset, really is these sneaker sets, positioning. It's a giant playing field that we're flying over right now, and with the swell on the rise, that is yet another layer of this challenging open ocean wave.
It's amazing how the drone footage detracts from the size, and it makes it look smooth and clean out there, but it is anything but. And when the swell's as west as it is today, that's when you see the rip current. Sometimes that rip current will follow that Cami land line out to sea and not come back through the break. But when it's really west, the current comes back through the break and continually pulls you to the inside deeper and deeper to pretty much where you don't want to be. And so there's this constant, you never get a chance to sit and wait, you're always repositioning.
Looking at more waves, and you can see that rip coming through the channel created by the Paumalu stream and the water that is undulating underneath it. We'll see if we have any takers here. And it's going to be Kelly Slater's. Handles a steep drop, patient off the bottom. Little mid-face turn for Slater. We're looking for this to line up on the inside bowl here at Sunset. Long bottom turn, snaps under the lip. A little time under the hood there. Another pocket ride. Big finish for Kelly Slater. Hangs on through that turbulent water. Little hook to put the exclamation point on that ride. Slater answering back. 4.67 is already in his favor, and he's going to add to his two-wave total.
I suppose there at the end I'm thinking, why is he going for the inside so aggressively? And perhaps there's a connection into Val's Reef that he sees. But I think he was getting to cleaner water for a jet ski pickup. Here we go. Takes his time. A little more patient on this one. Not as forceful. And you can see here just a short little snap into the pocket. Beautiful positioning. And then into this inside. Lovely floater re-entry. And again, even for Kelly, you can see there's that kind of on the edge type of surfing that this wave makes you do. And here he is sort of pumping his way through to the inside. Sometimes you'll find a little connection in there that comes onto Val's Reef, and not often do they score well though. But Kelly, I think, getting the ride back out with the jet ski.
Baron Mamiya up and riding. Nice opening turn. Frothy waves, but smooth wave. Well, rail control as well as some fin release off the top of there, bringing some progression to Sunset Beach. And Mamiya kicks out Callum Robson right behind them. He wants to add to his two-wave total. Streaking down the line, he's going to have to find some open face. Attacks the lip there with an aggressive hack to finish. So we are going to be owed 3 scores from our judges to set the situation here at the 14-minute mark of heat number 3 of this opening round.
That first half went really quickly, didn't it? You know, a couple of rides each. You know, sometimes you'll surf Sunset Beach, and if you get 3 or 4 waves in an hour, you've had a pretty good surf. So to get 2 good ones in a heat is a challenging assignment.
Yeah, I call this place a time bandit, especially in competition. You know, your awareness and your clock management, I think, is going to be really, really important here at Sunset.
Absolutely, and we saw Kelly have that in mind, having the inside at the start, getting the first wave. It was unfortunate for that he didn't turn either of those early opportunities into keeper-style scores. Baron Mamiya, the 5.73 for the second, so a couple of mid-range 5s there for Baron, putting him into the lead.
As we look at a replay, Barton, this was a 5.73 for Baron.
Oh, and a lot of that 5.73 came out of that aggressive out of the top turn. It was small wave surfing on a big wave.
I love the water angle.
The water angle really shows you the sort of rough and ragged edge that this wave has. Here's that inside, throws, you saw the fins there, holds it into the lip, pops out of there cleanly into another little inside section and cuts out to bank his second solid consistent score of 4.27 for Kelly Slater.
Well, let's hear from the last heat winner, Kanoa Igarashi.
Yes, guys, down here with Kanoa. Kanoa, you just mentioned that was one of the hardest sunset you've ever surfed, but a 15-point total, so amazing job.
Thanks, yeah. It's just classic sunset out there. It's a really hard wave to surf, physically and mentally, because you know, you kind of get given a lot of options and you kind of have to pick the eyes out of it and find the ones that you want. You know, and there's a certain wave that I like to catch out there, and I just look for those ones. And yeah, lucky enough, 2 came in the 30 minutes, and that's all I needed.
And talk about your equipment. You've got your nice shiny whiteboard here, but you did have your old faithful, a 5-year-old board. Tell us a bit about that one.
Yeah, I just had an old board that I had Snake ordered me, like, I don't know, like 4 or 5 years ago. And I rode it out here in, when it was a QS back in the day. And I made the finals. You know, I think I did this event like 5 years in a row. I never made a heat. And I was like, okay, I'm just going to change it up and just like have fun with something that Snake gives me. And yeah, it went good at that event. And yeah, 4 or 5 years later, it's still working.
Well, you heard it first, still working. We're into the next round. You've got a break now, Kanoa. Enjoy your day.
Yeah, thank you. Can I say something in Japanese? みんないつもファンを応援してくれてありがとうございます。今日のヒートラウンドアップしたことなので次のラウンドも頑張ります。ありがとうございます。
Amazing. Back to you guys.
Thank you.
All right, well, Jake Patterson with the equipment there, and Jake is actually on the list here of past champions at Sunset. And an interesting point, Jake's brother, Paul Patterson, also has been a champion out here. 1996 for Paul and 2005 for Jake the Snake Patterson. Mike and Derek Ho, also other brothers who have both won here at Sunset. Conor Coffin on his way out. He's going to be in the next heat. We're going to take a break. When we return, we will have the conclusion of heat number 3 here at the opening round of the Hurley Pro Sunset.
top 10 at the Billabong Pro at Pipeline. Of course, Kelly Slater defeating Seth Moniz, Colin Robson, and
Opening day at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido. Kelly Slater's in the water, and he's up and riding in the leader's jersey. The 11-time world champ, currently on top of the rankings and looking to progress through this opening round. And that end section did Slater no favors. Baron Mamiya right behind him. He is the heat leader. Mamiya again, smooth on the rail. Looking down the line, setting things up, and a nice down carve as that wave closes out. I'm Kuiper Guerrero, joined by 88 world champ Barton Lynch on the call.
And a close heat, a tight heat. Baron Mamiya with the lead on the consistency and the aggression, and he's found those waves with a nice smooth face, Kuiper.
The rookie, Callum Robson, out of Evans Head, Australia, and that wave did not offer anything, so wave choice there is not working in Callum's favor.
And they're the mistakes with the wave selection that can cost you a heat, because although now we've got the jet ski assist, so you can get washed in, get that jet ski around, it'll save you 3-4 minutes perhaps, depending on where you fall, as we can see there, it being taken complete advantage of, and he's got that short paddle back to the lineup with the current or the rip taking him, so he'll be back there in no time. But there's definitely an opportunity here for Callum Robson. He's looking good on the wave face. He just needs to find the correct wave faces to put that performance onto. And Kelly Slater still looking quite uncomfortable out here. He's had 3 rides. You know, the majority of them he has fallen on and not looked that comfy. So there's a little opening of the door for Callum still.
Let's take a look at some deep stats powered by Hydro Flask for the 11-time world champ, Kelly Slater, just coming off of his 56th event win in his career. Career heat wins, a staggering 832, wow, and a heat win percentage of nearly 73% in all of those categories. That is the highest on tour, and add to that an 8th pipe title for Slater. We are celebrating this man because he is not just in surfing, is he the GOAT, yes, but in the context of sport in general, we haven't seen that kind of domination over that many years in any sport.
And to have a high winning percentage is easier the shorter you compete for. The longer you compete for, the more difficult it is to hold that percentage and hold it high, as he has done at an incredible level, regardless of sport, as you said, Kuiper.
Yeah, when you look at 30.
Oh, big set on the outside. Look at this one.
Here we go. This is what makes Paumalu Sunset such a classic, iconic wave. The deep water, the raging channel, and the multiple peaks that this venue has to offer, BL.
Yeah, it's a broad, wide playing field, potentially 2 football fields in size when it gets to this amount of size. I suppose today we'd be calling that 8 to 10, possibly some 12-foot sets out there. As we see the support crews, and there's Zeke Lau in the black hoodie. waiting for his chance, and he's been in incredible form out here in recent times.
Yeah, Billy Kemper, he's going to be coming in as a wild card, and he's going to be a dangerous wild card at that, preparing himself right here on the bike path. So an exciting opening day here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido. Number in for Slater, a 1.87. He remains in second place. Baron Mamiya with the lead. Callum Robson, the rookie, in danger of visiting that dreaded elimination round. We got 5 minutes to go, and Robson needs a 4.52.
And I suppose the bad news is as well he's in the third priority. So Kelly second, Baron Mamiya with first priority. First waves of the sets quite often have the lump, nose and bump in them. No surprise to see the third priority going that first wave.
Drawn out, cut back for Callum. Ease paced, waiting for the wave to stand up, a little hook. More opportunity ahead of him. Big finishing maneuver, and that could be the ticket for Callum Robson. 4.52, and shots fired across the bow of Kelly Slater right now, who could be in a difficult situation in the final 4 minutes, BL.
Yeah, I was expecting to see a second wave of the set and a third wave, and the other two get their chance as well, and those waves potentially be better, smoother on the face, easier to turn. But as it turned out, that was one of those twists of fate that a competitor loves. You can see nice big wrapping carve there, waiting for this inside section to stand up. Comes from way behind the whitewater and does a fairly conservative, safe style of a turn, but this one not. This one was a lip line floater, a lot of power, a lot of energy in there. And one of the things for our viewers is that Sunset Beach always looks smaller on camera or on the screen than it does in real life. You're underneath them, it looks twice as big.
That final maneuver for Callum Robson would have been just a spooky maneuver. It's uneven water in that closeout section and a lot of power, so very impressive to put that down and finish off the ride. We are anticipating the score at 3 minutes and 15 seconds on the countdown. Italo Ferreira, we're going to see him later in today's competition. Still waiting for that important score for Callum Robson.
4.52 is the ask.
What do you think, BL?
Let's listen to that sweet sound of a board being waxed. Not much better than that, folks. Yeah, I think he gets the score. I really do. I think it was a set wave, and it had 3 completed turns on it. The last one had that drama to it. So I feel like in the context of the 5.67s, 5.73s of Baron Mamiya's, it's maybe a little below those, perhaps. They had a little more flair in them, perhaps. But it's right there, and it's definitely going to spook Kelly Slater, and he would not want to go from winning the pipeline to the elimination round here at Sunset, but that would not surprise us.
Yeah. Getting a report from the water that Callum may have buckled his board with that closing maneuver. However, it looks like he got the job done. Kelly Slater's going to have to really be on his toes right now and be reactive in these final 2 minutes when this number drops for Callum Robson, because the situation is likely to change in the water. That's what we're anticipating. Slater knows that, and he's making a move. We'll see if he goes.
Baron Mamiya with the priority right there by Kelly. So, you know, with 1 minute 45 on the clock and the score's about to drop, there it is, a 5.40. Callum Robson up into second place, Kelly Slater down into third.
As we anticipated, now we're down to 95 seconds on the countdown. Slater's got the news. He needs a 5.17. 5.17 for Kelly Slater. He's got second priority, needs to make a move. It's a big playing field. He can get away from the priority of Baron Mamiya easily, or he's just going to get first priority right now, because here goes Baron, our heat leader. Again, patient pace for Baron, and a little hung up on the heel there. So likely not to improve his score line, but he's safe in first place at this moment. He's just going to surf his way to the channel. And you can see with the body language that he knows he's not going to improve upon his score line. But the real story is Kelly Slater, with 50 seconds left, needs a 5.17. Slater now with first priority, and it's all up to Sunset Beach, BL.
Yeah, it'd be great as Kelly there. It'd be great to see a wide shot and see if we see her. There's that wide shot. A little lump coming towards him, 30 seconds. Will there be something behind this? This looks too small. He may not get another chance in that 5.4. Somewhat of a buzzer beater type situation for Callum Robson. Anytime you get the opportunity to surf against Kelly Slater, it's an honour and a privilege. Anytime you actually advance above him and over him for both of these young guys is an amazing scalp, an amazing opportunity they'll remember for a long time.
Given the
Look at that water movement.
Yeah, given the swell period, BL, the second wave is not going to reach Kelly Slater in time. The buzzer is going to sound, and Callum Robson coming through in the clutch with that 5.4. He's going to advance along with Baron Mamiya, and we will see Kelly Slater later today in the elimination round. More coming your way from the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido.
We Are One Ocean is an initiative led by the WSL to inspire our global surf community to protect and conserve our one ocean. This year, we're partnered with Shiseido, and we're working with local organisations in communities around the world where we hold our championship tour events.
Today, we're really fortunate to come out to this area and do some planting of some native plants such as Nanea and Mckillifrey.
Well done. All big changes start with just a single step, and I believe in the power of coming together and working together to create positive change.
It's so cool because I am learning more about a place where I'm coming from and a place that I get to help and hopefully make sure it's better for the next generation that's coming.
We're instilling in them stewardship and conservation and their responsibilities to our environment and our aina. We're all connected by the ocean, and we should make sure that we bring it back and revitalize what it really is.
Help us preserve the future of our sport. Go to weareoneocean.org.
Good work done by We Are One Ocean and Shiseido there at Kahuku. Turning to live action here with Jadson Andre on the backhand. A nice hook for the Brazilian Goofy Foot to open up his account here in heat number 4 of the opening round. You're watching the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido. Right behind him, Jordan Lawler got in this event as an injury wildcard replacement. And so quick one for Jordy, but a pretty well-surfed wave for Jadson Andre in this heat, Barton Lynch.
I believe it was a very well-surfed wave, especially for the opening wave of the heat. You've got nerves, the ocean's, giving you every chance to recognise those nerves with every bump you have to bounce over and control your surfboard. And you can see the boils and the water moving out in this lineup, and it's a very difficult wave to surf. Here's Jadson on that replay, first turn. Controlled snap out of the top. This one gets a little more radical and tight and just whips it and pushes that tail out, takes his time at the bottom here to get around and get this last turn in, and I didn't think he was going to make this one. When I looked at that situation right there, I went, oh, there's no way he's pulling that. He came out of it, docked it right onto the back of the jet ski, and out he went. So a great start from Jadson.
Yeah, Jadson Andre, the veteran in this crew of 3 surfers out in this opening round. 31 years old, Jadson Andre really utilized Sunset a number of times in his career to get back onto tour, as this used to be a final qualifying series event of the year. So Jaddy knows how to surf a clutch heat at Sunset. So does this guy, this Conor Coffin, the 2017 champ out here at Sunset Beach on his opening ride.
Well, you can see how much that board was bouncing around, Kaibo. You can see the nose of it flapping about. And if you don't settle that nose and get on that front rail and drive those turns, it can feel and look a little bit awkward. But it's a starter. Definitely Jadson getting the better of that opening exchange.
So still waiting for the numbers for Andre as well as Coffin. As I stated before, Conor Coffin took a big win out here in 2017. Live action here with Jordan Lawler. That's better for the wild card. Just one turn, but it was a dynamic turn.
Yeah, well, it was a dynamic turn. It was a nice clean face, and it's sort of, you were hopeful for the rest of the ride, but then you saw that inside section ball up and just close out on him. And where he jumped right there is really not going to help you, because you're better off riding that whitewater in a little bit so the jet ski can get you easily. So that was a little bit of inexperience showing there for Jordan Lawler too.
To your point, right on screen, we can see the Red Bull Jet Ski Hawaiian Water Patrol is going to be a lot more difficult to get to Jordan. And so, and this is eating up time. We talked about it before, and a broken board on top of that for Lawler.
Terrible start. Pulled up onto the sled there at the back of the ski, punches through that white water, which always can be difficult. Punching through the white water, and with so much water destabilizing the ski as well. So we see here on this replay, Kipes, gets low, touches the water, throws the upper body, snaps out of the top, comes down, and then this inside section just walls up, closes out, and he jumps straight here. Rather than straightening off and letting that white water push you in a little bit so that you're out of the impact zone, the jet ski can get to you, you're on that jet ski quickly, and you're not wearing the waves on the head. And unfortunately there, broken board, lucky the caddy's right there, so I'm sure that'll be not a problem at all.
Yeah, Red Bull Jet Ski will take him back out. Let's hear from the last heat winner, Baron Mamiya. Looked like he was in control out at Sunset. He's with Laura.
Yes, guys. Well, Baron, how good did that feel to get back Kelly after that loss at Pipe?
Yeah, I definitely was thinking about this heat. Right when the heat draw came up, I was like, oh, I got to get him back. Like, not sure how many more heats I'm going to have with him, but, you know, that heat at Pipe, you know, I felt like I was really in form, and I felt like I could do really good in that event. And then he got me right at the end, so it kind of stung, but it kind of fired me up to, like, you know, when I got into this event, I was like, oh, sick. And then I had my first heat. I was like, okay, it's on.
Yeah, and you grew up across the road. How good does it feel to be here at your home break? You know, you've surfed your whole life, and then, yeah, back at Sunset.
Yeah, I mean, I'm stoked, you know. Like, I think the first time I ever did a really good in a big event was out here during the World Cup. I think it was in 2017. So, yeah, I'm super stoked to be here. The waves are pretty big, and it's going to get bigger. So, and the next couple of days look like it's going to be fun, so I'm super stoked.
Amazing. And talk about, you said that you got detonated a few times at the start of the heat. How do you strategize when you know that you're dodging these huge sets?
Yeah, for sure. You know, like right when the heat started, Kelly got a wave, and then me and Colin were just getting caught by like 10 footers, and I was just like, oh no. And he was looking at me like, we were like, oh, we're going to duck dive, and we just duck dove, and we were just getting so pounded all the way in. But, you know, luckily we got back out, and I got the next wave, and it was a good wave, so I was stoked.
Amazing. We'll go rest up, look after yourself, and we'll see you in round 3.
Conor Coffin up and riding, and the chatter out there evident on that long railed board, trying to keep smooth out there, BL, but you could tell there's a lot going on. There's a lot of lump, bump, and bounce.
Absolutely, and just makes it not look as, and I suppose to Barron's point, he looks like he was searing and smooth and controlled. You never saw his board bouncing around. It was settled underneath his feet. Connor's looking a little bit sort of uneasy out here today, where that board is bouncing around on the chop. That can be wave selection as much as it can be technique or equipment. So perhaps on a smoother face, things will be a little different. Paddling, ooh.
Scratch, and not able to get into that was Jadson Andre. Your traditional Sunset board, as we fly over here, a little bit of weight is actually your friend in a traditional Sunset board. Chances are that these guys are not riding really heavy boards, but your traditional sunset board, you know, an extra half a pound on it is actually good.
Absolutely. You know, weight, especially here in Hawaii in general, weight tends to be your friend. You know, absorbs the bounce and the bump and enables you to kind of handle whatever this wild open ocean throws at you.
Beautiful rainbow, and back to the situation at hand. With that paddle, Jadson Andre has dropped to second priority and handing it over to Jordan Lawler. Jordan Lawler on a new board after he snapped his board on his last wave. Lawler currently in second place, but not a lot of waves ridden so far in heat number 4 of this opening round.
Opening 10 minutes, 2 rides, a 3.27 coming through for Conor Coffin. So a couple of small rides there, the 5 for Jadson Andre. Not a lot of gap there to that 5. That was clearly the better wave of the heat. So both good signs for Jordan Lawler. 1 turn, a 3.57, and then Conor Coffin, you know, that 1 out of the lip and a bit of a bumpy ride for a 3.27. So you go, okay, if I can put 2 good turns together, I'm hitting 6s.
Strider, what do you got going on out there?
Well, it's kind of mayhem out here in the channel. We got that current pulling through, so it's making waves that wouldn't break in the middle of the channel break. We had that board swap out there for Lawler. He jumped onto a 6.7 after he broke his board, so he's back out there. No backup in the water now, so if he breaks that one, he's done and dusted unless Big Ben gets to the beach and gets back out here. Current sucking us straight out. I'm almost parallel with the peak already, and that was only about 20 seconds. So this current's just incredibly strong, but it is beautiful. We got rainbows, we got bombs coming throughout the back. I can't wait to see the rest of it, babe.
Thank you, Strider, and evident in that Camilan rip, that channel in between Camilan and Sunset proper, a deep channel, but also a raging river of current. And the bigger the surf gets, the more that rip that you see on the screen comes into play, and that rip will take you straight out to sea. Here we go. Lawler on the backup board. Carve off the top. Patient off the bottom, little caught on his heels there. Another bobble. Able to regain composure. And one more hook. A bit of safety surfing, but that is just an illustration of how difficult the water is right now, BL.
And at this point in time, you want to get that score in, don't you? You want to complete the ride, you want to take your time and get to the end in a controlled fashion and start to build the confidence that it takes to kind of go more aggressively at the waves. But if you just go out there blindly and aggressively and throw yourself at stuff, well, we know what happens there. It doesn't end up well. So some you know, composure shown on that one, which is going to build rhythm into the next rides that he has.
Certainly, it will get him out of that third place position. Here's another look at it.
Snaps out of the top. Fades back, a little wobble there, another little wobble there. There's so much water moving. That snap was clean, waiting for it, patient. Drifts the tail there, made that kind of look cuter than the section most probably allowed. So that was a pretty well surfed wave. Obviously, you know, stayed in control. You could call that style of surfing conservative, but not really. There's moments out here that call for that.
Playing the game, 4.33 comes in for Jordan Lawler, and that was a good number for him. Puts him in the lead. Here we go. Woo! Jadson Andre dropping in on the backhand. Big face in front of him. Nice hook for Jaddy Baby. Doubles up on the inside here. Nice pace again for the Brazilian Goofy Foot. And a more aggressive turn on the steep inside section. And the tempo continues through the length of this ride. 4 turns for Jadson Andre, and that's going to really help his cause.
That was beautifully surfed from start to finish, and I hope the judges appreciate how deep he took off and where he caught that wave from. He was way, way, way behind that white water. It took a while to get around it, but everything he did was authoritative. It was clean and really strong on the rail, so that's going to be a great score.
Here it is again.
So he waits his time, comes around the section from way deep. Just watch how clean the rail is here. Holds it through the drive of the turn. You can still see the bump and lump, but he's low and compressed and gets the opportunity to get a little more radical out of the lip there. Another nice driving snap. That was a really beautifully surfed wave, and if we saw a 4.33 for Jordan Lawler, well, you know, in my mind goes, is that twice as good? You know, are we heading towards an excellent score here for Jaddy? And you can see how deep he was, Kipes.
Yeah, and so to Jadson's benefit, it looks as if he has his Sunset Act dialed. And he's one of the Championship Tour surfers who's always surfed the qualifying series event here at Sunset Beach. And the homework looks like it's paying off for Jadson Andre. A lot of other CT surfers haven't surfed at Sunset as much because we haven't had a Championship Tour event here since 2003 for the men. So Jaddy's homework paying off, and I'm waiting for a big number.
Yeah, beautiful snaps, great control. And he's got that 5-point ride for the first one. This is obviously going to be the best wave of the heat so far. Great positioning for the takeoff. A 6.5 feels
low to me.
Low.
He'll take the 6.5. He is in the lead. So it's Jadson Andre in first. Jordan Lawler trailing him. Conor Coffin needs to come back with a 4.63. More coming your way here from the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido. The Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido. Stop number 2 on the Championship Tour as we buzz by to the middle of the Pacific, to the Hawaiian Islands. 8 major islands as we zoom in to the gathering place, Oahu. And on Oahu's northern tip, you will find Sunset Beach. Legendary beach and a legendary break created by a couple of rivers here and a lot of different peaks. The West Peak, the Inside Bowl, inside you have Val's Reef, the Point, and the backyards there. The Paumalu Stream as well as the Kaunala Stream on either side, open to all open ocean swells. It likes best the west and the northwest swells. And BL, you can see those 2 deep channels created by ancient rivers.
And barely any continental shelf, so those swells travel for thousands of miles and then hit the shallow reef and jack up and explode with all of their power. Obviously, if the bottom contour gets shallower early, then it steals power out of the energy. That does not happen here at Sunset Beach.
Yeah, lack of a continental shelf here in the Hawaiian Islands gives you this raw Hawaiian power, and here it is with Jordan Lawler. Stalls a bottom turn and is just going to have to survive a lot of white water and refraction and warble through this wave, battling with this wave. Nice hook on the inside. Again, really have to have a solid stance to complete a ride. And Lawler looking to better his low of a 3.57. We'll see what the number is.
We can see this rain squall coming through right now. It's the reason why there's that haziness on the screen.
Conor Coffin in third, currently needs a 4.63. Coffin being patient at the beginning with a couple of cutbacks. There's a big carve that we like to see from the Santa Barbarian. Back up in the lip again and gets bounced off, unfortunately for Coffin. So he's going to continue to search for that score.
Yeah, that's some time lost right there. Going to have to do the lap around. You see the jet skis coming into it. It's a lot easier, and wave selection's not as important as it used to be pre-jet skis. You can imagine a mistake with wave selection. It'll cost you 10 minutes back in the day. So it became really important that you selected the right waves. Today you can have a go, make a mistake, jump on the ski, be back out there pretty quickly.
I think we have an update. So with that, I'm going to throw it to Laura Enever.
Yes, guys, we have an update here. I'm down here with Jesse, who's going to give us some information about some upcoming heats in the round.
Yeah, so we're actually going to have a walkthrough in this round in Heat 6. Callahan is withdrawn from round 1 due to illness. Importantly, he hasn't entered the league's protocols. He's just feeling unwell. So the 2 other guys in his heat are going to go straight through to the next round.
And we are maybe going to see Kai in round 2. If not, who are we looking to put in round 2?
Yeah, he does have the option to surf in round 2. If not, we're going to have Jordy Smith replace him, and I'm sure he's going to be ready.
Awesome. All right, well, hopefully Kai gets better, but thank you, Jesse, for the update.
All right. Well, with that update, it is going to be Felipe Toledo and Joao Chianca with a free ticket to the round of 32 with that update. So, hey, take it when you can get it, BL.
Yeah, well, you know, illness has taken on a different perspective in these days. This morning I flashed on a Sunset World Cup. I surfed here where I wasn't well, and at the end I made the final. At the end of it, I got into my car and I was driving to Hurley to go to the doctors, and I just had to pull over to the side of the road and fell asleep for an hour because I was just so tapped, and then went down there and got diagnosed as having walking pneumonia at the time. But you know, it was one of those ones where you just had to push through that thing because the dream was on the line, you know. Yeah. So unfortunate for Kai, but hopefully he gets back for round 2 and we get to see him surf, because that was something I was really looking forward to seeing him, a surfer who's used to riding waves, you know, twice, you know, the size of what we're surfing here today on a consistent basis, and to see the high performance elements he could bring to today would have been great. So hopefully round 2.
Hey, BL, I think Strider has a question for you. You there, Strider?
I'm here, baby.
Yeah, bro.
We're paddling. You know, BL, I just wanted to touch on backhand surfing out at Sunset. Is that an advantage to the surfers or a disadvantage, or it just doesn't matter anymore? Because, you know, right now we're seeing Jadson and we've seen Lawler really attacking on the backhand.
Yeah, great question, and I think that it depends on the surfer and their technique. If we think about our mate, the great Tommy Carroll, think about Mark Occhilupo and those sort of short, stocky, compressed guys, they were amazing out here and really made it look like an advantage. So I think with experience, the right equipment, it definitely can be an advantage.
Interesting, as we look at the history of this event, the last goofy foot to win out here in Sunset was in 2008. That was CJ Hobgood.
Yeah.
And then when we look further back, we have to go all the way back to 1997 with Michael Romulzi taking out a win and here at Sunset. So it's possible, man. Maybe it's time for a goofy foot to take a title here.
And I think that whole backhand, forehand advantage, disadvantage has dissolved somewhat over the years, hasn't it? You look at Pipeline and backhand was looked at a disadvantage. It is now an advantage. The goofy footers, when they get to the point where they can ride backdoor on their backhand as well as the natural footers can, the backhand and backdoor will be an advantage. And so I believe that we're in a time where the advantage is really either way. It's more the talent of the individual.
And since I am on Team Goofy Foot, I'm going to shout out some more Goofy Foots. There's one out here. Barton Lynch, you're one of them. You're on the list. Tom Carroll, Derek Ho. So there's been some Goofy Foots that have done it out here. Jim Banks, way back in 1979. Here we are in modern time with Conor Coffin searching for a 4.63, swooping through the rain that has come down here in this heat. And we'll see if that was enough to get that number and bump Jordan Lawler out of that advancing second place.
Well, it was definitely his best ride here. Another wave.
Lawler. And you can see the ribbon of trail behind him, and a brutal hatchet to the head. Compliments of Sunset Beach.
Absolutely, and it's when you're under there, it's ripping your body apart, limb from limb, and it's not a fun place to spend time. A nice big set there coming through the lineup as well. Conor Coffin definitely getting his best ride of this heat so far.
Again, to update you, Conor Coffin needing that 4.63. Jordan Lawler is not going to improve upon his scoreline. So all eyes on the number that's going to drop for Coffin, and see if that changes the situation in this heat. We're at the 7-minute mark and counting down. Red Bull, Jet Ski, Hawaiian Water Patrol picking up Jordan Lawler yet again. Let's see if the board survived. He's already broken one board in this heat, and it looks like he has either broken another board or has broken a leash. So a lot of equipment failures for Jordan Lawler.
And I remember in the early days coming here and watching people paddle out on the backup board with 3 others dangling off leashes behind them and thinking, why are they taking out so many boards? That's exactly why. You could easily snap 3 boards in a heat here at Sunset Beach.
Strider, you got some info?
He looks okay. He's on the back of the skis coming out. He's we got Big Ben out here. He brought him out another board, so he's got a 6'10" under his feet now. He was on a 6'6", I believe, and now he's got a backup of a 6'4". Those are the only boards that he had down here at the beach. So Ben going to the beach, coming back out here, making sure that they could get some more equipment into the lineup. Like you said before, there is so much action out here right now. This channel is just hectic. There's jet skis flying around. There's caddies everywhere. There's surfers coming out into the lineup. This current is just intense, so we're going to keep paddling.
All right, yeah, get wide right now, Strider.
Big set coming, and Big Ben is Ben Wilkinson.
Yes.
The big wave rider from Narrabeen, lives here in Hurley, now lived here for years, and he's a charging rhino of a man. Great big wave surfer and a great guy for Jordy Lawler to have in his corner. The Narrabeen connection and some great experience.
With this on your screen, these are the sets that even can take the water caddies out, because this one's going to stretch across the channel. So there's times where no one's safe out here.
And I suppose the more north the swell gets, the messier it gets. The more west it is, the more direct the west is, the bigger it can handle and stay controlled and organised, although you do have the current pulling back through the break, which is terrifying.
So the more westerly angle that we're seeing right here has been keeping us contestable, even as we're expecting the waves to increase even further throughout the day.
Absolutely. If this was had more north in it, it'd be breaking down to the inside and sectioning across the inside section. 5.83 for Conor Coffin.
Conor Coffin got the number he needed. He's in second place, and a casualty for Jordan Lawler now as a souvenir on the beach.
Very, very cool to get one of those souvenirs.
So 4 minutes and 25 seconds, and Jordan Lawler is in the hot seat. He needs a 4.78 to advance out of this heat and avoid this afternoon's elimination round. Conor Coffin got his job done, BL. That 5.83 is a valuable number for the surfer from Santa Barbara.
Absolutely. Very good score. Well surfed. Looked the most comfortable that he's looked on any of the rides that he had prior. Can't help but reflect on the 5.83 to the 6.5 and sort of go back to that fact that that 6.5 could have maybe had some more in it for Jadson Andre. Here we go. Ooh.
Coffin. And we will see.
Was he stopping Jordan Lawler from catching that one there in the yellow? So
yeah, we're going to have to wait for the decision from our priority judge, because it looked like a paddle, but
it looked every day like a paddle.
We'll
Critical moment to give that priority up, though, wouldn't it? If it was.
Yeah, 100%. And they're looking in to the judges' tower to see if that priority box flips. Both of the surfers with eyes to the beach, awaiting a call from the priority judge on that last bit of positioning.
And if Jordan Lawler was a more experienced competitor, you think he'd be sitting on his board splashing right now?
So replay, did that show intent, and did that keep Jordan Lawler from trying to catch that wave? That's what the judges have to decide right now.
And perhaps Jordan Lawler could have pushed the point a little bit further and made him, you know, he kind of floated off to the side there and gave a little opportunity where that the judges could leave it with Conor Coffin, and they've done that.
They have done that.
He's now in priority. So, you know, perhaps a few little mistakes here from Jordan Lawler from an experience point of view. And he could have forced that point, made Conor paddle more obviously, switched that priority over and opened the door for himself with 2 minutes and 23 on the clock. So a few little, you know, things that he could definitely improve on, and given experience, you'd understand how to play the game perhaps a little differently.
Yeah, you would have seen some of our other more veteran championship tour surfers actually maybe make a little bit more of a fuss out in the water as well, calling out.
Don't you think? Yeah, after the fact, like, yeah, what? Where's the decision? Little splash, arms in the air. We would have seen that for sure. He's showing it now. He can't believe it, actually.
Subtly, he's doing it at the moment.
But you know, it's an interesting game, isn't it? And where the pressures come to bear and how you can manage your situation.
There's the blocks, the priority blocks that the surfers are looking at, and Conor Coffin, with that #1 priority, can play a bit of defense in this last minute 35 against Jordan Lawler.
Yeah, an interesting situation and very close. It was a tough decision, obviously. And when you're in the position of Jordan Lawler, you know, obviously you could look at it and just blame the judges, or you can go, what did I do that didn't make that decision go my way, and use it as a learning opportunity. He's a young man with a big future in front of him, and that's how you've got to treat these situations, rather than, you know, consider that they made the mistake. Perhaps somewhere in there you made some kind of mistake that contributed to the outcome, and you need to learn those lessons.
I love when you put the coach's hat on, VL, because that's exactly, you know, you're not going to win every heat, but there's definitely a lesson to be learned in every single heat. And Jordan Lawler, you know, he's a warrior. He took a beating out there, broke a leash, broke a board, put himself right in the game. Unfortunately, this is going to be a difficult final 45 seconds. Here we go. It's decision time for Conor Coffin, and Lawler unable to scratch into that one.
And Conor Coffin was on the side there too, kind of chancing that there was an opportunity and making sure he was there to block. With 30 seconds to go, he will not allow Jordan Lawler to get another chance. And it was a tough heat, wasn't it?
It was
tight heat.
Tough heat, tight numbers, and a lot of action going down. Impressive. Jadson Andre just riding 2 waves in this half-hour heat, but those 2 waves are enough for Jadson to advance into the round of 32, as well as Conor Coffin. There's the numbers for you. We're going to be back from the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido. Heat number 5 will be in the water.
Back in 2018, a Hawaiian named Ezekiel Lau stood on top of the world at Sunset Beach, taking out a prestigious title at one of the most challenging waves in the world. But boy, did he look pretty. Huge turns. His flow was spot on this finals day. Made no mistakes. He's a multiple-time Sunset champ for a good reason. That Hawaiian power makes so much sense on this wave. Remember that chair at the beach still flexing? Joe Turpel with local boy, big wave champ, and sunset champ Mckillifrey Rothman. Those moments when the local goes all the way on a final like that are ones that you never forget. One of his favorite days of his career.
Well, it was one of the favorite days of his career. It was one of the favorite days of my career as well. And, you know, Ezekiel Lau, like you said, that Hawaiian power. He's got the Hawaiian punch. If there's a Hawaiian punch, it'll be Zeke. And this heat right here, he's up against another, you know, really strong Hawaiian right now, Billy Kemper. And what can you say? What can't be said about Italo Ferreira? I think this is the highest scoring heat of the morning.
What a clash. I mean, focusing on Zeke real quick, Makua, what is it about Zeke's approach that makes him so dominant at Sunset Beach?
His control, his board control, his rail control.
and putting the power to use when it needs to be put to use. A lot of guys oversurf. Too much power off the bottom, too much power through the middle of the turn. Zeke sets his rail. The bottom turn, I can't stress that enough. The bottom turn is so important out here. He's got that on lock.
So what a heat we have on hand. Billy Kemper, the wild card, won the Sunset 1000 in the previous year. Last year's Sunset event's canceled. He's had a long time to think about this opportunity. Then Zeke Lau back full time against the top 34. Italo Ferreira kind of suffered an early loss for his standards at Pipeline, going down to Miguel Pupo with an equal 9th, where you think about his 2 seasons previous, you know, starting with a 3rd last year and also starting the year before with a big win when the contest started at Deba that year. That was that close final over Kalohe. So last couple seasons, he's had a 3rd and a 1st to kick things off. And now he'll have just a little bit of work to do. Nothing to say about his surfing. It still looks switched on and better than ever. So here's a big opportunity for Italo.
Yeah, Joe, I really think that it benefits him, makes him more hungry, more ready, that fire. I mean, he's one of the most dangerous surfers on planet Earth. Right now, he's going to show that. And the thing I like about what I seen with Italo this morning, he was riding a little bit longer board, which is not too stereotypical for him. He likes the shorter boards. But out here, he knows there's a lot of bump to negotiate. And you're going to see Italo put on some performances.
On a day like today, McCool, when we know the forecast is supposed to be building throughout the day, as it has been this morning, how can you anticipate which board to ride with this rising swell?
Sunset, you always want the bigger board. If you have a choice between 2 boards, take the bigger board. You know, like I said, the bump, the current. As you can see, our competitors on screen getting caught inside right there. First thing, with only a 0.3 on the board, I mean, this is not what you would think going into this heat, what would be happening, but it is Sunset. It is a big rising swell. It's going to be exciting. The surfers are ready to go.
So exciting heat on paper. We've had some big decisions more recently. Jadson Andre got a big win, the goofy footer from Brazil. Conor Coffin survived that one as well, which is great to see. Jadson Andre at the moment with Laura Enever.
Yes, guys, down here with a very happy Jadson. A win in that heat. You said that you got washed in and then had to get the jet ski back out. It was a hard heat, but you got there in the end.
Yeah, I mean, today every single heat is really difficult heat, really hard one. So I was like, I know it's kind of cliche, but all you need to do is go out the back and try to put yourself in the right waves. And I think I only caught 2 waves, and that's all you need. And yeah, happy. I feel confident with the Tokoro's board. I've been riding this board since, I don't know, maybe 4 years. Same one, and finally, I mean, just happy to be able to show what I'm able to do, what I'm able to do out there.
You had some amazing results here, a couple of semi-finals in the past QSs. So you obviously click with Sunset. How important is that to feel that connection?
Yeah, I mean, it's all about to be connected, you know, like just breathe and be in the moment. I know, as I said, it's kind of cliche, but that's true. But that's really hard to be present, to be at the moment. And I've been working a lot with that, with my brother Ace. He's been helping me so much, trying to put myself where I need to be. And yeah, man, I mean, finally surf a really good heat, a smart heat, did what I had to do. And let's see what's going to happen.
Amazing. Well, we can't wait to watch you into round 3. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Laura.
And we're going to do one in now.
One of Jadson's best friends in motion now, Italo Ferreira, the former world champ, shuts down a big end section with a lot of energy, and he's feeling it. This guy is always so fired up. You lose track of how many Red Bulls he takes in before he goes to surf, but he likes that energy. You know, before that he was drinking coffee. He just wants to feel his veins just pulsing. He's not a guy that wants to take a nap throughout the day. He just wants to surf until he can't move anymore. And that's what makes him so entertaining to watch, Makua.
Oh yeah, Joe, I mean, right here up and riding, Zeke Lau, live action.
Zeke Lau frames that frontside wrap. You can tell that style miles away.
Yeah, I mean, I think these waves right here, Joe, are really repositioning waves. Our surfers were in the lineup getting caught inside. These are smaller waves, going through the motions, putting something on the board, and I think really getting themselves out of where they were. Everybody looking for a ski to get back out there. When I seen Billy take off on that first one, I already knew that was a repositioning wave. They didn't like where they were in the lineup. Fortunately for Italo, I think he got the best of that exchange.
So that's a good take, Makua, just repositioning at times to take a wave, to save your energy too, and you're paddling against the current. Back to action with Italo's start.
I mean, you can see a lot of froth on this wave. Nice swooping turn up into the lip. Being patient here, not skipping out. You see a lot of guys really pushing it too hard, coming off the bottom, straight up into the lip, fins free. I mean, look at him. What else can you say about that wave? Zeke Lau, wrapped back into the power section of the wave. You know, really just going through the motions. And like I said, these surfers are so keen on being in the right position to get the right waves. Those waves were really repositioning waves.
So you can see Zeke just going through the motions, all just about getting in the place he wants to perform in. Just a 0.3 and a 0.93 on the board, waiting for last is Zeke and opener of Italo. Let's get some more insight on that current that these guys are dealing with Strider Wazalewski. Waz, how is it really affecting him right now?
Well, I mean, the current is so strong that these guys are actually having to whip around and turn back the other way, just like, say, at Hurley Eva. So right now, the water, so much water is getting forced into this channel. It's got to go somewhere. It's going straight out through the lineup. So these guys are actually having to readjust constantly. Good call on Makua right there, is talking about repositioning waves, because Italo was so far up the point, he had to just get a wave to get out of there. And that last team, we saw Jadson Audrey take about 6 waves on the head and get annihilated into boneyards. Abe Lerner on the Red Bull ski in there to pick him up and get him back over here. But he was winded, he was thrashed. There was a reason why he only got 2 waves, because he spent half the heat underwater over there. So there's a lot going on out here in this channel, and a lot of current and a lot of lump. But these guys are professionals out here. They know exactly where to be, especially those 2 surfers out here from Hawaii, Zeke and Billy.
So true. Yes, Strider, thank you so much for the breakdown. Interesting, Makua, when you think about all these venues, the world just saw Pipeline, and obviously how many people were so thrilled to see it, as good as it gets, big bombing lefts and the whole story there. But let's focus on the athleticism compared to Pipe, compared to Sunset. Well, what kind of form, fitness do you have to be in to survive a day like today at Sunset Beach?
I mean, these are the fittest athletes on planet Earth. I mean, you know, surfing is something, you got to go underwater. You got to hold your breath. You got to paddle. You got to reposition yourself. Your mind's thinking. You're burning oxygen all the time. To be in the top physical condition is key, especially somewhere like Sunset where you're getting caught inside. You have to do the repositioning move. You have to get back. It's not the easiest thing to do, to sit there when a 10-foot wave is coming right at you, knowing you're going to get cleaned up to the beach, getting yourself back out there and being in shape enough to know in your mind you can get out there and perform at your highest levels on your next wave.
19:40 on the clock, scores in for Italo, a 6.0. Zeke Lau on that reposition wave was able to still earn a 3.5. Billy just stretched one out and basically kicked out, got a 0.93, sitting with priority with 19:25 on the clock, as we see rolling in a world champ, Italo Ferreira.
Yeah, Joe, he's, you know, caught that wave under priority. He's, oh my gosh, look at that snap.
Big section there for him to try to belt off the top, and he goes down. The option there when that lip's coming down, Makua, always try to get there early. What's the secret to success on a section like that?
Well, you want to land early, or you want to land just before the lip out into the flats if you can. There's a little part where the wave does break and the white water starts to bounce back up. If you can get timing and you get your timing down enough to really get that bounce back up before it gets too big, you can kind of have like a little Tempur-Pedic landing. Most times out here, you're going to hit the dirt, you're going to hit it hard, and Sunset's not nice at all when it comes to landing on those maneuvers.
Well, here we go with a roll in potentially. It's a lot of white water and still trying to get a piece of this open face. Zeke Lau, big win in Portugal in the Challenger Series, got himself back in the CT jersey full time. And just with a lot of speed off the bottom, he will just run out of room off the top. Incomplete turn for Lau.
Yeah, this is real, this is unconventional for these surfers. I don't see them out the back catching the wave from the start, which has been really surprising to me throughout the day as I watch the heats, Joe. Everybody's catching the belly ride or this, like, you know, end section. I haven't seen anybody paddle out the back and actually try and take a wave from the peak yet out at Sunset.
Interesting topic as we go back to this one for Italo. Setup turn, what happened here?
I think he just got stuck. You see that big rib in the wave right there? It really slowed him down and kind of stuck him as he came down at the same time with that lip. That's really dangerous. You know, just setting it up here. As I said, this is really, you know, it's kind of odd to me to see these surfers surfing so far inside. Nonetheless, really attacking the lip, going vertical, going for all the glory, and trying to big points on the board.
Crazy how many times Italo is willing to throw himself into the flats. I mean, we see that in performance waves where he doesn't mind a very hard landing. He is really addicted to his training because his body feels like a superhero at the moment, but he's able to somehow survive injury-free. On some things I watch where I'm going, how is he walking away from that? And he's back on his board, paddling back out, learning to train, knowing to let go of a hard impact landing. Italo's really figured out the perfection of that.
Yeah, well, there's a little difference when he lands in the flats on one of those big airs, and he lands in the flats here, and then you got a huge wall of water landing on your shoulders to push you right through that board. So they really got to be careful of how they land and where they land here. I mean, you see how big the waves are. It's big and bumpy. It's wild. It's anybody's game out there. And right now with the 3 surfers that we have in the water, Joe, I'm expecting one of these 3 guys to put an excellent score on the board.
Oh, it's just that only time will tell. These guys have had so many excellent scores in their career. Here goes Italo with a chip in. Now fading to set up more of a wall. Nice patience from Ferreira, looking to better a 1.67. Remember, already has a 6.0. Here's the windup. Italo, clean backside hammer. And he's going to flow out the back. So getting the completion there, that lead will improve slightly as we approach the halfway mark.
I think he's just surfing, having fun, really trying to ride waves and not get stuck in that bad position to get caught inside. Sunset's very tricky. It's like one of those things that can lure you in really easily, thinking, oh yeah, come over here, it's nice and beautiful, and then whack, it'll smack you upside the head. So Italo's really playing a smart game and keeping that rotation, keeping that flow. Sooner or later, he's going to find himself on an excellent wave.
Talking about riding Sunset Beach and obviously living here your whole life, Bukoa, what is it about the place that just gets you fired up to get the wave of your life? What does that day look like for you? What kind of swell size? What's that perfect day at Sunset?
I mean, a northwest swell, you know, where the inside bowl is working as well. You got some big west peaks out the back. I mean, Sunset, once upon a time, was the pipeline. You know, there's a reason the Duke Kahanamoku was out here. There's a reason the Eddie Aikawa started out here. Sunset was the place where you made your name in professional surfing once upon a time. And now we're back here on this platform watching that. Even in ancient times, this was like the Olympic stadium for surfing. Battles were fought out here in the ocean as an alternative to war. Royal lineages, matchmaking was done through surfing. So Sunset has such a special place in the hearts of everybody, in the culture of surfing. This is your place, Joe.
So special. Looking back in history, first cover of Surfer Magazine as well. Jose Angel, big West Peak bomb. Will always be that first cover shot. Exciting times with more heats to follow. Heat 7 will feature a rookie with a very familiar last name, Sammy Pupo, exploding at the season opener at Pipeline. And now tied with Luca Messinas early in the Rookie of the Year race. He's got Imai Kalani DeVault from Maui and Morgan Siblick, who finished 5th in the world last season, coming up next.
Yeah, I really think that event at Pipeline really did a lot. It did wonders for Sammy Pupo's confidence, because going into that event, he wasn't confident. He thought that'd be his worst event on tour. It ended up being a very good result for him, and here we go with the champ, Italo, up and riding, Joe.
Italo from Bahia Formosa, getting a nice clean backhand carve. Setting it up hard off the bottom, drills it. Now setting up the lip again, nice flow over the top of that section, smaller open face, but able to get multiple maneuvers done. 3.17 was his last scoring ride that improved on his lead. I'll see if he'll get a step up there.
So any young kids out there watching this event, when you hear the term building your house, Italo is showing you exactly what those coaches mean when they say build your house. He's not letting off the gas. He's staying busy. He's trying to improve upon his scores and not just sit there and get stuck. A lot of times you can sit there and really do yourself in mentally. What are they doing? But here we go, Billy Kemper.
Kemper still looking for a first maneuver in this matchup. There's that classic wrap that he throws down at Sunset Beach. Big punctuation under the lip. Timed it well to get out of that lip line early. And he's got his best score coming through on the board. 12:40 to go. Zeke Lau's turn. Lau now patient off the bottom and setting up that big wrap. Nice bowl on the open face now. Jams it under the lip line again. Lau flowing and attacking That final turn, hanging on by his tiptoes. He'll be incomplete on the finish.
Oh man, I think that would have been the biggest score of the heat right there had he finished that move, Joe. Nonetheless, all the boys getting on the board, everybody putting up scores. I think those are keeper scores. Here we go at Zeke on the replay. Really patient off the bottom. I love that about Zeke. Really places his turns correctly up in the lip. Big hack right there on the top. And right here, just kind of getting a little too over his front foot. You know, not the legs were extended and not so bent right there. But, you know, what would you see on this replay, Joe?
I just loved his patience to start. I love that just standing tall, showing that he's waiting for Sunset to tell him where he's going to go next. This turn was money. It's reliable for Zeke. And like you said, the end section got a little messy, but he'll still use that as a keeper, comparing that to Billy's wave.
Yeah, Billy right here. Nice wrap back into the power section. Billy's second turn right here. Nice turn, a little bit hung up in the lip. I think, like you said, Sunset really dictates where you're going to go on the wave. You're not telling Sunset where to go. And right there, Billy had a beautiful turn in the lip, but got a little caught up at the top of that wave there.
There's that wrap to set it up. And we'll see another angle, Mako, of what happened on the lip line.
Right there as he gets up there, you see how it kind of like hiccups right there. He doesn't get that full motion through the turn. So nonetheless, beautiful wave. It's going to be a nice score, and everybody's going to be chasing this guy right now, Italo Ferreira.
Again, Italo Ferreira setting up a big backhand section. Quick redirect off the top. Ferreira getting a little bounced off the bottom turn, but recovers well to a nice backhand snap. And there's that classic pin drop to try to punch through the surface to avoid that turbulence and getting dragged in. Ferreira looking to better a 3-1-7. Two scores to come in quickly with 10:30 to go.
Yeah, I mean, you see how patient he was and how beautiful that looked. Even with all that chop and bounce, he wasn't all over the place, arms flailing everywhere. He was really poised, connected to his board, patient.
And that's paying off so far for Italo, who's trying to get back in the driver's seat, chasing down that yellow jersey. Back for more in this matchup with 10 minutes to go right after this. The Hurley Pro Sunset Beach presented by Shiseido is brought to you by Hurley, the official apparel partner of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach presented by Shiseido. By Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League. By Hydro Flask, every adventure starts with two simple words. Let's go. By Havaianas, official partner of the World Surf League. And by Expedia, official travel booking partner of the World Surf League. What a great day for pro surfing. Look at all the people coming down to the community, a lot of people visiting the Hawaiian Islands and seeing that the world's best are competing at one of the most classic venues of all time. The championship tour back to Sunset, it's been since '03 since it's been for world title points, but we've always had some incredible showcases of events from even a QS 1000 level all the way up to the Challenger Series. Going from 2015, there's been about 15 big events here at Sunset. Billy Kemper's been in 14 of those, including that win that he had at the beginning of a season before, where he also got a perfect 10 to get a spot into this event. 7:50 on the clock. Strider, how you doing out there?
We're good. We got some bombs coming throughout the back right now. Sunset Beach. Wanted to touch on the point that Makua made. The fact that Sunset Beach is one of those waves, to make it look right, to make it feel good, you got to wait for it. It's like having that golf swing, pulling it all the way back and letting it set for a second. It's exactly what you do here at Sunset. You wait for it and then you attack. So a beautiful point right there out here at Sunset. Let's see what happens with this set.
Timed patience with aggression and showcasing power surfing at its finest. Power surfers made a name for themselves for decades on decades. Barry Kanaipuni, one of the most powerful surfers in the world. Sunset was his playground. You go back to the early stages of the championship tour events, and Jeff Hackman made a name for himself. And this is what you love about Sunset. It has that grassroots feel. You've got the Red Bull Athlete Zone if you want it, but this is probably what feels comfy to John, hanging with Brandon and Ross Williams in the back of the truck. Back to action with Italo as he has the redirect in the pocket on a pretty big section. He's trying to outrun that lip line. He successfully gets out in front to step off. And Makua, his lead has grown a bit. His previous wave, 5.67. Back with his 6.0. Zeke won the exchange with Kemper, 5.7 to 5.53. Very close, though, 6:30 to go.
Well, they're very similar waves, Joe. They had one opening wrap back into the power section, one powerful hack up in the lip. I mean, if those scores were further apart, I'd be wondering what was going on. The judges from Pipeline to Sunset, spot on. That being said, I really think Italo Ferreira needs a bigger score, because with these two guys, Billy Kemper and Ezekiel out the back, they can put 8s up in two maneuvers as well.
Oh, it's so crazy how you look at what scores here at Sunset. So much power. We've seen single maneuvers get excellent calls from the judges. If it's just done with authority and the critical part of the wave, that's what makes Sunset so fun to watch. That fearless approach to attack a mountain of water. And it's not for an everyday surfer. They're learning the ropes out here and dealing with getting caught inside. As we check out the deep stats powered by Hydro Flask, Italo Ferreira, 7 CT wins as we get back into Billy Kemper, trying to better a 0.93 here. He's already done that. Second turn, he's aggressively running down the line looking for more. Wrapping cutback once again for the Big Wave World Champ, attacking that section one more time. Billy, we know that he is just into his fitness and preparing. Wife Tahiti liking that one and really celebrating a fun ride at Sunset.
Yeah, I mean, that'll get him out of third place, I would say. You know, bettering that 0.93. Getting him up to the lead, I'm not sure that wave had the actual maneuvers on it to a nonetheless beautiful opening turn on this wave, Billy. I mean, I've surfed this wave out here with this kid, I don't know how many times. Once upon a time, we'd go around the world, and there's not too many places I'd go without Billy. And he knows this place as well as anybody, and it just shows right there in that wave, Joe, really picking a wave that gave him a lot of opportunity to do maneuvers.
Which is actually a really cool story. You know, everyone I think knows Billy's from Maui, but he actually moved to the Sunset community about, what, 8 years old? Is that when you guys started hanging out?
Yeah, well, his brother was with us a long time, Eric Diaz, and, you know, Eric unfortunately passed, and, you know, Billy came, and, you know, Eric was always so fond of his little brother, and he'd always like to go back to Maui, and I always thought he was going for other things, but he would always go back because he wanted to see Billy. And, you know, Billy really embodies that go-get-'em spirit that Eric had, and, you know, Eric was always one of my best friends, so it was only natural that I helped take care of his brother, and, you know, I made a promise that I'd always take care of him and take him and give him every opportunity that I had. I gave to Billy as well. And, you know, I mean, now he stands on his own and he's his own man. World champion, great father and husband, great role model for the children. Billy Kemper, you know, he's got it going on.
Oh, probably bringing up so many great memories. Also, remember that poster of Pipeline of Eric Diaz on the red board? There's a fin out. It was on my wall when I was a kid. It was one of the raddest shots I've ever seen. And you can tell Billy's all heart, surfing for much more than himself. With all that he's been through in his life, he gives everything 100%, whether it's his workouts, his performances in the water. You guys, I don't know if you guys all saw that docu-series called Billy on worldsurfleague.com. He brought you in behind the scenes with such a severe injury, a very scary moment of his life. You can still find it on worldsurfleague.com and watch all the episodes. With now 2:50 on the clock, Makua, we've got Zeke dropping to third. Last of Billy Kemper, enough to move to second. So 4.33 puts the four-time Jaws champ in a good position.
Yeah, Joe, believe it or not, that red board was my board.
Was it really?
And Eric took it without asking, and I was so pissed because he broke it in 3 pieces right there.
I never knew that part of the story. That was your board.
That was my 7.6 Jeff Johnson that he took from my house. I mean, I wasn't going to use it that day. He knew that, and Eric was always kind of that guy where if I wasn't going to use something and he knew that I have it, it was his too. So that was my big brother, you know, and
no
we had a
way.
lot of fun times together, and I thought you liked that story. But with 2 minutes left in this heat, Billy Kemper gets himself into second and advancing place. Ezekiel Lau needs a 4.16. What do you think, Joe, with 2 minutes to go?
It's crazy to look at the situation now with so much, you know, with Billy and Zeke and what they've accomplished at Sunset. They're still chasing Italo, and that just defines a world champion. Italo Ferreira, you'd look at Sunset Experience, he'd be the underdog with these two local boys in the water. But for him, being a world champ, understanding how to perform at a high level, he's still in the driver's seat with 1:30 to go.
At pretty much any other venue in the world, I would have, you know, Italo as my favorite. But out here at Sunset Beach, Ezekiel Lau and Billy Kemper, I mean, you can't put two more powerful surfers up against him that would like to take him out at any time. And here we go at Ezekiel Lau. Looks like he's going to take off on this wave right here, Joe.
So getting the roll in with priority. Important timing for Zeke. Needs a 4.16 to avoid the elimination round. Nice patience for Zeke. Now waiting for something to work with. He's got to dig in. There's that front side hook. Lau off the bottom, jams it. Total control for the two-turn combination. Is Billy Kemper in trouble with 50 seconds to go?
Looks like that wave is going to get a 4. I mean, here's Billy Kemper, but smart. Caught that wave under priority. Just going for it right here. Unfortunately, it closes out, but Ezekiel Lau, the patience that this kid has, this man has, excuse me, with 30 seconds left in the heat, to catch that wave, be patient enough to get 2 unbelievable maneuvers under his belt. You know, the judges have their work cut out for them right now.
Lau has just improved on so many levels, mentally, physically, understanding the competitive nature of the game and always picking yourself up after you have a tough loss. He's redefined his whole career in the last season. Let's check out this effort to try to save himself from the elimination round.
I mean, just super patient to manage these bumps right here off the bottom. You see that right there? Get up into the lip, nice turn. It's reminiscent of his first wave, his first high score. I'm gonna go on the limb and say that was enough to get him up into second place.
I like that.
We're waiting to see, I think, with the judges, what they think, because we are not judges.
Waiting for Zeke Lau with him on the beach. Signing up with Tokoro's full time this season on tour. Score is in 6.73. All the way to first place to take the win. From third to first, Italo drops to second, and Billy Kemper will be dealing with the elimination round potentially later on today. We'll take a quick break, but the action continues here in the opening round. Heat 7 is coming up next. Get the perfect gift for the surfer in your life. Go to WSLStore.com to get your official 2022 Championship Tour merchandise.
We got new rookies. That means we got new jerseys, or you can get yourself a Lau number 86 at WSLStore.com. Ezekiel Lau, victorious in the opening round here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido. I'm Kaipo Groh, joined by former big wave world champ, as well as a title holder here at Sunset, Makua Kai Rothman. And look at our heat in the water, Makua.
Yeah, we got a bunch of rookies right here. I was talking to young Morgan Siblick just in the athlete zone earlier, and he was trying to pick my brain about some lineups and some things to do, and I just told him, just make sure you come off the bottom strong and smooth to set up your top turn.
Good advice from a past champion. As we catch up with a replay, this is Imai Kalani DeVault.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't get to see the beginning of this wave. Beautiful finishing turn, but you know, coming in with a 4.83 on his first wave, he must have done something spectacular off the bat.
Well, early lead to the surfer from Maui, one of our exciting rookie class in this heat. We have two of the rookies, Sammy Pupo as well as Imai Kalani DeVault. Morgan Siblick just on his second season on the championship tour. Makua, this is a very young heat in the water.
Yeah, this is a lot of experience building right here at Sunset Beach, Kaipo. A lot of these guys don't surf Sunset. Up and riding, we do have Morgan Siblick.
Flying from up above, Siblick streaking down the line. And the long bottom turn, like you told him, a nice carve off the top for Siblick, and he just ejects there. Right behind him, Sammy Pupo. Double pump bottom turn. Up to a carve off the top, catches a rail, and that was unfortunate for the Brazilian surfer.
You know, it's a perfect example, Kaipo, to show right there how a good bottom turn will set you up with a lot of speed and power off the top, and what double pump bottom turn will actually get you, you know, a little tricked in your own mind, thinking you have the power and speed to come out of the turn when you really don't, because you haven't set up the turn correctly off the bottom.
Yeah, that's right. I know that was a pet peeve of a surfing scholar and former championship tour surfer as well as shaper, Dave Parmenter. He hated those double pump bottom turns over here at Sunset. But let's go back to Siblick on his opening ride.
Just setting it up right here, kind of getting stuck up in the lip. But right here, look at this. Strong, loaded, coming up and just absolutely ripping the top off of that wave. That's what you want to do. You want to get low, you want to get compressed. So when you do get to that lip, you can unleash a big top turn.
Well, let's get to an interview with the winningest surfer at Sunset so far in the draw, and he was a winner again. Let's hear from Ezekiel Lau.
Yes, guys, Zeke Lau, an amazing bunch of results here at Sunset. But talk about that buzzer beater then. A minute 30 to go, and you pull it together. Talk us through it.
Yeah, you know, actually with about 5 minutes left, Billy gave up priority. And then I had priority and a smaller one came. I knew he only needed a 3, but it was a little too early to pull the trigger, so I had to let him go and just hope the wave came at the end. And it did, so I was super stoked. A little nerve-wracking on the end section. It was so bumpy, I just had to make sure I finished it.
Well, that was one of the longest waves I've ever seen ridden at Sunset. You rode it to the sand. Talk us about your preparation coming up here. You're staying up here on the North Shore now, and how good's that been?
Yeah, after Pipe, I actually moved into the Quicksilver House, and I just wanted to stay up here for that week and just surf all day, every day, and that's what I did, and I think it's paying off. I just feel just a lot more comfortable on my boards, and you know, I think I figured out a lot, so yeah, I'm stoked to just keep going.
And looking at this week's forecast, how excited does it make you?
Yeah, I'm super stoked. I knew today was going to be the hardest day. It was just like the incoming swell, and it's going to get really big this afternoon, and then the rest of the week just looks dreamy. So it's just survive these early rounds, and hopefully you're here on finals day and it's firing.
Amazing. Go rest up, Zeke. Amazing work. Back to you guys.
A well-composed Ezekiel Lau with an extensive track record here at Sunset Beach. He's won the World Cup 2013 as well as 2018, and 2 regional QS wins here, 2011 and 2017. So 4 titles. And you know what? You can actually throw a 5th one on there, Makua, because he's also on a Pro Junior out here.
Yeah, this man, Ezekiel Lau, he embodies everything it means to be a winning surfer out here at Sunset. He's got the smooth, he's got the fancy, he's got the power, you name it, Ezekiel Lau has it.
Let's take a look back at Imai Kalani and his 4.83. Let's catch this from the beginning.
Catching a little roll in right here. Nice, smooth, oh, a little jerky on that turn, but coming off the bottom. Beautiful swoop right there. I think that was a lot of the points were in that turn right there, Kaipo. Coming around this section, finishing it off with a beautiful turn. And yeah, that was a completion. So there, most of the points came from that second turn on that wave.
Sami Pupo has got some ground to make up with right now. Just has a fractional number in his score line. A sleepy start for the Brazilian, who had a brilliant start at Championship Tour #1, but he's going to want to maintain that composure and that momentum here at Sunset Beach. Getting going at the end of this ride, has to hang on for the finish and does so. So score that for Sami Pupo.
Yeah, Sami Pupo definitely was starting off with a sleepy takeoff, like you said, Kaipo, really turning on the jets towards the end of that wave and really finishing that wave nicely.
Really well done to hold composure and attention throughout that entire wave. Unlike Pipeline, Sunset's more of a top-to-bottom dance rather than just one big explosive wave. So well danced, let's say, for Sami Pupo.
Yeah, definitely, especially with the start like that to finish strong. Sunset's a wave you really want to finish strong because a lot of your points can come with one big maneuver, and that maneuver can come at the end of the wave as well.
So we are awaiting that number and flying over Sunset, and just a lot of duck dives, even with the jet ski assists.
Kaipo, I got a question for you.
Sure.
Where does Sunset fit, and where did Sunset fit at your prime surfing days? How much time did you spend out here, and how much did you like surfing Sunset?
Well, first of all, I'll tell you, I'll be honest. I get scared out here, but because it can be a scary wave, but it was a wave that you had to perform on if you wanted to progress anywhere. The Pro Class Trials would be held out here. You had to get, as a local surfer, you had to get through that Pro Class Trials if you wanted to get into the Triple Crown. So it really was a proving ground, and you couldn't hide. You can't hide from Sunset. You want to be a pro surfer, you had to do it out here.
That is a perfect analogy, Kaipo. Sunset is the wave that broke you into that next level, into the next realm, if you want to say, of a professional surfing career. It was made out here at Sunset, and it just goes to show how hard it is. The winningest surfer on planet Earth, Kelly Slater, has still not won an event at Sunset Beach. Sunset just has that about that. You really have to put your time in out here and take your time to get those big scores.
It is a challenge, and it is actually, I'm complimenting and I'm heralding the fact that it's back on the Championship Tour, because this is all the road to the Rip Curl WSL Finals, and I like the fact of all the venues that you have. You have to be a very well-versed surfer, and every single stop has its own challenge, its own personality, and it's great to see Sunset back on the schedule.
I really like that, Kaipo. I mean, the WSL did a great job with the schedule this year. I mean, you got contrasting Sunset points. You got the Margaret River big open ocean point break. You got the Pipeline and the G-Land and the Portugals and the, you know, Tahiti and everything in between. You got Brazil in there, and it's just going to be such an amazing and exciting year for all the surfers.
Yeah, you're really going to have to be truly the best in the world to get to that final 5 at the end of the year. Number in for Sami Pupo, a 5.83, and that served the young rookie Brazilian well. He's on top of the pack right now, Makua.
Yeah, he's like I said, he definitely turned that wave from a sleepy wave into a nice score. And what we were talking about earlier, Kaipo, getting into that final 5, one of these days I want to see that final 5 end at Pipeline.
It could happen. 19 minutes on the countdown here. Pupo out in the lead. Imai Kalani Deval holding on to a valuable 4.83. Morgan Siblick opened up with a 4-point ride, and he's in 3rd place. A lot of scrappiness happening in this young heat. Oldest of all of these surfers, Imai Kalani Deval at 24 years old. Morgan Siblick and Sami Pupo, both just 21-year-old. This is really, these guys have probably another decade competing, maybe more, if they follow the example set by Kelly Slater.
I mean, there's only going to be one Kelly Slater, but I'll tell you what, Kaipo, the experience these young surfers are getting out here with a World Championship Tour event at Sunset, it doesn't happen all the time. Like you said, the last time was 2003. It's been a long time since the Championship Tour has come to Sunset Beach. I think the Championship Tour is here to stay.
Some of your favorite Sunset surfers, Makua?
Kealoha Ka'io, I would have to start
oh.
off with from, you know, the original days, the first progressive bottom turns, high performance surfing when those boards barely move. Michael Ho,
yeah,
for sure. CJ Hopgood, believe it or not, he was always one of my favorite backsiders out here. Barton Lynch, Johnny Boy Gomes, Sonny Garcia, who can not have Sonny,
Right.
one of their top surfers out here at Sunset. Kaipo Hakias, there's too many to mention, but you know, right now, I think my favorite surfer out at Sunset would have to be Ezekiel Lau.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I really like the fact that you brought up the history and Kealoha Ka'io. And because there are a lot of Hawaiian surfers that didn't make maybe marquee names to the surf media at the time. And it's really important for us to acknowledge some of our Hawaiian surfers because they broke the ground here. Here's another Hawaiian surfer, Imai Kalani DeVault. Imai, again, patient at the beginning, waiting for this wave to stand up on the inside. It does so. Nice swooping bottom turn to swooping top turn. Again, matching pace of this wave. Has to cut a little bit short on that turn and not going to find any more open face. Wave number 3 for Imai.
Yeah, Kaipo, that wave could go into his top 2. I mean, it's going to go into his top 2. It'll beat a 0.2, but it could actually go as his leading wave in this heat.
I like the patience that Imai showed on that wave, and you can see the broad playing field here in Makua. That is Sunset Beach.
Oh yeah, you know, once upon a time there used to be a man called Peter Cole who sat out there with no leash, and he was in his well into his 70s, I gotta say, maybe 80s, out there on waves this size, no leash, such a great waterman, and another standout here at Sunset Beach, Kaipo.
True, and rest in peace to Peter Cole, and condolences to all of the Cole family. John Florence coming up next, and that's going to be a heater. He's going to be out in the water with Ethan Ewing and Owen Wright. So, John, we know he's got a pipe act, but you know what? He's sneaky good at Sunset as well.
And I bet you that board's no bigger than 6'3", 6'4". I mean, even 6'2", maybe. John is a freak of nature. Whatever he puts his mind to, whatever he puts his feet on in the water, he is going to absolutely rip that board. And what a treat to see him coming up in the next heat.
Yeah, that's going to be a great challenge. Thank you all for joining us opening day here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido. Stop number 2 of the championship tour. And right away, we got this event going. Here we go, a replay, another look at Imai Kalani DeVault.
Yeah, these waves, Kaipo, really just starting off as average looking waves, but really being patient here and showing poise and you know, waiting for it right here. Nice, beautiful turn off the top. Had he had a little bit earlier entry into that last turn, that would have been an excellent score. Nonetheless, beautiful wave for Imai Kalani DeVault, and beautiful style and patience as well on that wave.
Well, still waiting for that score, and as we wait for that score, we see another big set coming through here, and the swell on the increase is evident here at Paumalu, Sunset Beach.
Oh yes, and going back to that favorite surfers, Kaipo, there was the momentum generation, then there was another generation kind of like it. And there was the Kikoa Bacalsos, the Joel Centeio, the Freddie Patachi out here at Sunset that would just go nuts and drive people crazy out here because they surf so well.
It's true, and they came through as a group of youngsters with something to prove, and they sure did. Here we go. Morgan Siblick fades off of that bottom turn, hooks off top, gets caught up in the lip, and unfortunate error for Siblick.
Yeah, a little bit too much on the front foot up there in that section of the wave, getting hung up. But nonetheless, this young Morgan Siblick is definitely, putting it on the line, going for it, getting up there in the critical part of the wave and trying to complete those excellent scores.
Score came in for Imai, a 5.83. Imai Kalani DeVault up in the lead. Sammy Pupo in second place with a 5.83, needs a backup score. Last score for Morgan Siblick, just a 1.33. 13 minutes, 35 seconds, counting down on the clock.
You know what I see out here, Kaipo, today as well? I mean, I don't know if I should give this away or what, but the thruster fins on people's boards are looking a lot smoother and more in control than the quad. Dealing with that bump, the quad has a tendency to drift once it starts to get shaky or there's some air under the fins on the bumps.
the good old-fashioned anchor back fin.
Yeah.
Holds you down,
Right.
puts you in a more controlled position to pivot off the bottom, off of that fin, to get more vertical, get more critical, and really hold your turns without sliding. Sunset's a wave for power turns. It's hard to do a power turn on a bumpy, frothy wave with a quad because it slides so much and it cavitates. I really think you're going to see a lot more people who are riding quads go back to the thruster for this event.
Really good insight, Makua. We're going to continue on here with more of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. So we're going to take a quick walk out, but we'll be right back. Looking back to 2001 at Sunset Beach, Miles Padaka from the Hawaii Island. They call him Big Isle Miles, and he made a name for himself out here, Makua.
Oh my God, how did I forget about Miles Padaka? Talk about smooth, calm, and collected. I mean, this guy made it look beautiful to surf Sunset Beach, and he did it well during this event, Kaipo.
Sure did, made a big name for himself. Relatively unknown when he entered this competition and came out with a big W.
Oh yeah, I mean, look at that. That says everything. For a Hawaiian surfer to win on Hawaiian soil, doesn't get better than that.
As we fly by live action and caught up in the whitewater, looks like that was a flash of Sammy Pupo.
Yeah, looks like a up and down maybe ride for Sammy Pupo there, Kaipo.
Here it is.
Up on an inside little frothier wave, really getting that board up there in the lip. I mean, that was one beautiful turn. That will definitely be replacing his 0.9 and getting him closer to what he needs to get into the lead.
There you go on the paddle back out, waiting for his score. Sammy Pupo currently in second place, 10 minutes counting down in this matchup. The opening round, heat number 7, top 2 move into the round of 32. Third place we'll see this afternoon in the dreaded elimination round, and Morgan Siblick is up and riding. Nice looking wave. Just scooting down the line, looking to place a turn, making up a lot of yardage, and there he finally unleashes a top carve. Coming around again in the corner, banks it off the top, and a little bit of just washing machine skips him off of his board right at the end of the floor.
Well, waiting for Sammy Pupo's wave, you know, that wave could have got him back into the advancing position. But, you know, Sunset's a real tricky wave. You know, he read that wave well. He did what he had to do to get to the end and put in a few turns. He put in the work at the end of the wave, and we'll see how the judges reward him for that.
So an important exchange between Sammy Pupo and Morgan Siblick. Numbers still not available to set the situation at the 9-minute mark. We'll take another look at Morgan Siblick.
He's just, you know, really being patient here, waiting for the wave to set up. Unfortunately, we call this a runner, an inside runner. And these waves have a little bit more speed to them. Being patient, getting a nice, beautiful top turn there, Kaipo. One more to finish that wave off. And yeah, right here, really getting low again on that bottom turn, setting him up for a beautiful top turn right there. Fins free and all.
Yeah, Sunset, an important wave in Morgan Siblick's career. It was really his performance here at the end of the year in 2019 where he made the quarters that allowed him to advance into the championship tour. Here's Sammy Pupo with that big dynamic turn, Makua.
Yeah, that was a beautiful swooping turn. He was rewarded with a 3.17, and there you go. Morgan Siblick got a 3.23 on that wave. Now he needs a 5.01 to get into advancing place over Sammy Pupo.
The situation is set, so Siblick still trailing, still looking for a score, down to 8 minutes. Priority and the lead with the young man from the Valley Isle, Imai Kalani Deval. He really has a lot of heat control at this moment because he's got 2 good wave scores, or keepers in context of today. Attention now to Sami Pupo, having to carve around the boil there and just cut back City in the beginning of this wave. Wants a wall at the end. Gets up in the lip, times that incorrectly and goes down.
Yeah, he got caught looking a little bit too much. That wave kind of threw him off that sleepy cutback section. And unfortunately, he couldn't place the board in the right position and ended up not completing that ride.
Is that the case, Makua? Is just your pace out here and your decision making when you're surfing Sunset?
Well, you got to really be patient. You can't rush anything at Sunset. You know, getting up to the lip too early, you'll probably get stuck in the lip. Getting to the lip too late, you're going over the falls like that. So sunsets are really, you know, it's very important here, as we see on screen, Sami Pupo looking for the lip, the timing. Had his board been more up in the lip, but right here, see how it's a little bit under the lip? Had he been more on top of the lip, it would have been a big free fall drop into the flats. But I mean, you got to do what you got to do in the moment to get the big score.
Red Bull jet ski taxiing back out to the channel.
You can see that wave and that swell coming on top of each other, that double up wave that was coming in. The swell's still not all the way filled in yet. You can see how there's 2 waves back to back on top of each other. That means the swell is still filling in. You can see it right there on your screen, the 2 waves that are very close to each other. That means we got more swell on the way, Kaipo.
Is that 2 different directions of swell that you see in the water right now, or just a new swell and an old swell?
I just think it's the swell catching up to itself. You know, it kind of came in one wave and then there's another push behind it, especially with the tide going down. I mean, look at that rip in the channel right there. It really seems like the tide's going down, the waves are coming in, it's creating current, it's creating a lot of bump on the face of the wave and creating a lot of confusion for the surfers out there to navigate all those bumps.
As far as swell direction, what's your favorite swell direction for Sunset?
I wouldn't say this one right now, but definitely a more northerly west direction. So more north-northwest with the inside bowl, because you get that big peak out the back, and then you get that beautiful inside section, big barrel, big turns. I mean, when it's super west, it doesn't really have, as you'll see on screen, some of the older footage that you're seeing, those barrels people are getting, those are more on the inside bowl. That has a more northerly direction to it. So right now we have a more pure west swell, and that's why you're not seeing the inside bowl fire as much, and that's why you're seeing more mushier waves in the beginning, and then they stand up when they hit the reef on the inside.
Great perspective and insight from former champ out here, Makua Kai Rothman. We're down to 5 minutes on the clock, and the Hawaiian surfer on the lead. Sami Pupo has been staying scrappy throughout this heat. He's hanging on to 2nd place for the moment, but up above him, priority-wise, is Morgan Siblick, and Morgan just needing a 5.01. So plenty of time for Morgan Siblick, the young Australian, to make a charge, and here he goes on cue. Siblick under the lip takeoff, bounces through that cutback. Some troubled water ahead of him. This wave looks like it's going to taper and split. He's going to stick with it, and you can see this wave, he's really going to have to grind for something, and it just dissipated straight into the channel.
He's got to get himself back out the back and get better wave selection in that. I mean, you need a wave to advance. You're not going to get the score on a wave that doesn't have the potential for the score. So wave selection, especially today, with the way the waves are, how bumpy they are, you want to choose a wave that might be the 2nd wave that's a little cleaner. Like here we go. Let's see how Sami Pupo's wave shapes up.
Sami, long bottom turn, quick snap off the top. Pacing his wave here as this wave again hitting the deep channel and again dissipating. So evident that you were talking about, Makua, with that westerly direction and the waves coming straight in.
Yeah, you really got to pick your waves. To get an excellent score today, I really think, I haven't seen it yet. I mean, I'm not out there competing, so I mean, I can talk as much as I want from this booth. But if it was up to me, I'd really try and get out there in the beginning of the heat and try and get one of those waves from the outside, because if you can get one big turn on the outside peak of this wave, you're going into the 8-point range. Say you finish that wave off, those are excellent scores. Knowing that everybody else is taking off about halfway out and rolling in.
All right, 3 minutes, and take a look at all of the merchandise available here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido. Beautiful artwork on all of the merchandise, as well as athlete jerseys available on site.
Yeah, I mean, it's so cool to have those jerseys. I seen kids going to school this morning. The contest was on. I seen a few kids riding their bikes to school with their jerseys on, Kaipo.
And beautiful artwork by Nick Kucharge on this year's poster, framing, as well as merch. Well, down to 2 minutes, 25 seconds, and Morgan Siblick in a desperate situation. Started on fire last year, already has a 33rd. As a result at Pipe, you get one throwaway in these first 5 events before we do a cut. He's already got his throwaway. He doesn't want another one. He doesn't need to be in this elimination round. That's going to be danger for the young Australian, and he's going to have to find a way out of it right now. He's got 2 minutes to do so, Makua.
Yeah, one too many 33rds is not good, Kaipo. And starting off the year like that, you better get on your horse and you better get down to business and do what needs to be done to get yourself out of that non-advancing position and get yourself on track to make that mid-year cut.
Now he can pat himself, just to clarify everything. He's going to, if he's in 3rd in this heat, he will go to the elimination round, but he'll have another opportunity in that elimination round. Top 2 going to move into the round of 32, but nobody wants to be in that elimination round. You know, you want to be in the top 2 in this opening round and just skip that all together straight into the round of 32.
Yeah, I mean, to move on and skip a round, Kaipo, it's a huge morale booster. It's a huge boost in your confidence. You're not worrying about going home early. You have that extra rest. You don't have to surf another heat out here. Sunset is so taxing.
Yeah.
We're talking about fitness earlier, and you can see it's like a river out there right now. You're back and forth surfing. Here we go. Looks like Sammy Pupo or Morgan Siblick turning to paddle for this one.
Important wave, and we'll see if... No, that's not going to do anything right there. Siblick did not use his priority over Sammy Pupo. Sammy Pupo probably trying to sell him on that wave. Down to just 45 seconds. Imai Kalani Devault, the heat leader's going to utilize his first priority, and here we go. Nice bottom turn. Beautiful carve off the top, straight down to the bottom. Again, long arcing bottom turn. Another hacking turn off the top for Imai. Really in rhythm on this wave. Find this inside pocket section to the lip glide and puts it down.
I'm going to say that's the highest scoring ride of the day so far, Kaipo. 2 huge turns, big finishing turn. We got Morgan Siblick out the back, looking to get into the advancing position. Nice swoop off the top. Nice big bottom turn, straight back into it. Trying to tuck it to that barrel, and looks like this wave is going to run off on him on the end, Kaipo.
5.01 is the number that he needs. What do you think, Makua?
Ooh, if you're going to compare it to that Imai Kalani wave just now, he's going to have his work cut out for him. I mean, he's still going, Kaipo. He's into the Val's Reef section. If he doesn't get the score, it's not going to be for lack of effort. Young Morgan Siblick put it on the line right there, did what he needed to do, and now it's up to the judges. But right here, Kipes, I mean, so smooth, just laying into that turn. Imai Kalani Devault, I mean, it doesn't get more nice than that, you know. Right here with this finishing move as well. Little tail tap, one more of those little knick-knack paddywhacks we talk about, and give that dog his bone, baby. Let's go.
Okay, here's the effort by Siblick that really juiced everything out of this wave, searching for that 5.01, Makua.
Yeah, nice turn off the top there. You know, I'm just going to go out on a limb and say that's not a 5.01, especially with that second turn under the lip without too much arc or drive. You know, I think Morgan Siblick is going to get himself ready to surf against Slater today in that elimination round.
Still waiting for the scores from our judges. Siblick making his way into the beach. No indication as of yet. And this is when it gets tense.
Yeah, that ride in, that paddle in, you're waiting for those scores to come through, Kaipo. You know all too well that it's an unusual feeling to have to be in that position.
We're going to give you at home one more look at this. Was this a 5.01 that Morgan Siblick needed?
Had he gotten right straight up into that lip and really blasted his fins out the back and really put it on the line, I think for sure playing it safe, tucking under that lip, Kaipo. I mean, there you have it.
Comes in short, a 4.43. Siblick will go to the elimination round. Meanwhile, Imai Kalani-Devault finished with a bang, an 8.93 on his final wave, and he's going to build momentum into the round of 32. More action from the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido, on the way. Looking back at the opener at Pipeline, John Florence in classic pipe conditions was in an incredible heat out there and doing John things, but it was a challenge by the young rookie that came up, and he challenged a champ at pipe right here, João Chianca. Fireworks from the young Brazilian. Again, battling through pipe barrels in classic conditions, a classic matchup, big numbers getting put down with John Florence and João Chianca. And right to live action here with John Florence carving off the top at Sunset Beach. Another beautiful rail carve for the two-time world champ. Goes for a big finish, gets gobbled up by Sunset. Right behind him, the smooth Ethan Ewing. Nice rail work by the Australian, and gets caught up. So an error to begin for Ethan Ewing. Kuiper Girl along with Rosie Hodge on the call here. This is heat number 8 of the opening round of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido. Owen Wright, the lone goofy foot in this heat, smacking off the top. Composed bottom turn. Another backhand hook for Wright. And just keeps the board on rail to carve through a finish turn as he kicks out into the channel.
Yeah, Kappa, arguably one of the best heats on paper. Looking at all three of these humans, just big in stature. John up and riding again in the barrel.
John in the barrel is able to punch his way out of there, and unfortunately not able to combo up a turn, but the mastery in difficult Sunset to find in and out of a barrel, that was impressive, Rosie.
So impressive, and that was just back-to-back rides for John. Just so great to see him lay that groundwork of the rail that we've so used to. But like you said, finding the barrel, you can tell that he taps into a different energy out here at Sunset.
Strider, you saw it from the water.
Sick, just to watch his nimbleness, like the way he just molds himself to the wave. It's impressive. You know, we haven't seen many barrels out here today, but I've seen a couple, you know, behind the surfers. John just letting the wave.
Okay, we'll get back to Strider as he gets back above water, but we're getting the water angle here from John Florence with that well-executed, tricky, technical barrel ride. We're going to see where the judges go with that score, Rosie.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, Capo, earlier this morning, Strider alluding to that there are barrels out the back today at Sunset. So, he you know, John identifying that factor, starting out with that barrel ride, doesn't get to lay the rail the way that he wanted to here. You can tell that rib through the face just kind of threw him off a little bit. He was trying to claw his way back onto his board.
So waiting for a few scores, 2 wave scores for John Florence and a single wave score for Owen Wright. Let's hear from the last heat winner, Imai Kalani Deval.
Yes, guys, down here with Imai, highest scoring wave of the day on that last wave. That must have felt amazing.
Yeah, it felt really good to just open up on a clean face. I was getting a lot of waves that were, it's kind of filtering through right now, and it's pretty tricky, like a lot of wash throughs and it's hard to pick the ones that are really like walling up. But as soon as that wave was coming in, I could see like the wall to it, and I was like, oh, this is the wave I've been waiting for.
Well, a lot of the surfers have been coming in today and just saying that it is very hard out there with that west swell, a lot of water moving. You came in and said you're pretty buggered yourself. Tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, I just, all the way on the outside with priority 2 different times, let myself get sucked too deep and inside, and I just got caught by those wash through sets 2 different times. So like probably 10 minutes of that heat, I was just paddling, duck diving. But that's part of Sunset, you know, you expect that. And also the jet ski assist is like awesome because that saved a lot of energy for me, not at least paddling back out from my waves. So
amazing. And a 33rd at pipe, skipping that elimination round, how good does that feel?
Yeah, first CT heat win feels really good. Definitely didn't want to be back in that round again. Wasn't the opener I wanted for the year, obviously, especially as a rookie here in Hawaii, but I just had to put that one behind me and look forward to this event. I know I can do well here. So.
Well, we look forward to seeing you. Amazing job. Thank you. Back to you guys.
Sounds like Imai is really about his wits right now and what he needs to do and focusing on this event after, you know, that throwaway finish that he had to start the year.
Well, thinking about the mid-year cut, coming in as a rookie, already starting with the 33rd, there's no room for error right now, Carps.
So good one for Imai. Let's update you on the heat. Opening ride for John Florence, a 6.83. Owen Wright opened up with a 4.67. We're still waiting for one more score for John Florence. That was for that barrel ride. Unable to do that turn after the barrel ride, but we're still waiting for that number to update you with the situation. And the difficulty that we heard about the lineup and how challenging it is out here to duck dive and not get caught inside, or what you do when you do get caught inside, illustrated right here.
Yeah, these surfers just getting pushed through it. There's just so much water running at the moment. I think John might use this. He might get the double up bonus section here, Carps.
John. Aggressive turn on the inside, hammers the lip. And that, you saw him loading up for it, and that was just incredible. That was I think that's going to be a good number based off solely the aggression that he showed in that turn.
The fun thing about John is just watching him make hard things look so easy. The way that his board is knifing through the chop like a hot knife through butter just shows like full control in that commitment, and just his weight distribution on his board. There's no caught rails. I mean, it's so beautiful to watch him just because he's knitting these waves together so well. Let's have a look. He looks for this kind of double up rebate. This is where you hit that double up section. The wave really starts to kind of smooth out the open face, and he just jams it up in that section. So finding that critical section and hammering it home.
Again, we can study this in slow motion.
And look at that board, Cups. I mean, it's a short board under his feet, but you can tell there's a lot of foam distributed in that short length.
Incredible. He had his feet just way above his head, just snapping into that wave. We'll wait for that score. As we're waiting for that score, let's get some details on what John's riding. Strider.
Well, everybody out here kind of riding 6'6", 6'10", kind of in that zone. John out there on a 6'2". That thing looks like butter, just a hot knife through the butter. I mean, are you kidding me? I love watching John. Thinking about it, the waves are giant out here, but where they're taking off on the waves, they're having to take off kind of on that foam. And you can get away with riding a little board, just kind of bouncing around on the foam, jump up. Once you're to their feet, toe surfers ride tiny boards. So you can really kind of theorize this as a great game plan. Just get out there, just get up to your feet, and then you're golden.
Thank you, Strider. As we got the previous wave score, that barrel for John Florence, A 6-point ride, still waiting for the number for that big giant turn that he threw down, Rosie.
It's an interesting score, Carper, for that barrel being rewarded with the 6.0. Obviously, the judges really saying like, hey, if you identify that little nugget that has that gem section to it, you're going to be rewarded. I mean, he didn't get to set the rail on that maneuver that he went for afterwards. So we're going to see those points start to rally up when you combo it up.
20 minutes on the countdown, and still waiting for the number for John Florence to see if it changes his situation. He's currently in the lead ahead of Owen Wright and Ethan Ewing. A 5.33 drops for that hammer of a turn. And sometimes, you know, some things just make you say,
You think it should have been more?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
But that's my interpretation, and we'll see how the scale goes throughout the rest of the day. John, nonetheless, out in the lead.
It does pose an interesting question, though, because if you're getting a 5.33 for a single maneuver, you combo up 2 moves out here at Sunset, and you're looking into the excellent range. And we have seen that this morning. I mean, Jordy Smith in the first heat of the day, Kanoa Igarashi. So, yeah, there's opportunity for 2 big moves to pay off big time.
Owen scratching into this one. And a little warble off the bottom, catches back up to it with a nice carve off the top. Owen Wright again, negotiating the ribs. Big aggressive snap, and like you said, Rosie, there's 2 big turns, and we'll see what the number comes through for Owen Wright with those 2 big turns. Right behind him, John Florence fading a bottom turn, hooking a top turn, looking for more open face, and he's not going to find it.
Yeah, that was an interesting back and forth, just looking at the different faces of the waves there. I mean, Owen had a lot of, you know, bump to contend with, being the first wave of the set, where John kind of gets that silky entry into that doubler. I'm very keen to see that score of Owen Wright, though, too. It's refreshing to see someone on their backhand attack that lip line.
Yeah, and being able to handle the bounce and the warble so well, Owen Wright. Ethan Ewing with first priority and being very patient out here at Sunset Beach. But, you know, we talked about it before. I'm going to keep on talking about it, is that I really feel that this place is a time bandit when you talk in the context of a half-hour heat. Sunset steals time off the clock for you. Here's Owen Wright. Another look at it, Rosie.
Yeah, he tries to grab that rail just to steady himself, hits a bobble, but, you know, he did so well to kind of regather himself at the top of that wave, stays low and compact. He's such a tall guy. It's easy to get thrown off kilter when you're hitting those bumps.
The raging Sunset Beach, and still waiting for that score, and really evident in the picture. You can see a ton of current running through the lineup with this swell that is forecasted to continue to build throughout the day.
And back to your point about Sunset really just stealing time away from you. Ima, that last heat, he spent about 10 minutes getting rearranged by a set. So, you know, you have to have your wits about you. I think fitness comes into play so big here. And looking at our screen, honestly, it doesn't do it justice of just how hard it is. You got that river rapid running out the channel there. There's so much water moving. It's a building swell. It's definitely not fun out there.
Yeah, and it's surprising, but you know, as a note to progression, but it is surprising that surfers are riding 6.2s, 6.4s, or just even 6.6s out here at Sunset today. You know, when your traditional Sunset board could be a 7.4 right now, and you would be just fine.
Yeah, thinking about my quiver when I competed here back in 2009, 2010, I had everything from a 6.4 up to a 7.2, 7.4. That was kind of the gamut of boards you'd bring, penny, rounded pins. Yeah, it's fun to see that evolution, though.
Would this be a 7.4 day for you?
Oh, 100%. I'd probably be making phone calls looking for like a 7.8.
Yeah, so very, very impressive. But the tale of Ethan Ewing and kind of maybe getting lost out at sea. Half of the heat has gone by, and Ewing just with a 1.93. Last score for Owen Wright, a 5.17. So he did get a good score in the context of what we've seen in the scoring range today. He remains in a strong second place, and you know, playing the game here. if you're in first or second, it really doesn't matter that much. You just don't want to be in third in this heat.
Yeah, when the music stops and you're in that third place chair, knowing the swell's picking up and knowing that elimination round is on the table, yeah, you got to have your wits about you for that ladder round, perhaps today. And interesting, I mean, Ethan Ewing, he's been here since before Christmas, spending time on the islands, getting to know these waves.
Well, here he goes. And this is going to be important for him. He gets the little roll in here. It's a whitewater face, long bottom turn. Beautiful cutback. I love the style that exudes off of Ethan Ewing. Another beautiful rail carve right back into the whitewater. Hangs on through the conversion of that whitewater to show the judges a completion. So now Ethan Ewing's taking a look, and he's going to get a decent number for that performance.
If you look at Ethan on these waves in comparison to John Owen, it seems like he's got a touch more speed, a touch more drive maybe, which is super fun to watch. You see him kind of coming. Here he's got a bit more length in his board. He's not on like the 6'2" short board. He's definitely gone to that step-up model. But he does just have such a beautiful style. He looks like he's in such control here. He really has to ride out of this one and make sure the judges see that he's completed that maneuver.
Great point, Rosie. As we take a look at this replay, I like the look of the longer board and the performance of the longer rail line.
Longer rail line on that bottom turn. That is just such an essential component out here at Sunset, is that bottom turn. Unfortunately for Ethan, this wave kind of got a bit burgery, Cops. It didn't have that stand-up section for him to really attack.
And a lot of effort putting in on the end there, because that is some turbulent water that he'd had to negotiate to show the completion. We'll find out the score for Ethan Ewing when we return to action here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido. We'll be right back. Back here and looking at some stats for the two-time world champ, John Florence, 8 CT wins. And remember, he's won this event back in 2011. He's out in the water right now, and he has the lead. John Florence, so good, they named him twice. Kaipo Girl, along with Rosie Hodge, on the call here.
Yeah, Cops. So fun to see a healthy John, right? Like back in competition. He's obviously gone through the knee injury stuff, rehabbing, as fit as we've ever seen him. The test was pipeline the other day, you'd have to say, and just watching him at Sunset, this is going to be fun.
Yeah, and for John coming off a quarterfinal finish of 5th at Pipe, I think a lot of surfers would actually be encouraged by that.
Yeah.
And happy about that result.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the case with John as we dig into some of the deep stats. Yeah. Powered by Hydro Flask. Career heat wins. Look at 222. He wants to make it 223 right now.
And just, I mean, the consistency, that's 65.49% of the time that he wins. It's just a mega consistent from John. Yeah, I agree with you. Not content with the 5th place finish at Pipe.
Well, he has a 6.83 and a 6-point ride to put him in the lead over Owen Wright and Ethan Ewing. When we went to commercial, we were waiting for the score for Ethan Ewing. Score has dropped, a 5.13. Ewing now needing a 4.72 to overtake Owen Wright and avoid the elimination round. 10 minutes 55 on the clock, and the thunder at Sunset continues. John, roll in. Buck and Bronco here. Ooh. And it gets a hold of him. Owen wants it. not able to get it either. So that wave, it was just an unruly bucking Bronco because it got through 2 surfers and nobody getting on the back.
Not just 2 surfers, 2 of the world's best surfers. So, you know what, that wave just ending up being a closeout. So maybe a blessing in disguise that both of those guys didn't get a run on that one.
It just goes to show you, though, you talk about, you know, on the camera that you're seeing on your screen, and you look at sunset, but it's actually a little bit of an illusion because it's actually bigger than what you're seeing on your screen out in the water right now. And that was an illustration.
Yeah, it's a total different ball game out there. I think for us watching our screens, sitting back, armchair quarterbacks over here, that was just an illustration of that last wave, getting through 2 of the world's best surfers. It's so hard out there. Sunset has more power in its pinky finger than like your average local break.
And the duck dives are absolutely brutal when you see those mountains of white water and there's nowhere to go.
Yeah, it's tricky. The lineup today is going to be so hard.
Channel and that Cammie's Rip, you can see it's flowing like a river right now, Rosie.
I know we haven't actually seen too much carnage on the inside here at Sunset Beach. The paddle out with both of your surfboards sometimes in tow. It's really sketchy, that shore break section. Just paddling out to get in line for your heat is treacherous.
It's a river. It's anything but a lazy river. I want to hear about it from Strider Wazalewski. What's going on?
Well, we're just wild out here. It's like riding a Bronco. This channel it just tried to close out just now, and you know what? The buoys are noting that it's just going to get bigger all day. So we haven't even seen the peak of the swell yet. We just saw a mass. Oh, here we go. We've seen a big one come through just now, and then you know, everybody having a duck dive out the back. I think John may be having a favor there with a shorter board, being able to duck dive that board underneath. We saw him in the pool doing his little wiggle under the water, so maybe that's in his favor right now because it is massive out here. I wish we could actually bring you out here. Well, we just did with me, but you just got to be understanding of how much water is moving out here. It just look like city blocks going by. It's amazing, and these guys just having to wait underneath in that position to try to wait for a wave to actually catch one, and then cat and mouse to get into the bowl and then try to get back out away from them. It's fun to watch.
Strider, how much paddling are the caddies having to do right now to stay in a channel?
It's a non-stop, you know, working off the Super Bowl exercise right now. These guys are paddling directly to the beach, and it is not stopping. It's pretty fun to watch, and the banter in there is amazing because, you know, you got Shane Dorian, you got Ross Williams, you got, I mean, everybody from this incredible community that we have out here, and they're having a blast in the channel talking about it and working it off. And you know what, the community though, the channel and the caddies having a big job today, you know, giving scores, because when you're out on the peak, hard to hear your scores, and giving them insight on what to do and where to be, because from inside here you got a great view of the playing field, so you can see everything perfectly.
Wow, yes, Strider. We got a shot right now of the caddies in constant paddle in the channel just to stay in position. Tommy Witt's out there, and it looks like Noah Cohen and Ross Williams, Shane Dorian, Kikoa Bacalso also.
Kikoa, I feel like, has been out there all day.
Kikoa Bacalso, the shirtless caddy, is the super caddy often here at Sunset Beach. And you know what? They're important. And you know what else is important for Sunset Beach? The right equipment. And for more on that, I'm going to throw it to Laura Enever.
Well, it is. We know that equipment is everything, especially here at Sunset. I'm down here with Jake Marshall for the Hurley board breakdown. Jake, tell us a bit about what you're riding.
So I'm going to be riding a 6.7 out there. It's a Sharp Eye 77 model, shaped just specifically for Sunset, so it's got a little bit different bottom than my typical 77 on a shortboard. But yeah, it's pretty it's really good. I like this one a lot. I've only ridden it a couple times because I got on it and I just knew it was a good one, so I kind of just been saving it for the event, and I'm stoked it's big out there, so I'm able to ride a decent sized board.
Amazing. Well, you hear it, guys. Magic board. So you've been putting this one on ice. How many other boards do you have as a backup?
So I got 2 backups down here. I've got another 6.7 just like this one, and then I've got a 6.6. So they're all pretty much the same model, same board. I like to keep it really similar, like with what I'm riding. Just if I switch boards or if I break one, I can just get on my other board and it feels really similar. So But yeah, they're all pretty new, like all made from this year. So I think Marcio, he's kind of tweaked his boards a bit throughout the years I've been riding for him, and this year's batch all feels like probably the best he's made for me. So I'm really excited to have a CT and be able to ride these boards out there.
Amazing. Well, we look forward to seeing Jake Marshall on Heat 11. We'll let you go get ready. Enjoy. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, so
Back
a
to you
word
guys.
from Jake Marshall and some insight on the equipment, that Sharp Eye surfboard. Jake's going to be coming up in heat number 11 of this round against Miguel Pupo and Jack Robinson. So that's one to stick around for. I predict that's going to be a very entertaining heat, as well as this swell continue to grow, Rosie.
Yeah, all these heats have been so fun to watch.
Ethan Ewing out on the water with first priority, 5 minutes remaining and needing a 4.72. So he's the man in the hot seat, Ro.
Yeah, he is. But the positive thing is that priority next to his name. And let's see how you can utilize that. But it looks like there's a lot of space between these surfers in the lineup.
John Florence, heat leader off the bottom. Carves off the top, way back, fading that carve, and maybe a little too far. He's just going to get that one big turn out of that wave.
Oh, I love it. I love that he just puts that emphasis, everything into that one turn. He's not eyes down the line thinking about the next maneuver. It really is just full rail commitment to that one move. Here we go, drops in, clean face, bowling up at him. And this is such a wonderful feeling as a surfer, just relying on that rail and just letting that speed and that flow just carry you through. And John does it so well. I think a lot of surfers kind of look at this rail game of John's and try and imitate what he's doing on the wave.
Love the water angle. And now we're going to break it down in slow motion.
Yeah, you see that drop in, Cops. He really bides his time on the bottom, touches that hand to the face so he can get super low, just digs in pretty much half of his board almost right there. It's pretty cool.
Takes a lip on the shoulder, 2 solid stands, 6-point ride, so remains in the same exact mathematical situation. He's got 2 6s in his scoreline and a 6.83. Out in the lead, 3.5 minutes remaining. The story really is with Ethan Ewing. First priority needs a 4.72. And there is Ewing on your screen.
I just want to see more surfing from Ethan, right? Like you see these little glimpses in heats and you're just like, if he could just dig up and find that opportunity, he's just so fun to watch. I'd love to see him just get a wave and we get to see that beautiful style.
Yeah, a study in, mechanics and body positioning is Ethan Ewing, as he's got that really Andy Iron-esque type of style where he has those composure through his turns, and aesthetically his surfing is so pleasing to watch. So I agree with you. I want to see more of Ethan Ewing. He's playing the patient and he's playing the game right now, but the clock, like we talked about, the time bandit out here at Sunset Beach down to 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
Yeah, that's so tricky. I'm pretty sure at this moment that heart's kind of drumming in his ears as that time is just draining for Ethan.
And really a feast or famine type of swell at the moment, where it's either 10 wash through sets or now a lully period.
Yeah, definitely. As the ocean just kind of takes that breather, like Strider says, it kind of closed out the channel and now it's almost backed off completely. So, you think about John and how he got started quickly and he just kept the momentum flowing, and look, watch as he changes his position. Yeah, breaks away from the pack of people and looks like he might even find another wave.
Surfer's position from up above, you can see John paddling furthest up the point on the other 2 surfers. Ethan Ewing is content to stay right on his lineup, and a watchful eye by Owen Wright over Ethan Ewing, as Owen is currently in second and advancing position.
I wouldn't be surprised if John doesn't find a stretched out wall and finds another barrel in that position that he's kind of going to right now.
Thanks to everyone watching locally on the Surf Channel, Spectrum Surf at Channel 20 and 1020 in high def. Thanks to Greg Fujimoto and the crew over there at Spectrum, and the rebroadcast of this event will continue after the conclusion of today's competition. 1 minute and 13 seconds counting down, and now things are getting anxious for Ethan Ewing. Winds have backed off, the swell is still in the water, and maybe some opportunity, Rosie, as we look at some lines starting to formulate.
Yeah, is there going to be enough time as we're watching this march through? Coming from that deep water, It's got to hit this shelf of reef at sunset. It's definitely taking its time. There's a kick and splash there. Ethan Ewing identifying something. Digging deep.
Oh, a little out of position there for Ewing. And just with 30 seconds, let's see what's going on. No Ewing in sight. There he is. Here we go. Drops into this one. Off the bottom. Big turn off the top. Lots of commitment by Ethan Ewing on that first turn. Wants some more. Foam climb in a difficult section and is able to hang on to show completion. Talk about never give up attitude. Ethan Ewing may have just done it. I'm giving him an A for effort regardless of the number, Rosie.
Oh my gosh, that was so impressive from Ethan. Obviously looking for that 4.72. Brings it through the inside section. Tries to pull in there, but that was so good to watch. His commitment and just that pressure, taking off with 30 seconds remaining, knowing that Sunset, you can't fake it, Capo. The judges know when you're just kind of going through the motions. Watch here, biggish wave. He takes off free fall. This first maneuver, just bang, lots of spray thrown. Beautiful line of speed down the line. Opts to go for the foam climb. He knows that he was going to be too late for that open section down the line. Like you said, the grit to hold on to this last maneuver. He's just trying with all his might to ride out in front of it, make it clear to the judges that he had it under control.
That was a hairball drop, too.
It was insane.
Could be a contender for the Flying Embers drop of the day. But this right here, this maneuver decision, that's so difficult. A whitewater climb at Sunset Beach and then to hang on.
And it was such a well thought out maneuver, because just knowing that he was going to be too late for that kind of open faced lip line float to go for the whitewater climb, that was really a cool decision from him. Knowing that, oh man, that takeoff too was gritty. But this maneuver, watch the spray line from Ethan. Cracks that lip. Good timing. Stays centered over that surfboard. Comes out of it with a lot of speed too.
And just let's study this in slow motion, because this is some difficult water.
It's insane just to see him float that whitewater section, to overpower it in a sense, that whitewater climb, to get up and over it like that. It's pretty cool. We'll see what the judges think.
On the beach, waiting for the number. Some scores are in. 6.7 so far, looking good for Ethan Ewing. Needs a 4.72. Comes in a 6.07. The Australian's done it. He's moving on, along with John Florence into the round of 32. We'll see Owen Wright in the elimination round later today. We'll be back with more from the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido.
You're watching the opening round of competition. John Florence just took out a big win, 12.83 combined total. And everybody lining up for a moment to get a piece of the champ. He's on fire, surfing better than ever. Really fit and fired up since he was upset early at Pipeline. He wants to go all the way here at Sunset Beach. Owen Wright ended up in third and is in the elimination round as the opening round continues, as I'm alongside a couple of legends of the game, Joe Turpel, 88 world champ Barton Lynch, and also a champ at Sunset Beach, 3-time top 10 in the world, one of the original big wave chargers, Buzzy Kerbox. Thanks for joining us, Buzzy.
Pleasure to be here, yeah.
Really fun to reflect, I'm sure, on an event that was very monumental for you and your career way back in 1978.
Yeah, that was a big win for me. That was my first big win on tour. I'd been traveling for a few years and then finally put it together out here, so that was exciting.
Do you remember who was in the final that day?
Of course, Ian Carnes, but I had to go through Simon, Sean Thompson, and Michael Ho to get to him.
Gosh, those are moments you never forget.
Yeah. What a lineup that is.
What a daunting task.
It was all early man-on-man stuff back then, too.
And it seemed like Ian, at the time, Ian Cairns in the final, he was kind of put as the best guy at Sunset at the time.
Yeah, he was, I felt like it was David and Goliath. You know, in big waves, he was really the guy, and he'd won the World Cup, I think, 2 times prior to that. So, yeah, he was definitely the favorite.
Awesome, Buzzy. Thanks for joining us for the call. We've got Griffin Colapinto, David Silva, and Jackson Baker. All these guys were knocked out in the round of 32 at Pipeline, starting with Griffin Colapinto, BL. Expectations on this young surfer out here at Sunset Beach?
Well, he's well matured beyond his years, and I think this wave suits him down to the ground. He's able to drive long rail turns and interpret the moments with beautiful style, and I'm expecting big things from Griffin. I think he's fantastic out here.
David Silva, fresh off a great last season where he finaled in Mexico, getting past surfers like Gabriel Medina and Adriano de Souza. That huge result. Meanwhile, from Merriweather, Jackson Baker starts off with a huge top turn carve. Baker digs into another meat hook. Out in front, he'll get a little bit hung up, just lost some open face, but 2 big committed maneuvers to start as we see David Silva from Sao Paulo signing with Slater Designs last season. Board's looking lively as he will kick out into the channel. And interesting to note, with all the caddies, they've got a big responsibility with that raging current sending them in the impact zone. If you do interfere with somebody's ride, the surfer you're caddying for might carry an interference.
And you're saying that because of David Silva's carve right by the feet of a caddy, I take it?
Yeah, it's a fine line. I mean, Buzzy, on a day like today with the current being so severe, I mean, that's a big task for the guys that are on watch with the backup board.
Yeah, for sure. You get sucked over where you think it's the channel, and then these sets swing wide, and you're suddenly not in the channel.
As that shot just showed us there beautifully.
Silva trying to find some clear water, so I'm sure those caddies are going to be on their toes for the rest of the heat. Anything solid out of this one that you liked, BL?
Well, both rides were incredible. David looks strong. Look how close.
As close as it gets, really.
As close as it gets, and you've just got to constantly be alert, constantly be repositioning yourself and making sure that you don't get in the competitor's way. Obviously nothing really. There was no loss of points or loss of opportunity there. David surfed the wave beautifully for his opening ride, and as did Jacko Baker on this one. Buzz, he just looks so authoritative and powerful.
How long of a board is he riding? He's just tearing it apart.
It definitely looks like it's got a little more length than usual. There's a bit of a rail line in front of the front foot there.
Yeah, we'll find out more insight on his dimensions. But yeah, Jackson's such a cool customer from the Merriweather Surfboard Club, which is a huge addition to join guys like Morgan Siblick, who was in the Final 5 last year, Ryan Callahan. As we had a pretty close call there, Waz. What happened there on David Silva's last wave?
You know what? It was fun to watch those guys attack the lip line. I think everybody really out of the position out here with this current and all the water moving. It's really hard to know where you're at. Plus, these bigger sets are moving wider into the channel. And just a point on Jackson Baker. He attacked the lip line. You could see the intent in his face while he was riding. It was so fun to watch. And when he came to the inside corner, laid it down, it was awesome. And Keikoa was in there just loving every bit of it.
Oh, he looked incredible as we were just watching that close one with the caddies once again from the backhand of David Silva. Definitely Jackson Baker getting the best number on the opening exchange. Griffin with a short 0.5, Silva 4.33. Jackson Baker throwing down the 5.67. We always know how demanding Sunset Beach can be. Buzzy, it seemed like a place where people wanted to go that love big waves, where you're getting bigger surf more often than not. Before we get there, we'll watch Jackson again. Guessing his way down to a big section. Great connection there. The Australian drives through that big foam climb hack. And ends up losing his footing on the end, but total attack mode right now from Jackson, Buzzy.
Yeah, it's just attacking it. You know, the judging criteria back in the day was they wanted to see you catch the biggest waves. You know, it's like height was a big factor, but when you caught the really big ones, there wasn't much opportunity to do much stuff. The big peaks, you get a big drop and kind of it reforms. So it's like I'd be out there like hunting down the big ones, and then I remember MR would get the medium ones and take it apart and get a big score. And it's like, I'm in my mindset was like, I got to find the biggest one. So you're out the back and hunt the big ones, but that ends up not being the best for the scores, and it's pretty much still how it is.
And I feel that headspace and that balance is still going on today, where you know you will be rewarded for hitting the biggest section you can find, being on a really big wave. However, you have to find that right size balance so you can perform, BL. How do you handle that?
Well, there's definitely a different line that's used now. There is an inside line that kind of goes into that little saddle area, and it's quite safe. You can get in and out of there, Buzzy, without getting caught inside. But you're not getting the biggest waves out there. You're trying to find the ones that stand up and have the most wall. I feel like that, you know, things have progressed and they change as we watch this replay throughout the years. And, you know, I'm sure Mark Richards will be sitting back there in Merriweather watching the attack of Jackson Baker and being very proud. But, you know, again, you can catch the biggest wave, but if it doesn't have wall, so there's this combination of the things that the judges want to see that you're looking for. You can't be going the small ones. You're obviously not going to get scores on little ones, but you need size, but you need wall at the same time. And here's Griffin's replay that we kind of talked over a little bit in real time. Let's see what he does here. Takes his time, really patient. That board's looking smaller, and you can see there's almost like a nursing and a quivering of the rail in that board when he does his turns, where Jackson Baker with that extra length is able to just drive into things that looks more authoritative. Griffin looking a little more tentative on that one.
So getting that first wave out of the way for Griffin Colapinto. Silva with a 4.33. Jackson Baker already backing up his 5.67 here in heat number 9. Let's now hear from John Florence with Rosie.
Well, John, an impressive win from you, opting to go for the 6.2 out there on a rising swell. Tell us about your equipment.
Yeah, it's riding at 6.2. It's kind of what I ride at Haleiwa or here, kind of no matter what size it is. So I don't know, it just feels good to me, and yeah, just trusting. I have a lot of trust in it.
And having Sunset as a championship tour event, how are you liking it?
I love it. I think it's super fun. It's such a challenging wave, especially when it's big like this. Just finding the right one with enough wall on it, and it's just, yeah, it's hard. And so with those big sets coming in, you're a little bit too deep and getting worked, and it's a workout. And but it makes it really fun when you do get those clean ones. It's such an amazing wave.
And as we look through the week at the swell that's on offer, what are you looking at?
It looks really good. Actually, it just looks like there's a lot of waves. There might be a little bit of kind of a funky wind in a couple days, but other than that, it just looks like there's a lot of swell coming, and I'm stoked we have that for here, because if it's not a good swell window for here, it can be really tricky.
Well, we're stoked. We've got a lot to look forward to. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
John Florence with a win, and excited to have Sunset as an opportunity in his career to compete at the championship tour level, and so far so good. I mean, that's a familiar theme for John, riding really shrunk down boards with kind of bigger board technology kind of mixed in there. You know, the John Peisel Ghost, that was featured for huge event wins at Margaret River, maybe creating history as the best performances we've seen there. So after that, seeing him at Sunset Beach, it makes a lot of sense that John's going to be a favorite to win here, Buzzy.
It kind of blows my mind that his 6.2 is his go-to Sunset board. You know, it's hard to wrap my head around that. It's just.
What are you looking for in a good Sunset board, or what would be traditionally known as that classic Sunset board for a day like today? We'll get there in a moment with Colapinto.
obviously in the third priority, so figuring that he may as well try something rather than just sit and wait, and maybe should have sat and wait.
Well, for me, trying to surf Sunset these days, you know, if it's pretty solid Sunset, there's a lot of guys out there on giant boards getting them early, and so it's tricky. So then I want the medium ones that hit more of the west bowl, but then the guys are catching them from the outside. So then I try to get on a bigger board, but then you catch the wave, you can't turn. So it's a little bit of a challenge, you know, trying to go short but have enough paddle power to catch them from the crowd.
So many different approaches as we go to the Red Bull Athlete Zone and see the equipment for the best surfers in the world. It's all up to personal preference. If you want to add a few inches, for John it's a 6'2", and he doesn't push it much higher than that because he's focused on performance. Looks like Jackson Baker, though, wasn't afraid to add a few inches. His lines look really beautiful today, BL.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's the authority that he brings to the moments that gives you, as a spectator, and you imagine the judge sitting there watching it, and he sees that confidence that the surfer's got and the way they're attacking it, and the scores follow.
As we look at Jackson enjoying a rookie start on tour, we got to see a taste of him at Newcastle last year when he got the wild card, and he thought it was a joke. He thought someone was playing a trick on him. He was like, "You're in the event." He's like, nah. So he called Ryan Callahan. He called Philippa Anderson. He made about 4 calls to quadruple check. So then he had a job. He quit his job, and he's like, well, if I have this opportunity, I'm going to give it my all. That kind of catapulted it into some confidence and a run at the Challenger Series. And it's not just a wild card shot. It's you're full-time on tour. What an amazing story for Jacksonville.
And, you know, Jordan, Lawler, similarly, there's a lot of those young Australian surfers who back in the day at different stages of their careers I've worked with and had something to do with, and then you see the time transpire and them get their opportunities and kick the goals. And I'm expecting big things from Jacko. He's a great surfer. He's grown a lot from the young kid that he was. He's strong, he's powerful, and his surfing suits the waves that are on this World Championship Tour.
Certainly does. I think Strider's with Jackson's backup board. What are we looking at, Waz?
We're looking at 6'8". He's out there. He's got a solid board under his feet, a little more lumber. He likes that length of that rail. And like BL was talking about, it looks really good in the water. You know, Griffin Colapinto on a 6'1". You can see the shorter equipment. I don't know whether the construction there is built to make it for, as a big wave board where there's a lot of foam up front, say, and some bigger raky fins in the back. But I know that Jackson looks really solid on his surfboard. I love the way he's surfing out here. The trade winds have just kicked in, so we're going to have that added element of that wind on the drop. So I think a little bit of board might help with that too.
Good read there for equipment for Sunset Beach. 6'8", big difference between the 6'2" we just were talking about moments ago.
Well, 6'2" to 6'8", Buzzy, in our minds, not a very big difference.
Not much, yeah.
Not much difference at all. And back in the day, 4-inch increments between your boards, you had your 6'4", your 6'8", 7 7, was normal. The fact that you would have a quiver that had a 6'2.5" and a 6'3" and a 6'3.5" and a 6'4" and a 6'4.5", to us is a very different concept. The fact that they're so sort of stuck down there together. If you ride an 8.0, say, and you go out at sunset on a day and you ride your 8-footer, and you spend an hour or two on it, and then the next day you paddle out on your 7-footer, it feels small. And what the modern day pro doesn't experiment much with is the bigger end of the spectrum of the quiver that creates more room at the bottom end, and you're able to, as Jackson Baker, you're able to ride a 6'8" and make it doesn't look long at all, So I think that the experimentation isn't as alive as it used to be in terms of surfboard design.
Yeah, and back in our day, it's like you rode big boards on big waves, and then when we started towing, we started realizing you could get away with a small board on a big wave, and it performed well. I mean, originally we were towing on 9.6 guns that could hardly turn, and then got down to like 6.0s after we learned that they can handle. I thought you needed all this rail and more length to handle it, but you can get away with smaller and smaller boards. So I guess it just translates to these guys surfing too. They got their quiver is a 6'1" and a 6'2", but at little changes, there can be a lot of difference in those two boards.
And who in your generation in that time was sort of promoting smaller boards out at Sunset Beach?
Oh, that would be Michael Ho.
I thought that was who you were going to say.
Michael was always going to small boards. Yeah. And Derek, and smaller and thin, and little potato chips.
So fun talking surfboards with these two as we still have plenty of time to go in heat number 9 of the opening round. Check out this scene at the Red Bull Athletes Zone. More action to come right after this. Minutes to go here in the opening round, heat number 9. You are watching the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach presented by Shiseido as you see a board that belongs to Griffin Colapinto go over the falls here at Sunset. We'll see what happened in just a moment. A guy that goes for broke has surfed in back-to-back finals at the World Cup stage as he was digging into this wave, getting hung up, and it takes his board, and did he? Yep, he went over the falls as well. What a feeling, BL.
Well, it's, you know, especially in a heat, adds insult to the injury.
Jackson Baker has been surfing a stellar heat in the first half. Still leads. And kind of left fishing towards the end of that ride. So many different angles, and this swell still on the rise. Incredibly challenging at the moment. Here comes Silva. He's finished 14th in the world last season.
Well, the trade winds have kicked up too, so that adds a whole nother element to the takeoff out here. You just saw with Griffin. It's like all of a sudden a wave that you could have dropped into earlier, that wind holds you up just at that opportune moment where you could start going down, and you don't start going down and you end up going over. So that makes a big difference. The other thing I was going to say, back in our day, it was like three rides out here, you know, so a bigger board is important. You go out on a 6.2 and you got to get 3 at sunset. That's pretty hard to do. So the fact that they don't have to get 3 waves, only 2 waves, it makes a difference, you know, being able to get away with something a lot shorter.
It's amazing how much that changes the game.
Yeah, and jet ski assist at the same time. So you'd have to, if you made a mistake with your wave selection, you would have severely paid for it, had to paddle the whole way around. It could be a 10-minute exercise.
Yeah.
Richard Dogmarsh sitting next to Leonardo Fioravanti. One of the great coaches on tour, also a longtime touring professional. Was in a final with Nicky Wood at Bells Beach, which is one of the youngest finals ever. Nicky Wood at 16, and Richard Dogmarsh was a young 17 at the time. An unpopular result for the older guard at the time, but it was great to see these young guns, you know, shake things up at such a prestigious event. And Buzzy, what have you seen change with the camaraderie on tour? I mean, back then, were you traveling with a lot of people from different countries, or were you kind of on your own, kind of supporting yourself on tour?
Well, I would travel with Michael and Hans and sometimes Dane, and we'd hang out at, you know, share hotels and stuff. We were on a lot stricter budgets, you know, it was like share a rental car, share a room, you know, things were different. No cell phones. You had to, like, if you lost track of somebody, you couldn't, you know, you didn't know where they went. It was like, it was a lot harder. So, but I think the camaraderie now is everybody gets along, and it seems great. Everybody seems to get along fine, and really everybody seems really thrilled to be on tour, and with the Dream Tour, the great stops and everything. It's a great time to be on tour.
Yeah, it's special to see an event like this as well. It's come and gone over the years, I feel, BL. It's been interesting how, you know, it featured in magazines as in the top 10 best waves in the world for multiple eras, then almost would drift out of that spotlight, and then it always kind of comes back again. What's your take and your personal joy of riding Sunset Beach?
I remember the images of the 70s with there being one little house on this point and a big grass yard and all of these coolest looking cats that I'd ever seen hanging out there in their
Bernie
70s.
Baker's house?
Yeah, and the funky gear that they were wearing and the individuality and the personality. And I would see that in a magazine or a surf movie and just think to myself, I want to hang in that front yard one day with those guys, man. And it was more about the culture, as we see Jacko Baker up and riding here and just using that extra rail to great advantage.
Riding the 6/8s, and they're working well, just digging in for an aggressive finish. He'll lose that one. And Griffin Colapinto needs to make a move now. A Triple Crown champ, multiple-time finalist at Sunset. He's comfy out here in all types of conditions, flowing through that lip line there. One of the best styles on tour. He'll eject on the finish, and still looking for more in this heat with 7:20 to go, Buzzy.
Yeah, that end section, they try to get the little finish there in Sunset. That end little whitewater thing for your finishing move is tricky. It looks easy, but it fools a lot of people.
Yeah, it can totally disappear or change shape the next time you have an opportunity to attack it again. What'd you see here, BL?
I see him nursing that rail like it's a little 6-1, and he can't really give it as much as he wants to give it. That's what I see. It's very controlled. Here, when it's a horizontal line, it doesn't need a full change of direction. You can manage yourself and the board through that. But you could just see that he had to get down really low, hold the rail, and it's kind of shaking and quivering underneath his feet, and he's unable to really do the type of surfing that he's capable of because the board's kind of holding him back that little bit. That's how it appears to me.
And also to Jackson's wave here, Buzzy.
See, Jackson looks like he fits in. That board looks really suited. It doesn't look long. It doesn't look too short. He's not nursing it. He's powering it around. And I noticed in the first heat of the day, Jordy rode a longer board, which I was surprised to see, but he looked really good on it. Was solid, not nursing it on the bottom. He could just lay into that rail and attacked it and surfed really well in that first heat.
You know, the irony of it, just thinking of it, is that my small board that I would ride at Bondi or Manly or wherever was 6'3". That was a smallest
one, yeah.
And I, you know, to Buzzy's career, I just want to bring reference to the Coca-Cola Surfabout that he won. And I was a kid then, and I was on the beach, and I watched him win that against Chris Critterburn in the final. And they were those moments as a young man when you were watching the heroes do their thing, and you were, you know, just so possessed by what you saw, and that's what Sunset Beach did to me. Back to that question, you know, you would see those images of these just the coolest looking dudes, Larry Bertelman, people hanging around in that yard, and it just looked like a wonderful time to be a surfer, you know.
And what a feeling though for you, Buzzy, winning at home, obviously before that win at the Surfabout, and then to win in Australia. That must have been incredible.
It wasn't easy to win in Australia. They didn't make it easy. But it was to finally get it, it was really sweet. Yeah.
And to show your range as well as a top 10 surfer and athlete, to be able to win in big waves, because that seemed to be your reputation. Yeah. And then to also win in all types of surf must have been really rewarding.
Yeah, a lot of the events on tour, it wasn't the Dream Tour back then. You know, it'd be onshore New Jersey and some in Japan where it was like knee high. I mean, it definitely was a far cry from the Dream Tour, so you had to be versatile.
Thanks for paving the way for guys like Colapinto. Wrapping cutback to start for Griff. Reaching for the rooftop float. He is just wrestling with that board.
A tricky little end section.
Ends up going down, so now it's Silva behind him. Silva's dropped to third. Needs a 4.4 here to take Griffin's spot.
Looks like it's settled down a little bit. It's not as big as it was earlier. Now they're getting performance, smaller waves, but higher performance.
Silva's so spring-loaded. I think when I first saw him surf, it was in 1 foot surf at Manly. He did double alley-oops on the way to a big final. And then I was so impressed how he still has that kind of power-based spring-loaded attack, even when the waves get bigger as well.
Especially on the backhand, as we see here. He gets down low, drives off the bottom, nice carve out of the top. One of the best backhands on tour. Unfortunate little catch there, but he was so lucky to keep the nose out and complete that one. You know, he's got that, look at that, 0.63, so we can say goodbye to that with that one. It's going to give him a much better two-wave total and give us a pretty good idea of where things sit with 3.5 minutes on the clock.
We're seeing a lot of these chip-ins to the waves, and a lot of times you use that phrase on a chip-in, roll-in, but at sunset, I mean, what does that feel like when you got the whitewater on your back and you're trying to hang on to your line, Buzzy?
You know, it's tricky because sometimes you think it's just a little whitewater just going to just kiss you and push you in, and sometimes it just mops you, so it's a tricky one to read. But a lot of times you can just get the edge of that whitewater, you get in easy, get a nice drop, and then it reforms, and all the action's really across that inside bowl.
For Griffin, what's been the major story? I guess obviously you pointed out the small board, not looking too easy to control. Anything else with his rhythm?
And I suppose when you're on a board that feels that way, you could see on that last wave he selected, that was one of the smaller waves we've kind of seen caught. So he was sort of recognising that he wanted to get onto a wave with wave face that he could really give it some, and he tried on that one. Unfortunately came unstuck, but was definitely looking better in the way he was driving the rail and surfing. But then again, it's a smaller wave, so that impacts the way that's going to be scored.
So true. 2:25 on the clock. Griffin Colapinto finished 6th in the world last season, just missed out on making the WSL Finals by 1 spot. He shook that off with grace, and he said he's coming back to make that final series this season. But in Mexico, that's where he held a spot, just drifted out, and he was happy to cheer on his good friend Conor Coffin at lower trestles last year. Now 2 minutes, Griffin's dropped to 3rd, needs a 5.24. Silva did a great job to get a 5.3 on that last exchange, Beal.
Yeah, exactly what he needed at the point in the heat when he needed it. And now Griffin's got the 2nd priority, so that's an advantage. Jackson Baker with the 1st. David Silva, 3rd priority.
You think they can hear the scores out there? It's pretty far out there.
It's pretty far out there. I imagine that the caddies, and you would know that from our experiences, the caddies would relay the information.
Scores, yeah.
I've seen caddies on phones in the lineup talking to people on the beach to make sure they've got the scores right. Yeah. So they relay that information to the caddies, and the caddies would then relay it to the surfers, and they know where they stand, and they can see the priority off the big board as well.
The caddies' job is so interesting.
It's become so important to know the scores. Like, everybody always knows the scores. Back in our day, we didn't know the results till like 15 minutes after the heat. You're waiting, you know, to be out there and know you just need a 3. You know, I wish I could have known that sometimes. Back then, you didn't know really where you stood. Just, you know, you saw what the other guys got and you knew what you did, so you had your own idea, but you really didn't know. So that's great information that these guys always have. So,
did you have a caddy in the water when you won this event?
No, I had no caddy.
No caddies. No. You was all on your own.
Yeah.
No need, bruh.
30 seconds. And getting the roll in again is Griffin. Needs a 5.24 on this wave. Nice paced, fading turn. Now he's got the lip. Clean frontside carve. Griffin does that so well. Bit of chatter on the face, but he ironed that out well. Does he have enough here to get a 5.24? The easy comparison was Silva's last at a 5.3. Here's Jackson Baker just sealing this one. Big re-entry off the roof, and he goes down hard. Baker definitely not holding back here in the opening round. And I will stand by to see how close Griffin will get to that number.
I think there's every chance that he's going to come close.
Let's have a look. It's a little bit low myself. I think a little bit under, but it's going to be right there.
Gets the cut back, and that was Nurse just kind of waiting for the wave to stand up. Nice, beautiful, clean carve, Buzzy.
Yeah, that was a nice scoring maneuver. That one's not great. I think it's going to be a little low myself.
Yeah, I feel like you're right.
I think
a little bit short.
Just needed one more big section at the end of that wave.
I don't know if I can say this, but I've been calling the judges stingy. But I mean, it's consistent, but it's hard to get, you know, a good score.
So yeah, they definitely have changed that excellent range. They keep that low.
Scale, yeah.
Definitely. I think that happened after that J Bay year where there was like 7 or 8 10s. After that, it was a quick decision to keep those for very special moments.
Yeah.
And excellent range numbers don't come very often. A lot of 4s, 5s.
Yeah.
They keep those separations really tight. Standing by for the last score to come through for Griffin. Did he do enough to take David Silva down to 3rd? The elimination round is looking pretty heavy already.
5. I think it's going to be a little bit under, but you never know.
The elimination round already features Owen Wright. We've got Kelly Slater, a wild card named Billy Kemper. It's going to be a wild round, and you definitely don't want to be there. Numbers now in, and Buzzy is doing an incredible job judging in front of the booth here. He threw a 4-5. That would have been in there. Dropped the high and the low. A 4-3 for Griff. Not enough. He will be surfing in the ER later on today. Silva and Jackson Baker will be moving on. Buzzy, thanks so much for your time today. That was really fun hanging out with you.
It was a blast to be here. Thanks for having me. Right on.
Awesome. We'll take a quick break. More action to come here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido, with a big heat on deck with Seth Moniz, Kanoa Igarashi, and Nat Young.
We Are One Ocean is an initiative led by the WSL to inspire our global surf community to protect and conserve our one ocean. This year we're partnered with Shiseido and we're working with local organisations in communities around the world where we hold our championship tour events.
Today we're really fortunate to come out to this area and do some planting of some native plants such as Nanea and Mckillifrey.
Well done. All big changes start with just a single step, and I believe in the power of coming together and working together to create positive change.
It's so cool because I am learning more about a place where I'm coming from and a place that I get to help and hopefully make sure it's better for the next generation that's coming.
We're instilling in them stewardship and conservation and their responsibilities to our environment and our aina. We're all connected by the ocean, and we should make sure that we bring it back and revitalize what it really is.
Help us preserve the future of our sport. Go to weareoneocean.org.
Welcome back to the opening round as we hang out with Britt Merrick and Jackson Baker. Jackson picking the right equipment for that showdown. 10-7-7 total for the win over Silva, sending Griffin Colapinto to the elimination round. Let's continue on with more action. Callahan getting his opening ride here in a heat with Seth Moniz and Nat Young. Swinging that board back into the pocket, and he will fade out and wait for his numbers to come through. Fun to see Callahan at this part of his life and his career as he's setting his sights on another big year on the championship tour. Someone that Callahan saw all the time growing up at amateur competitions is now in the booth with us. Santa Barbara, California, the 805. Conor Coffin. Conor, thanks for joining us.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for having me.
First off, great job today. Man, it looks so challenging. What was it like in your heat?
Yeah, well, it's nice to be in the booth and not in the elimination round, I'll tell you that much. But, yeah, it's really tricky today. The swell's kind of coming up. It's really west, so there's a lot of, like, the sets are standing up really far out, and there's the currents kind of coming like Haleiwa style up from the channel up the point. So that changes kind of the whole way Sunset feels. I think it's better, when there's no channel or no rip going up the point. It's kind of the water's coming into the bowl. So, yeah, it's tricky. I think just positioning, knowing the lineup well, and then, kind of just got to roll the dice. It's hard to really read the waves for what they're actually going to do, and hope you kind of got to ride and hope they pan out. So, yeah.
Really cool, Conor, to come to an event that you felt that winning feeling at before taking out this event win at a QS 10,000 or Challenger Series level we call now. Does that feel different when you grab your jersey, having those memories fresh in your mind?
For sure. I mean, Sunset's just a spot that I have a lot of good memories at. I won the Challenger Series, and it was the spot that I made the semis to qualify for the tour. Here goes Seth. So I've put in a lot of time and really tried to learn the wave. And Seth getting a nice turn, and oh my God.
Exploded.
Oh, Seth loves a huge floater. He's like notorious for them. I saw him stick a huge one free surfing the other day, though.
It's pretty crazy. I mean, speaking to the floater maneuver at Sunset Beach, it's uncomparable to anywhere else in the world.
Oh, yeah. It's so gnarly. But they're huge points if you make them. I had one in my heat I didn't make, and Seth, I hope he's all right. That just looked gnarly.
Is there a fine line when you're free-falling, Connor, where you're going, should I still try to commit to this or let go?
I feel like in a heat, you're just pretty much committed. He had a nice wrap there. And then if he just, it's so today, you know, if he makes that, it's a good score. And all you need is 2 of those.
Seth Moniz going for broke on that finish. BL, what'd you see here?
Yeah, you can see him driving into the turn. And you watch here, there's that kind of little loss of the rail for a second there. And then it goes into this floater and he's up high. And watch the reverberation of the whitewater coming back up at him. It was better from that other angle, but it just exploded as he was coming down. It was going up. The two met. And most of the time, we'll see it from this angle. You watch the lip of the wave break, and then the whitewater start coming back up. Boom! Straight underneath him. And they're the ones that just tweak ankles, create all sorts of potential for injuries. So lucky he got away with that one.
Strider, what happened on that finish for Seth Moniz?
Well, I'll tell you what he did, mate. What he did out there. Sorry.
Where is he? Where's the loss?
Yeah, BL.
Duck diving.
That was a strider. That was a good strider right there.
Looked like he was duck diving waves on the back of the sled.
Yeah, it's like you throw out to strider. Next thing you know, a set comes. He's repositioning. He's out there all day. We'll catch up with him in a moment because he saw every bit of that blast that Seth Moniz had to go through on that end section. Geez, Seth is probably just still pinching himself after his performance at Pipeline. In maybe one of the most memorable events in surfing history, memorable finals in recent times, getting to share the lineup with Kelly Slater. Kelly getting the win, and Seth had a crazy semifinal, and he said how he was just out of gas, and he just still can't back down. Man, that guy was so impressive with that runner-up finish.
You know, if it was me, and Kelly was putting on his jersey as Seth was coming up the beach.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking he wants to get this final underway as quick as he can. He wants to give Seth no time, wants to take advantage of all the wipeouts that Seth had taken. He got the interference and walked through his semi-final without having even tried, had the half hour off and was so ready. And I kept saying to myself, that was when, in my mind, the final was won right there. And Seth needed to say, hey, I need 10 minutes, see you later, and disappear. And let Kelly sit in the lineup even and just buy some time and try and change that energy of that moment, because it was going all with Kelly and all against Seth. He'd done it all the hard way, and he most probably needed a little bit of space and time to recalibrate himself before he found himself in that final. And Kelly was hell-bent on getting him out there for that final as quick as he could.
It's interesting, Connor, as a competitor, are those some things you have to reflect on and try to change the outcome of decisions like that? You have so much to deal with preparing for your heat, let alone maybe a situation where you can buy some time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you can. Maybe if you're Kelly, you can. But I feel like when you're the young guy on tour and it's like, you know, you're coming up at Seth's first final and he's just in the moment. He's so fired up already that the last thing he's probably thinking about is going to say, hey, I need 10 more minutes. He's just, you know, I talked to him a lot because I was super happy Kelly won. But Seth's like, I was so fired up for him, and it would have been awesome to see him win. And he's just surfing so good out there. So, but all the way back to the quarter against John, like when he kicked out of his 9.6 and took like 10 8-footers on the head, and his leash plug pulled out. So that was before they were doing jet ski assist. Oh, there's Chloe with a nice turn. So he had really gone through the ringer. Whoa, that was sick.
Big turns from Callahan Dino. 4.5 was his opener. That's going to be much bigger with that aggressive attack perfectly placed in the pocket as he sets off in the lead over Seth Moniz and another one of his good friends, Nat Young, who's holding down priority. A few years ago, Kalohe had a goal set to win the Triple Crown, and he spent a lot of time out here. I remember running into him, and he was just going, man, I love Sunset. He was falling in love with this wave that he hadn't really had put a lot of time in the past. And it was really refreshing to see how much fun he was having trying to lay down the biggest carve of his life. BL, what'd you see here?
Well, a couple of them, just as you said, Joey, a couple beautiful layback, complete commitment. It wasn't a full rail carve, it was more just a little stabby jab type layback snap, both of them, but they fitted perfectly with the moments, and he really made the most of what was on offer there.
Well, red wave for Andino as he's building his lead out front. Nat Young still holding priority. It's so great to see him back on the championship tour. Finished top 10 in the world his first year and won Rookie of the Year, and missed him for a few seasons. Seth Moniz just kind of pacing himself through some frontside cutbacks. He'll fade out now.
Such an odd wave, wasn't it? It was just
so
lumpy
weird,
and jumpy and bouncing around all over the place. And
I think that was one of those really big sets that was west and broke way out, and then those guys were picking off the corners. And it's hard when you're out there. You're kind of looking like, okay, I can belly board into this, and trying to read the double up. And Kalohe's had the double up, and Seth didn't. So I think that's on days like this. It's sometimes you're out there and it's hard to read what it's going to do. So you kind of roll the dice, and then some pan out and some don't pan out. So that's like, what, a 7-1-7 to a 3.
Yeah,
that's the difference.
Great score for Andino, the 7.17, and now a 4-5 backup. Having a very aggressive start here in the opening round. Heat number 10, winner of the last heat, is a rookie on tour, Jackson Bakers with Rosie Hodge.
Well, Jackson Baker, Sunset, notoriously very challenging. You look super comfortable out there. What do you attribute that to?
I put in a fair bit of time over here and out there. I feel like it's pretty similar to Big Merriweather when it's big, but definitely this has got a lot more in it and a lot more water moving, especially with this building swell. Like all morning I was like, oh, it's going to get big. But yeah, I mean, you definitely don't feel super comfortable. I definitely felt nervous all morning, but I know that once I'm on the waves, my ability will be good. So yeah, I think that's a credit to just putting in the time over here. I've never got a good result here, but I feel like I've had good surfs and sessions and a couple of heats here and there. So it's good to get that one out of the way.
And very consistent in this round one. You won your round one heat at Pipeline. How important is that to get that momentum in events?
Oh, it's just nice to get a heat win, especially against guys like David and Griffin, and the same thing at Pipe. Like a heat win's definitely a bonus, but I mean, I'm just trying to make it through every heat that I can, and just to avoid that elimination round. And I feel like here I come into my own, so I feel like this should be a really good event for me, and I'm trying not to think about it too much in that way. It's a heat at a time, and not looking too far ahead. But yeah, I'm stoked with the first performance.
And as a rookie on tour, how much sleep do you get the night before, knowing that you're going to have a big couple days?
I didn't fall asleep too bad, but I woke up around 2 or 3 a.m. in the Rip Curl house, and it was pretty much shaking, and I was like, all right, here we go. And then we got here this morning, and it wasn't that big yet, and I was like, oh no, it's going to get big fast. So I knew with being heat 9, it would get big, but yeah, I mean, as long as you know your game plan and play like cat and mouse with the channel, and I felt like that worked, and keep it really simple with Kakawa Bacalso, so I'm really lucky to have him in my corner.
Well, go kick your feet up because you're done for the day. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Jackson Baker into a beautiful backhand re-entry from Nat Young. As he will stand tall there and wait for another section that didn't allow him to really capitalize. So at one big turn for Nat before that. That backhand attack he became world famous for. Finally at Bells Beach, he has a very unique approach where he can go very vertical. And we'll see how he gets, what he gets from the judges in a moment, BL.
Yeah, and the way he wraps and hooks the board out of the top always puts big volume into those turns out of the top. And in my mind, trying to think of goofy footers who would have an advantage out here, the backhand of Nat Young's was something I thought about here. Kalohe looking to back up that 4.5. He's been on good waves. He really hasn't caught a bad one yet. So he's paced himself really well in this heat, and that 7.17 is going to be a great score he can rely on longer term.
The big wind-up here, Connor, for Nat Young. What'd you think there for that maneuver?
Yeah, that was a great turn, just really well positioned. Got there early, got the board down in front of the destruction of the Sunset inside bowl, and then it would have been on his way to a big score if it just would have let him get one more.
Nat Young, what a great story coming back. Connor, someone you've known almost your whole life. How cool is that to see him requalify once again?
Yeah, for sure. No, super happy for Nat to get back on tour, and he's been through a lot the last few years, and now he has a little girl, I think, and wife, and it seems like he's fired up. And yeah, always good to have another American on tour.
Couple of fresh dads, yeah. Kalohe and Nat now have baby girls to take care of, which is really exciting this year.
Totally, no, it's classic.
15:25. Nat Young was so solid and steady when he first qualified, had results very early, and he was actually hanging a lot with Kalohe, where Kalohe was dealing with that opposite of not getting results on tour, and Nat was getting all the success. And then we lost Nat that year that Zeke Lau was able to take that last spot at Pipeline, and it's great to see all those hard years on the QS and losing major sponsors, and it's all coming back for him.
It's a journey, you know. The life as a professional surfer is just such a wonderful personal development course that you get paid to do. So it's, you know, it's a win-win. And then from the parenting point of view, I think that, you know, as competitors, you live centered in yourself so much, and it's all about you and the way you feel and the way your boards are and the way everything is for you. And then when you become a parent, and actually you are no longer the most important thing in the program, and there's someone more important than you, and you live for someone else, it's a wonderful part of life, and it's an opportunity where we see great surfing from people because that pressure's off them, and they've got this wonderful new addition in their lives, and they're able to show us who they are a little better now that it's not such a, I don't know, self-centered pursuit, perhaps, you know?
So true, BL. And Conor, I love how you manage your time. You know, you've got a big job at hand to win big events and be in the title race like you were last year. But also on the down days, you do some really cool things with Shiseido and We Are One Ocean. Can you tell us a little bit about the albatross nesting restoration project you were a part of?
Yeah, that was great the other day. It was just like an epic North Shore morning. We went out to Kahuku Point, and Shiseido worked with the WSL Pier and the North Shore Community Land Trust. And yeah, they put together a really cool program where we're learning about all the native plants. And it's crazy when you just see what's growing around. You don't realize how many of them are invasive species and how that can affect the coastal region and then, you know, the ocean and the reefs. So it's really cool that these groups have gotten organized over here, and they're working hard to preserve that and try to restore it. And through that, they've even brought the albatross back out there to Kahuku Point that are nesting. And yeah, they're pretty amazing birds. Learning about those was really cool, and getting to see some. And yeah, it's just really nice. It's such a beautiful part of the world, and I've been coming here for a long time, so it's great to feel like I can give back a little bit.
Oh, that's so cool. As we continue with live action, just stretching this one out is Andino. Remember, has that sizable lead out front. Needs to better a 5.03 here. And just a repositioning wave for Kalohe. Nat Young with priority. Yeah, it's like the albatross, when you see them, they stop you in your tracks. They're so magical. Why are sustainability initiatives like this so important to you?
To me, it's just, I've grown up spending time in nature, and I've always loved being outside. I was fortunate to grow up in a beautiful part of the world, and just surfing, being in nature is like my favorite thing ever, and the ocean. And so I just feel like it's our duty to try to help protect this and restore it, and hopefully it's around for generations to come. And yeah, just climate change and all these things are gnarly, and it's hard as an individual. I think sometimes you feel like, how can I help? But you know, as long as we try to do little bits and start coming together, it's at least we can try to spread the word and bring everyone together around it. And hopefully we can keep the ocean beautiful and the waves good like it is now.
Awesome, Conor, inspiring. You're inspiring us all to give back even more so as we continue with action. 11:55 here. A few waves that were just ridden. Moniz turned in a 3.07. Nat Young single maneuver, 4.93 for one turn, Barton.
Yeah, it speaks to the potential of this one, Joey.
Nice fan of spray off the backhand of Nat Young. They call him the Cobra up in Santa Cruz. And this one's starting to fade, a little wider open face. He'll just get some softer carves and kick out, but great opening hack to get that one started. We'll wait for numbers. Only needed a 1.14 to move into the top two. So Seth Moniz will be in a little bit of trouble when we come back right after this break. The Hurley Pro Sunset Beach presented by Shiseido is brought to you by Hurley, the official apparel partner of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach presented by Shiseido. By Oakley, official eyewear of the World Surf League. By Flying Embers, official hard kombucha of the World Surf League. And by 805 Beer, proud partner of Conor Coffin. Conor Coffin's with us right now, 9:30 on the clock here at heat number 10. He's proud to be from the 805 and happy to be here on the island of Oahu on the North Shore where it all began way back in the day. This is where surfing was born on Oahu and a sport of kings. Seeing those early competitions here at Sunset at the Duke Invitational were so prestigious to watch old footage that was covered by major networks at the time. You can still find that footage on the internet today and watch the big boards, no leashes, just these watermen taking over such a challenging wave. Like all waves, you know, before it's ridden, they have to decide if it's actually doable. And that those early pioneers of this wave were so brilliant to watch those old videos of, and you know, they really paved the way for what we see today, Barton.
Oh, they sure do. And the Pro Class Trials was the trials event that gave you a start into the Hawaiian events. And that was here at Sunset Beach. So if you wanted to get a start at pipe, you wanted to get a start, you know, and you were a young surfer from somewhere else around the world, you had to be able to surf here at Sunset Beach to get a start into those events.
Callahan Dino with a solid wall, keeping a higher line and now driving just to cover some ground. Just goes straight up to the lip line, airdrops down with it. Looking for another section, quick whip, incomplete for Andino. Good for just that big float before. So his situation looks like it'll remain the same.
Yeah, it's one of those ones like paddling in, I was like, oh my God, he's on a nugget here, and it just stretched. It's crazy, this wave. Like, as soon as you think you have it figured out, I'm on a good one, it's no, you're not.
Just throws that surprise. Yeah, Andino definitely wanted more as we check in with Strider in the water.
Oh, you're getting caught inside a little bit. Trying to get out of the way. Parsons is here too.
That's real live reporting right there. It's in a huge playing field.
With the west, it's the worst day to be a caddy because the current's literally sucking them out to the middle of the ocean.
It's such a big responsibility to be that caddy, and you got to choose him wisely. Connor, who caddied for you today?
Micro did for me today because I'm coaching with Glenn. Obviously, it's like our 4th year, but Parker was here too, so it was almost like a rock, paper, scissors because Parker caddied for me the year that I won out here. So he's been caddying for me a bunch, and I always love having my brother in my corner. So
what do you want out of a caddy? What do you really want them to do? Is it really just good energy, or are they actually giving you info when they're in the water as well?
I think it's definitely some of both. Like Parker, you know, like the year I won, he had some really good nuggets when I'd be paddling back out. And it's a lot different without the jet ski assist, and also like when it was a QS, they didn't have the speaker set up quite as good, so sometimes you couldn't hear your scores. So I'd be paddling back out, and he'd give me my scores, and he has good insight on the lineup too, because he's competed out here a lot. So he'd be like, hey, like, you know, there's a couple nuggets a little deeper than you, or maybe like look a little wider. So based on your lineups, then you can take that into account and kind of play your game a little differently. So yeah, it's nice to have that second perspective. And obviously when you can't hear the scores, they're in charge of making sure you know what's going on.
Oh, that's so important. Looks like Strider's found himself in the middle of the caddies right now.
Yeah, well, I found myself not underwater for once. That was nice. So, you know, I love watching the caddies. I love watching the intent on their face. I love the information they're giving. You know, it's you know, Seth and Reynos' relationship is amazing. There's a lot of support there, a lot of uplifting, but also a lot of hard, you know, comment of what he needs to do. We saw Mike Parsons out here. He's with Callahan Dino, really just lasering in on details. You know, hey, you got 20 minutes left, you got a 4.5, you need to better that score. So really fun to see the different camps, the way they talk to each other and how it all goes down. And the work that the caddies are putting in out here today, like we talked about, like you've seen, is just intense. A lot of paddling out here, a lot of duck diving, trying to be in the right place at the right time, docking the jet skis. All the, you know, it's a lot going on in the channel.
Oh, it's so true. Yeah, they have the big responsibility, but there's some amazing credibility in the water there with guys like Reynos and Snips that have ridden some gigantic waves out here at Sunset in their lifetime. And the other challenge for the caddies is sometimes when the shore breaks really out of control, just how to get in safely, but it's a crowd favorite to sit and watch the caddies come in, juggling boards. Nat Young, solid jam on the back end.
Yeah, Nat got that first good turn. Oh, he just couldn't get the finish. Dang it.
I was just thinking one more turn and Seth's in trouble, but maybe he's not. Look at this one.
Seth Moniz sets up just a fading turn real quick. Hoping for more here. Lights it up with a beautiful wrapping carve. And that one will shut down.
Wow, this is going to be tight here. What's Seth looking for?
5.76, so most probably not that high. That inside turn was nice. Not a lot on the outside.
We can tell too, I mean, like most waves in the world, but specifically more like today, there's nothing pre-planned on a wave here. You are looking at a wave that is changing rapidly in front of your eyes. Seth had to slow down on that first wrap, but was able to fit in a bigger turn further down the line, BL.
Came from behind the whitewater, looked like it was going to be a nice opportunity, but the bottom turn just flattened out that little bit. There's that nice snap, and that was all she wrote really on that one, so it's hard to imagine that going to the 5.76 that he's looking for.
Yeah, he's going to need another wave here. And Nat's like so close to bettering his score, so it's going to be a tight ending. It's great with the skis because they could both potentially get another shot, whereas
that's right.
In yours, you know, at this point with 3 minutes left where they are, your heat's over.
And what did you ride in your heat?
I was riding a 6.6.
6.6.
Yeah, JS has been making me some like 6.6s that have quite a bit of foam kind of under the chest, and they're pretty thick, but they turn really well. So I almost feel like it's probably more like a 6.8, and just trying to kind of ride that up a little bit. But it felt good. It's just crazy that the level of surfing so high now. You know, you look at guys like John on 6.2s or whatever that he rode out here today, and he's able to get really critical. And then it's hard. You don't want to totally play into that game because you got to do your own game, but it's about finding those critical sections and getting tight and attacking them. And it's hard to do on a really big long board like we used to ride out here. And
it's an interesting topic you bring up, though. Like, you know, you say John's success on that famous Ghost at Margaret River. As a competitor, do you kind of go, I need to try that? I need to feel what that feels like? Or have your shaper make a version of it so you can see what's out there?
I mean, yeah, I definitely feel like all the shapers have kind of had a swing at that. It seems like Paizel's got that specific thing really dialed in for him, and I have no idea. I've never ridden one. Sometimes I'm like, I think he can just surf it really well. You know, I'd probably go over the falls on that thing, but, you know, and I think everyone's so unique, and that's what's cool about boards. It's like really working with whoever your shaper is and tailoring what works for you. So just because, you know, a 6.2 might be the right board for someone on a day like today doesn't mean that a 6.10 is the wrong board for someone else. You know, I think it's your approach and your style and your approach to that individual heat too. So
and that's why I guess Surfboard Talk never ends.
No, it's never ending.
You're always going to have a great conversation about BL. What are you seeing here?
I think as well it comes down to what you have practiced on. If your 6.8 is your big board and you haven't gone to a 7.6, it remains a big board.
Yeah.
You go to your 7.6, you spend a day on that, you come back to your 6.8, it's a different board. And so there's that opportunity to play with the top end that recalibrates the bottom end and gives you more volume, more paddle, better maneuverability around the lineup, but doesn't sacrifice the maneuverability because you've practiced beyond that, you know?
Totally.
Such a good call. Minute 30 to go. 3.27 last of Andino. His last 3 waves haven't changed his total out front. Nat Young still hanging on to second, and Seth Moniz, his last was his best. That big wrap that he snuck in there, 4.9. Now needs a 3.94. Second priority under Nat with 1 minute to go.
Oh, here he goes. He's got a shot.
Seth Moniz will get this last shot here. 3.94 is the requirement. Going for an explosive first turn, but he's incomplete. Current number 2 in the world. Might have to deal with the elimination round later on today.
Great thing about this for opening round, nobody loses. It's another chance to practice, another chance to work with your boards. And although nobody wants it to be in that elimination round, it can be a good thing if you advance through it.
That elimination round is stacked for today. Oh my God, there's a lot. I mean, not that there's an easy heat in round 1, but those round 2 heats are gnarly today.
Oh, it's out of control when you look at the big names from Kemper as a wild card to Kelly Slater, number 1 in the world. Will we see Seth, who was just in that final with Kelly, deal with another matchup this afternoon? We'll keep you posted with now 10 seconds to go. Nat Young looks like he might go for Kolohe's lead. The 7.27 will get him there. Nice sweeping bottom turn. There's the vertical. Hard off the bottom again. Nice clean snap.
Couple blasts. That looks like he's got a good board. It looks like it's sitting and cutting through that bump pretty nicely. So he surfed great. His waves didn't let him get that second big turn on some of them.
A nice sweeping hook for the winner of the heat. Callahan takes it with a big 7.17. We will be seeing number 1 and 2 in the world in the elimination round this afternoon. Conor Coffin, great job today in your heat. And thanks for joining us, as always, in the booth.
Thanks, guys. See you tomorrow.
Awesome. More action to come right after this as the opening round continues here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido.
Flashing back to 2019 and Jack Robinson putting on display at Sunset Beach for the W and a place on the championship tour. The prodigy Robinson coming through, finding barrels and exceptional rail work for a victory here.
Beautiful surfing here, Kaipo. I mean, rail control like never before. To get him onto the tour, I mean, look at that. Just mind over matter, making it happen and becoming victorious out here at Sunset.
It was predicted, it was inevitable. Young prodigy from 12 years old, always expected to be on the championship tour, and here he is on the big stage. And when I talk big stage, I'm talking Paumalu with tons of gallons of water flashing through here is Kaipagura, along with former champ Makua Kai Rothman. And geez, it looks mongrelly out there, Makua.
Oh yeah, I mean, from the start of this event, it was just choppy, it was unruly, it was wild, it was Sunset Beach at its finest, you know, showing its teeth, really getting these competitors to have to compete in some, you know, I would say more unfavorable conditions for some of these athletes, but really good experience-wise, getting them out there and really putting the time in at Sunset, Kaipo.
This is making up the three-man heat right here. Miguel Pupo, Jack Robinson, and Jake Marshall. Top two move on into the round of 32. Third place we're going to see later on this afternoon in the elimination round. And sometimes you can just go out and hot dog out here at Sunset and freestyle. But today, you really got to pick your waves and place your turns, Makua.
The hot dogging ain't going to get you nothing but, you know, maybe a sore stomach today and a spot in the third round. You want to get out there. You want to get the tomahawk steak. You want to put it up there. And, you know, you want to get the meat and potatoes of what, you know, Sunset has to offer. You get that, you put yourself in a critical position, you do the critical maneuvers, the judges will reward you.
We've seen that all morning long, and really, I mean, a test of physical fitness as well. Constant paddling out there.
I mean, talk about physical fitness. One of the fittest, most physical guys I've ever seen attack Sunset is Marcus Hickman. And big, broad. I mean, I'm surprised he didn't win more than he did. Ezekiel Lau right now is looking on point. Going back to this heat, talking about Ezekiel Lau, him and Jack Robinson definitely have history out here, and it'd be awesome to see them up in the finals.
This is true, and I would love to see a rematch again. When we look at the history at the World Cup event, at Sunset Beach, those were 4-man heats, and this year we're going to go to man-on-man, and it's going to be really, really exciting. Looking out into the history of this heat, Jake Marshall, Sunset in 2019 actually dealt him a horrible blow. He was ready to qualify for the championship tour, but it just goes to show you what's on the line over here. That year, this being the last big QS event, he ended up finished 13 and below the cut line for the championship tour, so he had to come back, and now he's on the big stage.
Yeah, once upon a time, Sunset really was the deciding factor of where you were and how you placed on the world stage. So now going back and being on tour and having that event be a tour event, it's amazing.
It sure is. And amazing was the performance out there in some survival conditions by Kalohe Andino. He's with Rosie Hodge.
That's right. Well, he is a former finalist out here, but having this event as a championship tour stop, that puts a different spin on it. Kalohe, what do you think about it?
Yeah, fully. I mean, it's the world's best, so it's always going to be super hard. And then also you're dealing with maxed out Sunset. I think it's, if the contest wasn't on, not many free surfers would be out there right now. It's just a wash machine. So it's kind of man versus ocean versus competitors, kind of.
Challenging conditions. Talking about your competitors, Seth Moniz and one of your best friends, Nat Young. What did you make of that heat?
Yeah, I was just kind of excited for it to be big so that there wasn't a lot of tactics involved and not a lot of sitting and stuff. So yeah, it's cool to have a heat with Nat. He was like giving me crap after the heat because he gave me my 7. He's like, I gave that thing to you. Yeah, thanks. So.
Well, the big topic of conversation for us is always equipment. What do you choose out here at Sunset?
I just rode a 6.8. Matt's boards work pretty good out here at Sunset, so yeah, just a Matt 6.8.
Loving your surfing out here. Thank you for your time.
All right, and live action, we can catch up with Jack Robinson on his wave, and right before him, Jake Marshall. We'll get a replay of that wave. Jake taking apart his opening wave here in the matchup. So shots fired by both Jack Robinson and Jake Marshall. Just a small fractional score for Miguel Pupo here. We're going to catch up with the replays. Jake Marshall.
Here we go, really taking his time, looking at the lip, setting his board, getting it up there in the lip for that first turn, Kaipo. Getting back down deep into his bottom turn. Nice swooping cut back into the powerful section of the wave. Once again, right back up there, little jam. And yeah, beautiful ride nonetheless for Jake Marshall. He's really patient. I like the way he got back down to the powerful part of the wave and used his bottom turn to get back up there. Jack Robinson, I mean, beautiful swooping turn. He has one of the best top turns out here at Sunset. Unfortunately, this wave kind of ran off on him. Nonetheless, beautiful start to that wave.
And showing the potential with Jack Robinson, surely not the top seed in the heat, but would be the favorite on paper, giving his track record out here at Sunset. Flying above, we see a takeoff from Miguel Pupo, the backhander, and caught on his heels there. You can see the disappointment, and that's going to be nothing but a straight ride in for Red Bull ski ride and another try.
Yeah, Kaipo, this is a big shift in playing field for Miguel Pupo. Coming from pipeline, you know, really poised, beautiful. I mean, he had some of the best drops. If I'm not mistaken, he won the drop of the day on a few waves and had a really good result for him. But today, it's going to be very tricky on the backhand to navigate this unruly Sunset right now.
This is true. And again, time management, we've talked about it before. We're going to continue to talk about it. Managing that clock. Leonardo Fioravanti is psyching up for his matchup against Federico Moraes and Connor O'Leary to round out this opening round here, day 1 of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido. That's going to be another one you want to stick around for.
Yeah, I definitely like the board choice by Kalohe Andino, the 6.8. That's one of the bigger boards I've heard guys riding out here. I know Imai, I think, was on a 6.7. It just goes to show those bigger 7 and 8 point scores really come on that longer board, longer rail line. You can get a lot more power off the bottom, and when you get to the lip, a lot more edge to drive and push off of. Those smaller boards you've been seeing cut short the turns, a little more jammy.
Yeah, and speaking of boards, let's catch up. We caught up actually earlier with Connor O'Leary. Let's hear about what he's riding.
Well, we're going to catch up with Connor O'Leary with the Hurley board breakdown. Connor, what is your quiver looking like for Sunset Beach?
Yeah, just a couple of big boards, Rosie. Just a few 6.8s, a few 6.6s, all Glen Pangs. Kind of in the process right now where I can kind of play around with a few boards, so it's cool to be able to play around a few Hawaiian shapers, and yeah, they're good. They're really good, and they feel good out here. So yeah, excited.
And the advantage of having a Hawaiian shaper shape your quiver for waves like Sunset?
Yeah, it's such a unique wave, and they've got it dialed and had it dialed for so long. So yeah, to be able to jump on already trusted equipment for Sunset is something that's a huge confidence booster, and yeah, a bit of comfortability, which is good as well.
All the best in heat number 12, Conor.
Thank you.
All right, yeah, he's going to be coming up. I said again, that's going to be close out this round. Federico Moraes, Conor O'Leary, Leonardo Fierpont, who got some scores in. Makua 5.17 for Jack Robinson, 6.5 for the rookie Jake Marshall. So nice start by Jake Marshall.
Beautiful. He's on a 6-7, if I'm not mistaken, as well. And you can really see that board really cutting through those bumps. You notice the guys on the shorter boards are having a little bit tougher time navigating the bumps and the chop here at Sunset. A little bigger board gives you a little extra power, like I said, to break through those chops and get up to the critical part of the wave.
Yeah, Jake Marshall having some new backing as well from Hurley. As we take a look and see Jack Robinson, tapered shoulder on this wave, has to get a big cutback in there, hoping for something to present itself on the inside for Robinson. The bomb turn, big snap, but catches that rail, and an unfortunate go down, and not what he was looking for.
Yeah, that was a big mistake right there. Had he really leaned back and put all of his weight on that back foot and really pushed hard on that tail, I think that would have been a big score.
Yeah. So Jake Marshall out in lead with that 6.5, and Jake got some support this year as his fledgling year on the championship tour. Jake teaming up with Hurley, who's going to support him through the tour this year. Let's take a look at some social from Jake Marshall and Hurley. Put him back on the team. He had a blank board for a while, but he proudly has that sticker on the nose now, Makua.
Oh yeah, I mean, that looks like it gave him confidence. It gave me confidence. I had that Hurley sticker on the nose of my board when I won Sunset.
I remember that.
And, you know, shout out to Hurley for the support in this event and putting it on, and what a great company to be a part of.
Yeah. And bright future for Jake Marshall. We were talking about boards. That year, 2007, when you won the event here, it was pretty big. What size board were you riding?
I was riding a 610 Tokoro.
Oh.
Yeah, I've always gravitated, you know, towards the bigger board out here at Sunset. I'm coming, you know, up through the ranks under Sonny Garcia and some of those guys. It was like, you know, I'd pick a smaller board, they'd put it back. I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, no, you're riding this board. I'm like, why? Because I said so. And, you know, coming up and watching those guys and being on there, some of the greatest Sunset performers of all time.
Yeah. Some of the great Sunset performers actually could turn those big boards, like yourself in that victory. Sonny Garcia always rode like 7-foot boards out here. Turned to Pancho Sullivan. He wasn't scared of length. He wasn't scared of a big board, and he could throw that big board around. So it's going to be interesting to see if some of these surfers adapt to that. We got a big man here with Federico Moraes, and not looking like a huge board though.
Yeah, no, I mean, Pancho Sullivan would ride a 7.4, 7.6, and I mean, how could I forget Pancho earlier? I'm sorry, Pancho. I want to apologize to the great Pancho Sullivan, probably the most powerful off the top you've ever seen at Sunset Point, Sunset Beach, period. I mean, Pancho was the standout, and I mean, I'd never seen another top turn like it out here.
Sure, yeah. And it was, as we look into even local events and the whole sorted career of competitions out here at Sunset, Pancho Sullivan being one of the most winningest surfers in Sunset competition, along with currently Ezekiel Lau. So both those surfers, power surfers, and that's why they've been successful out here.
Oh, definitely. If I'm not mistaken, I mean, I'm going to go out on the limb. I think it was Nicky Wood. Is it Nicky Wood?
Yeah.
Front sider?
Yeah.
Wow, that guy could rip out here too, man. I'm not going to forget some of the performances I seen him lay down.
Yeah, there's a great history here, and we're celebrating that history right here today. Heat number 11 of the opening round at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido, and lines coming through here. Jack Robinson just added a 3-point ride to his 5.17 for a two-wave total of 8.17 and the lead, but that is an illusion of a lead at the moment because Jake Marshall, with first priority and a 6.5, is poised to take that lead away, and here comes the sets, Makua.
Yeah, I really think Jake Marshall wants to, you know, make it a point here at Sunset to come away with a really good result. You know, after his performance at Pipeline, you know, I was sitting down talking to him earlier, and he's like, man, I really want to, you know, put something up on the board right now.
Yeah.
And he looked like he had some fire in his eyes. Just goes to show he has the highest single wave heat in this heat so far.
Wine word for wind is Makani, and our man Waz has some info on that.
Well, it looks like the winds are clocking around a bit. You know, we got the east-northeast trades we saw earlier, but right now it looks like almost a little bit of northeast trade coming across. So it's going to affect that lip line. You can see these guys flying into some of these sets. I mean, that wind coming up the face. McCoy, is a little bit bigger board going to help you with that?
Yeah, definitely, Strider. That bigger board will definitely be able to get down the face, come around and navigate those bumps a lot easier than those shorter boards.
All right, Strider, stay in the channel. Stay safe, my friend. We'll keep on checking in with Waz on the water as we go through. Nikki Wood, you mentioned as some of the past winners. That was 1990. And the year before that, actually a year after that, 1991, some surfing history was made over here. Fabio Gouveia won out here at Sunset, and that was the first championship tour win for a Brazilian. So Fabio Gouveia going down in history at Sunset with that big win.
Yeah, I mean, Leo Neves was on point to do that as well in 2007, and the upset came, but Leo Neves, you know, God bless him and his family. What a great competitor. You know, one of the strongest Brazilian surfers I've ever seen surf out here in Sunset, and really pushed me as a competitor to be at my best. So I want to say thank you to Leo and his family and everything that every time I surf out here, I always have a little piece of Leo with me and a memory of that day.
Awesome, Makua. Well, we'll be waiting for Jake Marshall to strike back. He's got priority. Let's see if he goes when we return here to Sunset Beach. More coming your way.
Being born from water means basically what I'm made of. I would say my life's purpose has been driven by waves.
I'd say it kind of applies to just anyone who surfs and loves it, especially people who dedicate kind of almost their whole life to it.
I've actually spent my entire life in the ocean.
The ocean is my happy place. It's my favorite place to be. It's somewhere I can go and escape and just be myself.
Every time you hit the water, you can leave everything else that's going on behind and be in a totally different world.
Time moves really slow and don't know why, but yeah, the ocean's just got something meditative.
It's freedom. I think it's just pure freedom being out in the ocean.
Kai Lenny back in the action right now. Kai finds the barrel and finds the exit.
The feeling of surfing is you can get the best wave of your life, and unlike other things where there's satisfaction, I mean, you are satisfied to have ridden the wave, but it's a motivation to come back and do it again.
It's something that I naturally just want to do every day.
Never going to be a perfect surfer. It's just really exciting that I've always got things to improve on. For myself, it really plays to life outside of surfing as well.
My existence, I would attribute to being from the ocean.
It's kind of what you do and who your friends are, people who surf, and you're just kind of around it all the time.
It's kind of one of the few places where you can enjoy time for yourself and you can enjoy it with everyone else. So yeah, it's super unique and it's something that, you know, I don't know what I'd be doing without it.
Back at Sunset and looking at some of Hurley's team, a spectacular team they have. Hurley making this all possible. This is the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach presented by Shiseido, and hot off the presses, we do have some news, and it's in regard to a Hurley team rider, and Kai Lenny has officially pulled out of the event. So when we go into the elimination round, heat number 1 of the elimination round will feature Kelly Slater, Matthew Mckillifrey and the replacement for Kaileni, which will be Koa Smith. So stick around, and we got a lot of action coming your way.
Wow, Kaipo, I'm excited to see Koa Smith get a start in this event. I seen him catch a wave earlier this morning and absolutely rip it to shreds. You know, condolences out to Kai. Hopefully everything's good, and you know, nothing but the ultimate health to him and his family. But you know, Kai would never miss this event unless something was truly, you know, going on. And shout out to Kai, one of the purest watermen there is today.
Agreed. Here we go with 11 minutes on the countdown. Waves booming here at the reef at Sunset. Jake Marshall, while we were away at that commercial break, appears to have caught a wave, but it's inconsequential because just a fractional score of a 0.7 for Marshall. He's got that valuable 6.5, but now he's behind the priority line of Jack Robinson. So Jake Marshall with a priority error while we were away at break, and now puts himself in a little bit more of a daunting situation. However, that 6.5 is very valuable, Makua.
Like I said, starting off the heat with a 6.5, I mean, he's poised to, you know, shooting for the stars, and he wants to make that next round. It's really, you know, amazing to me. It's kind of baffling me to see everybody catching the waves so far inside. I haven't seen anybody try and go outside and actually catch, you know, a bigger set. And you know, out here at Sunset, the judges really want to reward that big first turn on the big peak outside, and it's just a little odd to see them sitting so far inside in the channel.
Yeah, positioning and time out here. I'm really gonna take a look for Jack Robinson to take lead on that positioning. It seems like he has the most experience out here. He's had the most success out here. So watch for Robo to come through in these last 9.5 minutes, let's just call it.
Well, it seems to me like he just wants to stay and play. Like he doesn't want to give anybody an opportunity that may come in the positioning that they're in. So I think he's kind of playing that game of, if he's in there, you know, having the ability to catch the same waves, the same opportunities as his competitors. But knowing Robo and knowing how good he knows Sunset, I'm really surprised. You know, not just him, but a lot of these surfers out the back trying to catch some of these waves and you know, produce. Those scores will get up in the excellent range. You catch one out there and do one big turn at the peak. I mean, it hasn't been done yet, so it's something the judges haven't even seen today.
And that point of differentiation, I'm sure, would equal to a meaningful score. So we're going to see if they change a little bit of the positioning at the playing field right now with 8 minutes and 45 seconds on the countdown.
I mean, yeah, Kaipo, coming up under the sunnies and the ponchos, I mean, they'd be out there hammering that thing one time, 8.5.
Here we go, Jack Robinson, frothy wave, squeaks a bottom turn, nice swooping cut back into the power source. Double pump bottom turn again, handles the froth with a snap there, looking for another maneuver, has to kind of duck under the lip a little bit for a completion as he makes his way out into the channel and kicking out.
Yeah, that was a smart little tactical move. I mean, he's trying to get rid of what, a
three-point ride.
Three-point ride, and yeah, I mean, that could definitely get him, you know, further into the lead. But should someone catch one outside, it's going to be a whole nother ball game. There we go, Jack setting up on a little frothier wave. Nice swooping turn, beautiful hand positioning on that wave, Kaipo. Taking his time off the bottom, kind of nursing down off the top right there. Tucking under a little bit and kind of just riding this one off into the channel. But I mean, he had beautiful hand positioning and rail positioning on that first turn. Here we go, right here. You see his hands opening up, nice, redirecting him back to the power section of the wave, really using that rail and his body positioning very well. Little jam off the top there. Nonetheless, a beautiful wrap, and I wouldn't be surprised if that was better than his three-point ride.
So we'll be waiting for the number 4, Jack Robinson. As we look at Jake Marshall rolling into this one. Fades the bottom turn. Classic Sunset technique. Nice carve off the top. Sticking right at the edge of the whitewater again. Beautiful arcing turn for Jake Marshall. Patience on his turn, and that longer rail line seems to be cutting through the surface at Sunset Beach. Can he hang on with a convergence of water? And the answer is no. That is just a wild ride at the end. Miguel Pupo on his heels here. He needs a score. He needs some numbers on the board right now. Long bottom turn, carves off the top. Long wall in front of him. has to skate around this section and actually straightens out for it. So not a lot of opportunity for Miguel Pupo.
Yeah, Kaipo, I mean, you've seen there on Jake Marshall's wave how he was able to fade back even. With that longer board and longer rail line, it gives you the opportunity to be able to go and get yourself a little deeper, because when you do come off of the bottom and you push on those fins, that longer rail line allows you to get up there and still have speed, power, and flow to come through that first turn. And Jake Marshall did very well on that wave to produce a pretty good score, I would say.
Yeah, a lot of math to be done right now. All 3 scores are needed for our surfers to set the situation. We're right under the 6-minute mark, and that's going to be some important information. Here's a replay, Jake Marshall.
Right there, that little check fade off the bottom all the way through. It's almost like it's one turn. From the bottom turn, here we go, all the way through the top turn, back to the bottom. It's almost like one continuous move, and the judges really is going to reward those long arcing turns and long rail lines. Had he rode out of that, I mean, that was definitely going into the excellent range, Michael.
Love the water angle here, and you can see the long bottom turn, top turn combo from Jake Marshall.
Yeah, right here, just really driving off the bottom, getting up there. That's towards the end of the wave, but nonetheless, really putting on a great performance of rail work on that wave.
One score came in. That was for Jack Robinson on his last wave, a 6-point ride. Robinson in the lead. Jake Marshall, judges still owe us a score for him. He needs a 4.67 to take the lead off of Jack Robinson. But the person who's really in the trouble situation here is Miguel Pupo, as Pupo has not broken the 1-point range in any of his rides so far.
Yeah, that's strange. I mean, that last wave he had, nice long bottom turn. Had a nice top turn on it too, his first turn. I'm not sure if that score came through yet, Kaipo. But, as we can see right now, scores dropping for Jake Marshall. Look like he's going to extend his lead after this score comes in.
Again, 4.67 will take Marshall to the lead over Jack Robinson. A 6.77 drops. He takes the lead. Jack Robinson now in second place. Miguel Pupo, 2.77 is his highest score. Pupo now needing an 8.4 to avoid the elimination round, Makua.
He's really going to have to come off the bottom and throw his backside turn straight up into the lip. He's going to have to throw caution into the wind and really attack the lip at Sunset right now if he wants to escape that elimination round.
He needs excellent surfing at this point, but all is not lost for Miguel Pupo. Again, when we go into the elimination round, top 2 surfers out of that round will move into the round of 32. Third place will be eliminated and get that dreaded 33rd place in their rankings that nobody wants.
Yeah, no, you do not want to be in that elimination round. You do not want a 33rd. I mean, thank goodness they do have a throwaway, but you want to save as many of those results as possible before you have a throwaway. And the way the format is set with that mid-year cut, those results are going to be very, very crucial come that time of year.
Here we go. Jack Robinson just cruises in and out of that one. More of a repositioning wave for Robinson.
Yeah, I would say so, Kaipo, definitely. Looks like he's on a little smaller board too, so maybe he didn't want to paddle out. Seen some sets. He figured catch the wave. I mean, the priority thing out here is not that much of a factor. It's so wide open. There's so many peaks. And as I've been watching the waves, it's turning a little more north. There's a few more north peaks. I've seen, was it Jackson Baker? Get a beautiful wave into the channel. I mean, big scores. And yeah, it just goes to show the swell's kind of lining up. The trades are coming in. A lot cleaner faces I've been seeing on offer.
And a little bit more north would be preferable. Is that correct, Kumakua?
Yeah, I would say so. It'd open up the wave a lot more, give a lot more wall to work with. Instead of that kind of mushy beginning, double up into a running section, it'd actually be coming across, hitting that inside bowl. And you know what you can do it in that inside bowl. Big barrels, big turns, big scoring potential.
Well, here we go. 2 minutes, 15 seconds, counting down. Miguel Pupo out in the red jersey with first priority. Needs a big number, an 8.4 for the Brazilian to avoid the elimination round. Earlier today, we saw his little brother, Sammy, avoid that. We'll see Sammy in the round of 32, but here we go with Miguel. There's going to be a big one for him.
Yeah, here he is, paddling Kaipo.
Straight down, delays the bottom turn. Carve off the top, again staying with the power source. Snaps under the lip. Needs more, however, to get the score, and the bobble is really going to cost them in the end.
Yeah, that board looks a little stiff off the bottom. I'm not sure if that's, you know, a tactic that he's doing, drawing out that bottom turn, but that board looks like it's a little bit, might need to change it for the next round. And here he goes, dropping in right here, getting to the bottom, and really like delaying that bottom turn a lot. That definitely was, you know, he had a good effort on that wave. I mean, Miguel Pupo is so resilient. He's such a great surfer all these years on tour. I mean, he just absolutely kills it. One heat doesn't define anybody by any means. He could be in that elimination route and absolutely get 8-point rides, no problem. He has it in him. Miguel Pupo, unfortunately, right now with 1 minute left, looks like he might be in that elimination round, Kaipo.
Let's just enjoy this by Jack Robinson. Nice takeoff right under the lip. Nice carve for Jack, and Robinson just projecting down the line. I'm sure in his head he knows he's on his way to the round of 32. Brilliant rail turn to finish off as the clock clicks down to just 30 seconds.
Yeah, Jack Robo comes from a place in the world, in Western Australia, that has these big conditions, wide open waves. I mean, he's no stranger to big rail work, big carves. I mean, Margaret River, you know, it's like a sister wave to Sunset Beach out there on the west side of Australia. And Jack Robinson just knows, taking a jet ski ride over the channel, and he'll be moving on to that non-elimination round.
Correct. As we count it down to make it official, and it will be the rookie taking out a win and a past champ, Jack Robinson, advancing into the round of 32. It's going to be Miguel Pupo in the elimination round. When we return, final heat of this opening round will be out in the water. Mahalo to Na Kamakai for the opening Oli and Pule, our chant to open up and bless this event. The Hurley Pro at Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido. Final heat of this opening round is out in the water. Leonardo Fioravanti, Federico Moraes, and Connor O'Leary making up the action. I'm Kai Paguro, joined by past champ Makua Kai Rothman to talk you through all of the action. So we got 2 regular footers, 1 goofy footer out in this final heat. Your pick.
My pick, let's see. I would either have to go for, I'm just gonna put it out there. I'm going with my boy Freddie on this one.
Well, that's a pretty good pick because Federico Moraes has been a finalist out here before when this was a qualifying series event at the last of the year. He's got the big frame. He's got the big turns. I think that's a really good pick.
He's also a multiple company team rider of mine. And, you know, us boys stick together. But nonetheless, Federico Moraes' surfing speaks for itself.
Yeah.
Major turns, major rail work. He's got the big frame, like you said, and he's got the boards under his feet to do it right now.
Yeah, he was in 2016. He was the runner-up out here at the World Cup, so we'll see. Leonardo Fioravanti, he's been training like a madman. He's in incredible shape right now. The young man representing Italy, just 24 years old, and I expect some big things from Leonardo Fioravanti.
Yeah, Leo's been putting a lot of time out here. I mean, he's the how would you say? He's like Hanayed into the Sunset Point family. And he's spent many moons out here. And like you said, training very hard, very in shape, and very ready to put on a great performance today.
Conor O'Leary is going to offer some contrast to the other two surfers, being the goofy foot in this heat. 4th season on the championship tour. He had to claw his way back into the championship tour via the Challenger Series, where he finished 4th overall in 2021. So it's good to have Conor O'Leary back on the big show, back on the championship tour. So we'll see what Conor has in the backhand.
I mean, I just love Conor's tenacity, the never give up attitude. I mean, he's always ready to put it down. And here you go, Kaipo.
Opening wave, and it's going to be Leonardo Fioravanti slicing through a whitewater face. And again, just kind of a jumbled wave that he's going to have to negotiate. However, able to throw down a big snap there and start to put it together towards the end of this wave. So it looked like a difficult wave to ride, but Leonardo Fioravanti did a great job on a few turns and a completion.
He did an excellent job on that wave, Kaipo. I mean, I was watching that wave going, what are you doing? And he just proved the whole world wrong, laying down some beautiful turns. I mean, right here, this wave just looks like a bad choice of waves, period. Really just kind of sleepy in the beginning, but right here, Leo just comes alive. Nice jamming turn right here. One more time, up into the lip. Drop that wallet, picked it up. A lot of spray. One more turn. Leo definitely putting together a score on a mediocre wave, putting on a great performance.
Fioravanti on the paddle back out. We'll be awaiting that number, and I feel it's going to be a good number for the Italian. Our vision clouded just a little bit as another rain squall is moving through the area. More rain coming down, but it's okay. We don't mind it over here in Hawaii because that makes everything grow.
Oh yeah, the ua is a blessing here. You know, every time it rains and puts down that lifeblood of our aina, you know, the water nourishes the plants that nourish us and gives us that beautiful, clean drinking water, which has been a big issue here in Hawaii lately.
Yeah, and not to mention it creates streams and rivers, much like the Paumalu stream that we have here running from the mountains all the way to the ocean, which created, Makua, this deep channel. You can talk more to me about that because I know you know the history of this break.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've dove every hole and, you know, daytime, nighttime dive, fished everything you could here. And this channel here is a very deep, important channel for the way that this wave breaks. It really picks up that west swell out of that deep water, really puts a lot of energy onto that corner, puts it up onto the reef, and gives you what we have gives everyone what we have today in a beautiful west swell.
You can see right here, that's the remnants of what was once a river. Now it's just a small stream, Paumalu, but the fresh water there through centuries would make coral not be able to grow, and it would actually dig out that deep channel. It was a much bigger river before some of the water got diverted during the sugarcane years. But for those centuries upon centuries upon century, it really made, you know, the bathymetry and the landscape of this break.
Yeah, definitely. That river had everything to do with this break. It cut the path for those waves to have the angle to put this beautiful spectacle we have on today. It has a lot to do with that river, and you know, the diversion of the water has changed a lot about the islands lately.
Yeah, I agree. And so both myself as well as Makua Kai, also Kanaka Maoli, which are native Hawaiians, and so, you know, I think at this time, a lot of times it's appropriate for us to be okay and to speak about both Mo'olelo legends up here at Paumalu, and also to refer to Sunset Beach by its native name, Paumalu. Here we go. O'Leary. Oh. Looked like a good start for Conor O'Leary with that wide, long bottom turn, but skipping out on the top. That was a swing and a miss for the Australian.
Looks like he was trying to get like a new style move or something. A little Mason Ho tap the nose floater kind of deal going on that one.
What went wrong?
I'm not sure. Beautiful bottom turn, by the way. Look at that positioning of his hands. I mean, right there, extending. The fins came out. He hit a chop and just threw him totally off. He was so compressed and ready for that. And as soon as he unleashed the power at the top of that wave, unfortunately, he hit a chop. His fins came out and wasn't able to control that maneuver.
And Leonardo Fioravanti opened up with a 3.83. Here's his second ride. Again, paced and in control here. Big slash off the top, and he is going to back out of that one. Right behind him, Frederico Moraes, the pride of Cascais, Portugal. And the big framed surfer matching power with power here at Sunset Beach and gets that completion.
Wow, those are almost two identical waves right there, Kaipo. I think Leo's wave was a little more critical on the last turn, if you ask me. Nonetheless, two beautiful waves, two beautiful performances on a tricky Sunset canvas today.
Oh yeah, and an intimidating Sunset canvas as we see feathering sets. Let's get to some replays.
Nice wrap off the top, little caught up there on the top, being patient, coming off the bottom and really jamming it right in the powerful section of the wave right there.
And check this technique out.
Yeah, really opening up that hands. Had he not touched the water with his front hand, I think that would have been a little cleaner turn. Nonetheless, right here, just really laying into that turn.
And Leonardo.
Yeah, Leo is just really compressed, really composed on this wave. All that bump and just really jamming it into that section, free falling down. And like I said, those are two very similar rides.
Waiting for those numbers to populate and set the situation. Fioravanti on the paddle out. Jake Marshall won the last heat as a rookie. And we have more just monsters marching through here.
It's Sunset Beach, it's Paumalu. It's where your name once upon a time was made. And it's showing why. To be able to come out on top, to be victorious at such a wild, unruly wave, you have to have the ultimate confidence going for you.
And Paumalu has a meaning to it also, doesn't it, Makua?
Yes, I'm not too familiar with the actual meeting, Kaipo, but I know Kaunala actually can be referred to as the sunset.
Yeah, and Kaunala is the channel on the other side of Sunset Beach, of Paumalu. So we got two channels on each side which kind of triangulate and make this wave. I was talking about the young rookie, Jake Marshall. He came out with a splash of 6.77 and a 6.5 equal the heat win for the young man from Encinitas. Let's hear from him.
Jake Marshall, that was an impressive heat win. Coming up against a former winner and a tour veteran, what did you make of that heat?
Yeah, that was a tough heat for sure. Anytime you get Jack in your heat at Sunset, it's like definitely not one of the guys you really want to drop because he's so good out here. But yeah, I knew if I could get some good waves and do my surfing, I was going to have a good chance. I feel really confident out here, and I've surfed this wave a ton, and I feel like it kind of suits my surfing. So I felt like if I could just put myself on some good waves, I was going to have a good shot to make any heat out there.
And talk to me about that experience. I mean, how young were you when you first started coming to the North Shore of Oahu?
Yeah, I mean, I've been coming here probably since I was like 10, almost every winter. So, and a lot of times when I was younger, like pipe was always pretty gnarly and crowded, so I would probably kind of surf here a lot. And especially this winter, like there was a lot of really big days where it was kind of washing through at pipe a little bit, and I would just surf out here and just getting comfortable out there when it's really big and you got sets coming in on your head, and just your positioning and stuff is really important. So I felt really good and really comfortable out there, so I feel pretty confident of it.
And putting that Hurley sticker back on your board, how good did that feel?
Oh, it felt awesome to be back with Hurley. I mean, I've rode for them almost my whole life, so it's really cool they're sponsoring this event, and I'm hoping to do good for them and just for myself as well.
All the best, Jake. Thanks for your time.
Well, great start for Jake Marshall, catching back up to this heat. A 3.83, a 5.5, the lead with Fioravanti. Federico Moraes came out swinging with a 6.5 on his first wave. Conor O'Leary has some work to do, and he's got 17 minutes and 20 seconds on the countdown. We talk about Olelo Hawaii, we talk about Paumalu.
Yeah, Paumalu is means secretly taken. It describes a deep underwater channel that creates the undertow and unexpected big waves here. And there's a legend that Kahikilani, a prince from Kauai, is turned to stone over here. And that stone's actually on the west end of the mountain. It's the Washington Rock, but the proper name is Kahikilani. And for those of you that don't know, there's breaks on both sides of the Paumalu channel. And the west side of the Paumalu channel is Lehua Vehe, and the break on the east side is Pua Ilima.
Pua Ilima is where we're at right now. Where we're competing right now, Pua Ilima.
That's right.
Great knowledge right there. Thank you, Makua. Here we go. Conor O'Leary needs a score, and he's not going to get it on that wave, unfortunately. Yeah, you can still see the rock on the hill over here with that ancient Hawaiian Mo'olelo, our legends. And you can see why, you know, why Hawaiians would have named this break and this channel that way, because imagine people getting swept out to sea, canoes getting swept out to sea in giant surf with this like Kamilan Rip. I mean, you can see why it's named the way it is.
Exactly, Kaipo. I mean, the power, you know, secretly taken. Some of these guys are getting taken away by these big sets, as we've seen on TV right here. They're secretly getting taken away. And there's no secret when it comes to this man on your screen right now, Kelly Slater, the greatest of all time. What do you see coming up in this next heat, Kaipo?
I see Kelly Slater coming back. I think he's way too motivated. I think he's way too smart of a competitor right now with this opportunity. It looks like he's assessing the conditions. I don't want to see him experiment with boards right now. I want to see him on a good, lengthy, volume-y sunset board and get some of those.
There it is. When he came in on his last heat.
And he got off the quad, just like you were talking about.
He's definitely got that thruster. I mean, there's still too much bump out there. It's not pipeline. You're not just going straight on a glassy, perfect wave. There's a lot of bump to deal with. The quads don't like that chatter. Quads like to go really fast in a straight line. And we'll just see, you know, how Kelly Slater, like we're talking about at pipeline, those little adjustments come into play at every event. Equipment-wise, you know, your mental state of mind, you need to make those adjustments.
I wonder how many competitors heard your quad comment from this morning and actually have, I mean, looks like, I don't know if it's just coincidence, but Kelly Slater's applying that theory right now. Back on a thruster, round pin, Tokoro.
And I'm just hoping I didn't go out there and make myself look foolish, but hopefully he goes out there and smashes this heat up with that thruster. But yeah, I mean, all the great wins out here. I'm not sure how many wins have come on a quad out here at Sunset.
Yeah. We're going to take a break. We'll be back with the conclusion of heat number 12, opening round, elimination round following. We'll see Kelly Slater launch that elimination round.
I became world champion 2015.
Unbelievable year for Mckillifrey for winning a huge big wave world title.
Surfing is everything to me. It's given me my whole life.
Mckillifrey on a mean one.
You I was in the hospital months out of the year growing up, and this ocean is what helped keep me alive.
Right back on the horse, Mckillifrey Rothman.
This ocean has nourished my people, our culture. The sport was created here.
Goes for the cover up. Can he come out? He does. He loves it. That feels good.
Our ancestors embodied what it meant to be a waterman. It's helped give me a platform to spread aloha to the world, have a voice and a message to share, and I owe that all to the ocean. The ocean gave me that opportunity to be able to be that person to go and share that love around the world.
Wow. All I can say is wow. Mckillifrey Rothman.
Thank you.
That was a great bit.
Thank you very much. And yeah, the ocean has given me everything that I have. It's given me the relationships and everything. It's brought me here today to share that aloha with all of you folks out there in internet land, everybody at home watching today. Thank you very much. Aloha nui loa.
Great to have Mckillifrey Rothman on our commentary team here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido. We are in the final heat of the opening round. Out in the water, Leonardo Fioravanti, Federico Moraes, and Conor O'Leary.
Yeah, Conor O'Leary definitely has some catching up to do right now, Kaipo. I'm not sure if he had a wave during the break, but right now, out in the lead, we have Leo Fioravanti with a 5.50 and a 3.83. Right behind him, chipping away, we have Federico Moraes with the singles highest score of the heat, a 6.5. Conor O'Leary in that non-advancing, going to the elimination round as of now, but he only needs a 5.81 to get himself up into an advancing position.
Yeah, 11 minutes on the countdown, and you can see the waves continue to pour in. You know, if anything, consistency hasn't been an issue for us. It really has been the battle of Sunset Beach, the current, the positioning, the wash-through sets, Makua.
There's no lack of waves out there today. You know, it's all about positioning, wave selection, and really timing and being patient to place your board in the correct spot on each wave, which is a very, very difficult thing to do. I mean, sitting in here, like I said many times before, we can say it all day. These competitors are out there putting their lives, their careers, and everything on the line to bring you some of the most exciting surfing of the year.
And talk to us how much bigger it actually is out there compared to, I think sometimes there's an illusion when you see this wave, especially on a screen, compared to how big it really is out there.
Guys will tell you, Sunset Beach could give you the wipeout of your life. I mean, this wave does not play, especially when it's big and west like this. You get caught outside back in that corner over there, you're definitely going to be sucking wind, and I'm hoping that you're in shape. But here we go, Leo Fioravanti up and riding, Kaipo.
Leonardo Fioravanti, long wall out in front of the surfer in the red jersey, and just trying to get some purchase out of his fins. Looked like he needed some gripping because he was just surviving through that wave.
That wave just didn't have that much to offer. You know, Leo's a really tactical, really smart surfer, and I don't think he wants to make any errors. He doesn't want to, you know, break his equipment or cause himself any bodily harm for no reason. Get out of the way, reposition himself. He's in the lead. He doesn't have priority, so just keep on surfing, keep on that roll like Italo had.
So do you think that was more of a cat and mouse type of game with Leonardo Fioravanti, maybe a repositioning tactic?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, coming with the bottom priority, that wave looked like it could have had a barrel on it. It had a long wall on it. I think he was trying to get lucky, tuck in, get a barrel ride, get back out, and really put more pressure on Conor and Federico to really have to get an excellent score to take him out.
Great insight. Under 9 minutes on the countdown. Federico Moraes with a 6.5, highest single wave score in this matchup. Needs to find the backup. He's got first priority, so he's just scouring the lineup. It's a huge playing field. And Moraes just scouring the lineup and having to dart in and out, avoiding those wash-through sets and positioning himself so that he can back that 6.5 up.
Yeah, he'll definitely be looking for, you know, a wave to match that 6.5, if not better at Kaipo. Right now we have a little bit of a lull in the action, so positioning and wave selection is very key right now for these next rides.
Next heat, we are going to have the GOAT in the water. Kelly Slater will be in the elimination round, heat number 1, along with Matthew Mckillifrey and a replacement for Kai Lenny in the way of Koa Smith. So that's going to be an extremely interesting elimination round, heat 1.
Wow, that's amazing to see Koa get a start in this event. speaking of event, you know, I want to go out there, I want to go out on a limb and say thank you to everybody behind the scenes that doesn't get seen, all the hands that prepared the food, put up these tents, and everybody that made this event possible. I want to thank each and every one of you for all your kokua help for putting this event on.
Yeah, it is a great team that brings you live surfing here via World Surf League, and thank you for joining us. And we love our fans too. Remember, you can get involved. Sign up. It's not too late to set your team. Play fantasy surf and see if you can beat me.
Hey, talking about spreading aloha, Kaipo, I would like to put a challenge out there to our viewers. If some of you guys could be out there and DM me on Instagram at Makua Rathman, someone that has been doing selfless acts, someone that's putting, you know, others in, you know, others first, you know, first responder, whatever it may be, someone in the community that's been reaching out and helping the children, send a message to me, and I want to shout them out online because I really do want to spread aloha, and giving the opportunity to sit here and speak to the world. I really want to highlight someone that's real selfless and portraying that aloha as well.
All right. Well, here we go, high above, and you can see, Makua, the water ripping through the channel here at Sunset Beach.
That's that Paumalu channel that we've been talking about that was created by that ancient river. And you can kind of see that river towards the road there, kind of glistening on the sand. That's where that river comes out. And that river comes straight out. And that's the reason there's whitewash on both sides of the channel. Because it's deep there, the waves don't really break there. It has to be really big for it to break in that channel. And when it fills up with more sand, it's easier to close out. But when it's nice and dredged out, I mean, that's one of the deeper channels around here going out to the outside.
That's what makes this wave have so many personalities. Rideable from 2 feet to what you say, 15 foot still rideable?
I mean, there's some easy, you know, 12, 15 foot sets out the back, I would say. There's some big ones out there. And I think that's why it was such the sought after place for performance surfing, because they had that big channel to paddle out, like Pipeline back in the day. It was a lot more unruly. It was hard to get out. It was much more challenging. Sunset had a little easier entry and a lot bigger playing field to compete back in the day.
Yeah, let's talk about some past Sunset champions. Rory Russell took a win out here in 1976. What about Barry Kanaio-Puni, also a winner here in 76. 77, the Aussie Cole Smith took a win 77. Also, we saw both Eddie Aikau as well as Reno Abelera take wins at Sunset. The list goes on, and these are some of the legends of surfing. Michael Ho won in 78. Buzzy Kerbox, he was on set with us earlier. He won in 1978. Bobby Owens, great Sunset surfer. 1980, he took a win here. Mark Richards, 1979. What about this name? James Bird Mahelona, 1982. Took out the pro class trials right here.
Yeah, Uncle Bird, I mean, so influential in a lot of the West Side greats that we've had, the Sonny Garcias, the Johnny Boy Gomes. You know, Uncle Bird is definitely was leading that pack.
Yeah, a proud Hawaiian, and just one of those legends that, you know what, I want to bring up, I want to talk about, because I think a lot of mainstream kind of surf history may not present guys like Bird Mahelona much, but he was certainly an innovator, both here at Sunset and was one of the early kind of rail grab, regular foot proponents at Pipeline in those early years where people were just figuring out that kind of pig dog stance.
Oh yeah, I mean, Uncle Bird is such a legend, you know, all around. He's, like you said, he's a past champion out here, and to be a champion out here, I mean, it takes everything. You know, it takes high performance surfing, it takes wave knowledge, it takes everything you got.
Talked about the time bandit out here, just the theft of time that Sunset Beach can do in a 30-minute heat, just rips it off of your clock. Right now, you see Federico Moraes with that 6.5 doesn't have a backup, Makua.
Yeah, I mean, it goes by so quickly. I mean, it says that saying, you know, time flies when you're having fun. Time really flies out here at Sunset when you're not having fun as well, you know. So I expect Federico Moraes to put another score on the board, but I mean, Sunset has other plans sometimes, and you know, he is in an advancing situation unless Conor O'Leary gets on the board first.
Yeah. Single wave score does keep Federico Moraes in second and advancing position. A 5.81 will bump him out of that position if he is not able to catch another wave. 5.81 needed by Conor O'Leary. We're under 3 minutes, and it's going to be go time for Frederico. Tries to take off, unable to get to his feet. He's going to lose priority. Now priority goes to Conor O'Leary. Again, 5.81 is what O'Leary needs to get into that second place position if Frederico does not catch another wave.
Yeah, Kaipo, we got 2 minutes and 26 seconds on the clock counting down. These guys, it's go time right now. If you want to avoid that elimination round, right now is your time. The sets are coming in. You need to get a score, get on the board, and put yourself ahead and get yourself in advanced position.
We're flying from up above. Where should these guys be paddling right now, Makua?
I would be paddling to the spot where the wave's coming. Where that's going to be, I'm not sure. I'm sitting in the booth, and you know, these guys, highly intelligent, the best surfers in the world right here on the WSL, on the championship tour. It looks like there's some waves coming in.
I mean, are you just chasing it if you try to go to the point at this point?
At this moment, a minute 40 seconds left. Unless you see a big bomb out the back, you should definitely be paddling to the point. And I'm very, very surprised how far in these guys are. I mean, they're surfing basically right outside Val's Reef. Sunset's out there by that first bump. You know, see that boil right there? That's a takeoff spot for the West Bowl. And these guys are basically surfing right outside Val's Reef. It's just been blowing my mind today watching that. But I mean, nonetheless, beautiful scores, and these guys are putting on a great performance.
Yeah, but desperate times right now for Conor O'Leary with that priority, and doesn't need a giant number, 5.91, if Frederico Moraes gets shut out of catching any more waves, down to a minute. So it's go time for sure.
I mean, is that Kelly guys right there in the lineup we're looking at? That might be mistaken, but yeah, them guys are definitely 50 seconds to go. Here we go. Freddie Moraes has third priority. Did he have a priority mishap going on or something?
Yeah, he bungled the takeoff, just got a 0.1. And so now Conor O'Leary right there. Here we go, under priority. Smart move by Frederico Moraes. We'll catch up to that, but you can tell he's playing the game right now. He doesn't want a fractional score in his scoreline, so smart move by the pride of Portugal, Frederico Moraes.
Well, anything helps him right now to add to the ask of Conor O'Leary. 20 seconds left. I mean, he's pretty well on his way to do so. I mean,
yeah, this is going to be it. 10 seconds. It looks like it's Leo Fioravanti getting gobbled up by the whitewater. And so no more waves are going to be ridden in this heat. And the results are as follows. Leonardo Fioravanti in first, Frederico Moraes in second, and Conor O'Leary. We'll see him in the elimination round. Speaking of elimination round, that's going to start right after this break.
It's time for the elimination round, which features world number 1, the GOAT, Kelly Slater, taking on this man. A late call-up for Jordy Smith, and he's going to make it count. Koa coming off the bottom, nice backhand turn, looking at the lip, squares up, going upside down, and he's still looking to pull it off. The whitewater gets the best of him on his way to ride out. We'll transition into South Africa's Matthew Mckillifrey, lining up a meaty section right in the pocket. Forced to straighten out after that massive carve. And the young guns in this heat trying to get a jump start on a man they call the greatest of all time, Kelly Slater, looking to survive this elimination round. Obviously number 1 in the world, just got that yellow jersey. BL, he does not want to let go of it this early.
It's a cruel world, isn't it? Competitive surfing, you know, from the top to an elimination round in the very next day that you compete. But, you know, Kelly's been in these situations so many times for so many, you know, decades now that he's one of those guys that you imagine would be unflappable and would be able to handle anything that Mother Nature or the pressure of competition throws at him.
Well, we just come off of an event where no one's better. 8 titles. I mean, that speaks to every event on tour. No one's won an event 8 times, especially from the first being in the early 90s. And then what we just saw, you know, a little over a week ago at Pipeline. But then it comes just drastically changing into Kelly's Sunset relationship. That's talked about a lot, where he's even mentioned how he doesn't like to spend too much time out there. The CTs he did compete in 03 and 02, he was knocked out in round 3 both years. First by Shane Dorian, then by Jake the Snake Patterson. And it became clear that it wasn't a wave that he had his head wrapped around, just like every other wave on the planet. It's so interesting that there seems to be one event that has eluded him in his lifetime.
And I you know, although he's won 4 Bells Beach events, you kind of have that feeling like Bells Beach was never really right there in his comfort zone either. Margaret River was one of those spots. So, you know, although he has been, you know, the most dominant, most incredible surfer of all time, competitive surfer of all time, as well as free surfer, you'd have to say, at the same time, everybody's got their things they've got to learn, and the growth never ends, doesn't it? And for Kelly, this is it right here. Right this moment is to find a nice attitude, a better way of looking at the place, a different way of feeling about things, and recognising that the challenge is here. And the win at Pipeline was, you know, one of the most emotional, incredible sporting moments that any of us will witness or be privileged to witness. And here it is again. It's sort of like you're back to the beginning this week.
It's so true. Last heat of the opening round was won by an Italian named Leonardo Fioravanti. Leo is with Rosie.
Yeah, thanks so much. Well, Leo, it's been a long road for you to get back on the championship, to get through that injury. Tell us about some of the hard work that you've been doing.
For sure, you know, towards the last season, I had a really bad ankle injury, which I had to just push throughout every event. And then the tours ended, and I got surgery straight away. So then I had 4 or 5 months to recover, and, you know, my mind was 100% recovery, work my ass off, to get back to this and do what I love.
Well, it is such a trial by fire. This season, starting at Pipe, starting at Sunset, I mean, that is a huge challenge off the bat.
For sure, a huge challenge, but for me, I think it's a great challenge, which I love. I've spent a lot of time over here over the years, learned to surf these waves, whether it was the QS, whether it was Belly taking me out there, and I think these waves fit my surfing.
And the perspective that you've gained coming off an injury.
Yeah, you know, coming off an injury, I mean, I've done the work, so, which a lot of people have, but right now, you know, it's important to focus on what's happening out there. And what's happening out there is 15-foot, pretty gnarly sunset.
Yeah, not many people taking it on. Well, Leo, thanks for your time. Well done in that heat.
Thank you, Rosie. Leo Fioravanti, you could tell the fire coming out of the young Italian. He is so ready, and it feels like these injuries at different parts of his career just keep sidelining him, but he comes back better. And kind of similar to John Florence, you almost become mentally, powerfully strong to find yourself back into a recovery mode where you can actually learn or teach yourself to love that recovery process, to put everything into it. And I know, Barton, you're about to go through it as well with some injuries, but it's an interesting thing where it's like, okay, I'm not down and out. I have an opportunity to come back better, you know, and someone in their career who did that maybe better than anyone was Mick Fanning as well.
Yeah, I suppose it just speaks to the positive nature of humans. We don't tend to remember the bad stuff. We remember the good stuff, and we're able to sort of live in that positivity and live in that moment of hope. And as a competitor, you live in that moment all the time, because one week you may be last in an event or lose first round. You've got to, you can't carry the baggage from that event. You've got to be at that next event free of that, the encumbrances of and learning of the lessons, and ready to put yourself into that new moment without. And it's exactly the same process with injuries as it is with results. And at the same time, the highs, such as Kelly Slater's pipeline high, it impacts you. You're a different person at this next event, at your very next first heat. And the job's to try and understand how you're different, how you need to realign yourself to make the most of that moment.
As we see a very beautiful view looking back to land, a view that one man saw for so many decades out here at Sunset Beach, as we'd like to pay a tribute and our respects to the late Peter Cole, who just recently passed at 91 years of age, a legend of Sunset Beach specifically, probably known globally for his heroics in big, gigantic surf at Waimea, but this was his very favorite wave. Loved the challenge, a very accomplished swimmer, competed at Stanford University, moved over here, a teacher at Punahou, and taught algebra. And we're thinking about Peter Cole and his entire family and all that he gave to us here, not just in the water, but on land here on the North Shore of Oahu. As we look at the backside turn of Jordy Smith as he'll step off. Such a great legacy in Peter Cole, BL. He did so much for surfing, a class act in and out of the water, and was even instrumental in creating Sunset Beach Elementary School. Got the state to put that into effect, and he gave so much each and every day.
And the North Shore Land Trust, as we see Kelly up and riding, what a great man. We'll talk a little more about the great Peter Cole after this wave.
As we've got the snap from Kelly, holding that rail, controls that re-entry down to the bottom. With the backwash, he springs right into motion in the pocket, and Kelly looking smooth on that last effort.
Definitely a better rhythm, a different flow with the wave. I know that he went to the thruster, and I feel that the quads are great, in a fast, speedy, straight line. But when you've got to manage stuff, speed's not really something you're looking for out here at Sunset. You're looking to control and manage the speed. And I think Kelly looks better on this board here with the three fins and that back fin there as an anchor. Nice top turn, driving beautifully out of the bottom, controlled, didn't rush to anything. And I feel like he's learnt the lessons of those earlier heats and watching the round where people rushing to stuff, they weren't connecting with the wave properly and making the whole performance sync together, and Kelly did it beautifully on that one.
See how deep he was off the bottom there, and that big connection, perfect timing off the top, BL.
And those turns before in the first round, we saw him getting some drift out of them on the quad. So here it stabilizes the board out of the lip and gives you the control you need in those difficult moments. It's definitely going to, we saw Matthew Mckillifrey get a 5.33 for one turn, and it was a beautiful, beautiful turn. But this will be the best scoring ride of the heat so far, as you see Kelly unweight out of the top there, then recompress into those turns, grabs the rail and just holds it, manages it. He knows the important thing is a completion here. There's already been some good work done, and it's just a matter of stylizing your way through to the end of it, which nobody does better than he, and banking that score.
Now 24 on the clock, waiting for the number from Kelly. Laura, it's so interesting. Number one in the world now dealing with the elimination round. Where's Kelly's head at coming into this heat?
Guys, intensity is heating up down here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. I actually just got to chat to Kalani then. See Leo just coming in from his heat. Kalani saying that, Kelly's feeling really confident. He's feeling calm. He knows his lineups. And he actually said that he thought it looked better than this morning. So I was just, having a chat to her saying I thought it looked a bit washy, but Kelly seemed to think that it's cleaning up. He knows his spot, and he seemed really ready to go. But also interesting seeing an influx of all the caddies coming in. It is such a tough time out there for the caddies. They're constantly paddling. I've just seen Tyler come in to caddy for her brother Owen in the next heat, as well as Morgan Sivlik. So they're all sort of trading out caddies as well. So pretty awesome team spirit down here at Sunset. It's a monster out there, but they're taming it.
Yeah, it's definitely. Thank you, Laura. So interesting to feel the intensity of the Red Bull Athlete Zone in the elimination round. What about the conditions, Strider, out in the water? Do you agree that it's at a clean part of the day?
I'd say it's definitely looking like it's cleaned up a bit with the trades, grooming the surface of the water, but the swells are still massive. I mean, we've had big closeouts here in the channel that we've had to deal with, so the swell still seems to be rising to me, and the current still pulling out the back Slater, just using it as an escalator at the moment to swing wide and get back outside. So he looks motivated though. On his last wave, came by, threw a shaka, and he loves that jersey. I mean, he does not want to let that go. You can imagine being 50, #1 in the world, having that on your back. It's as cozy as a mustard on a hot dog. It just looks right.
It certainly does. It's a great look for Kelly. When the yellow jersey was introduced, he got a taste of it in 2014. He had a great start to that season and then lost it right after he got it in Fiji. So it's been quite some time for Kelly to hold that world #1. I mean, we go back to Snapper 2013 was the last time he won the season opener to kick off with this kind of dominance. And speaking of dominance, great number for Kelly, 667 on his opener.
We can just see him paddling over the shoulder there of a big set wave that broke way outside of where they're sitting. Those ones that break way outside awfully difficult to put yourself in the right place at the right time out in that massive ocean. And then there's this flatter period through the middle there where sometimes they'll connect, sometimes they won't. And here you can see almost more or less our guys being on the reform inside part of Sunset as some big 15-foot sets were outside.
Jordy Smith just got chucked off his board. You can see how turbulent just that takeoff was. In the lead for a moment with Kelly with a better number. Let's see what happened on this bucking Bronco ride.
Big to the feet, the legs just went straight, and you can see all of the bump and the lump there on the water surface. It's just makes it so exciting to surf. And it's not about you imposing your will and ambition on the wave. It don't work like that, Sunset Beach. Other places may be, but here you've got to sort of resign what you may want to do and just read the wave and fit in with it. And it's an adaptation that takes place that some people have more trouble with than others.
Really cool to see Jordy Smith getting an opportunity as a wild card. On the tough side, it was Kyle Lenning having to withdraw at the last minute today, but Ko was on hand, ready to compete. It's been a dream for him to be a part of the championship tour. He even participated in the Ultimate Surfer and was looking to get those wild cards where he finished runner-up to Zeke Lau. As we see Billy and Lion Kemper preparing for battle. Kemper's got Owen Wright and Morgan Siblick in this next heat. But this is very familiar territory for Billy, preparing right in the Sunset parking lot. And when you think of a battle, you say battle like a warrior going to do battle. That kind of fits the way Billy approaches, his whole professional act on tour. He loves watching fights. He likes preparing himself like a top athlete. Does a bit of boxing as well and sparring. So I feel like he takes a lot of inspiration from that field and takes it into the water at Sunset Beach.
Yeah, I suppose as a Hawaiian there is the warrior spirit within there as well that gets tempered with the ohana and the aloha and these other energies that sort of balance the personality. And it's that time when you've got to snap into warrior mode and paddling out there into the ocean. It takes you can't do this half-heartedly. You can't imagine how difficult it would be just for anyone to just jump into this ocean and get out the back there with so much current. So there's so much to it, and Billy does everything he can to be in control of all of those elements and bring them to his favor.
50 years of age and sitting deeper than everyone else at the moment is Kelly Slater, fresh off the 667. It's been a long time since he started the year #1 in the world. The last time he went back-to-back wins in his life is when he won lowers right into that win at France in 2012. That was the year Joel Parkinson ended up winning the world title at Pipeline. But a lot has changed in his life since then. He had that terrible foot injury at J Bay and was limping around, had some back pain before that as well. And now it feels like he's having the time of his life.
Yeah, well, he sure is. And he's just, I'm sure he's lived beyond his own dreams. And as a young man, he had big dreams. And I don't know that he would have dreamt that he could have been doing what he is doing and be 50 years of age and #1 in the world, and still matching it with the best young surfers in the world and inspiring people everywhere to live better lives, bigger lives, more ambitious lives. And, you know, I think we all feel privileged that he is a surfer. You know, that he's one of us. He could have been a basketballer, he could have been some other sport, but the fact that he's a surfer and he gets to lead us as a tribe, and we get to show the world what we're capable of, and, you know, lead by example is a beautiful thing.
He's on top of the leaderboard. Kelly Slater, Seth Moniz, Miguel Pupo, Kai Wabeli. Interestingly enough, we're seeing all those top names here in the elimination round at the following event at Sunset Beach, and that's how challenging the tour is. A completely different venue and takes a completely different approach to do well here. Seth, so happy and proud to be a part of that final with Kelly. And for Miguel Pupo as well, best start of his career, a third-place finish in Pipeline.
Yeah, the interference at the start of the semi-final really took, you know, the fight out of that particular semi-final. But what a great result for he, and to be on tour with his younger brother is a wonderful thing as well.
It reminded me of an interference that went the other way on Kelly years before with Kalani Chapman as a wild card. They met in the middle, and the interference was on Kelly back then. All that experience just plays into Kelly's advantage as we see that frontside turn from Mckillifrey. Just up and out, 5-3-3. And Matty also taking advantage of a wild card opportunity here.
Yeah, great surfer, fantastic surfer out here at Sunset Beach. Here's Kelly Slater.
Controlling a wild takeoff. Now into some clear water. There's a fading turn for Kelly.
Looking for the backup. He knows he needs just a solid backup score, and he'll be in a very strong commanding position.
Big wall section. Great timing there with a tight frontside jam. He'll hop out. So he was able to identify a section where he could really coil up and stick close to the pocket. And that'll go with his 6.67 as he's paddling past the Waz.
Yeah, he just came by us. He just kicked out. He was all psyched. He looked at his caddy, Jackson, shocked at him, and then looked over and just said, I love it. I'm enjoying it. I love this stuff. It was insane. Just the pure, you know, in the middle, coming up through the sole and out the front, and he was psyching. So we love it. We love number 11. Let's see it. Maybe number 12 this year.
Could you imagine that, Strider, with all we've seen, all the drama? Will he go for 12? It looks like he is intent on going to every stop this year. What do you think about the performance on this wave, BL?
It was beautiful. It was controlled, tempered. Is exactly the sort of performance that was needed at this point in time. Risked a lot right there. If he would have fallen on that, it wouldn't have been the score he was kind of hoping to turn or manufacture that wave into. Taking his time. Board looks good under the feet. You can see he's not forcing anything. And it's all the time you have out here at Sunset that's the difficult part for a busy mind. And Kelly just seems to have calmed things down, and we heard him talk about it at Sunset Beach as we look at, at Pipeline, as we look at that beautiful inside turn, looking at the 5.33 as the second best wave in this heat so far. Kelly's going to be in a very strong position when the scores drop from that one. And to hear the comments about how positive he was feeling, he's using that Obi-Wan Kenobi mind space to put himself where he needs to be.
Matthew Mckillifrey in motion, representing Jeffreys Bay, and he'll hop out there. A couple of sections that weren't too easy to really lay down a turn. That'll just be a quick score from the panel. 5.33 was his start. As we get into the focus mind of last year's number 5 in the world, Morgan Sidwick.
Someone who's really been blowing people's minds with his potential. And Newcastle continues to deliver great competitive surfers.
Pretty exciting time for Newcastle. Luke Egan got so excited. I think he's actually probably landing in Honolulu as we speak to check the action unfold at Sunset. So many great legendary surfers coming from that place, and none more than 4-time world champ Mark Richards. 14 on the clock. Kelly leads with a 6.67 and his last score a 6.33. See what happens right after this.
He's an 11-time world champion. He's won every event on the schedule, holds every record in the sport.
And yet he still wants to come away with another world title.
You're looking at a man who's as important as Muhammad Ali, as Tiger Woods. He's beat them all.
He's the greatest of all time. He'll never lose that title and maybe even get another world title along the way.
Oh my God.
I have no problem being put out to pasture, you know. If somebody's going to make me look silly on a wave, then they're going to be surfing pretty good.
Talking about the GOAT, the greatest of all time from Cocoa Beach, Florida, and he took over the world as he's up and riding in a big pit at Sunset Beach. Riding small boards and packing big barrels. That's what Kelly does the best. That will be an incomplete score, but gosh, that was entertaining. Now it's Koa's turn. Koa Smith just up and out, trying to get his head around the competitive atmosphere for a long road on the qualifying series with total dedication to qualify. It never worked out that way for Koa, but when you ask him what his goals are, it's still that, to be on the Dream Tour, to qualify and compete against the best in the world, because he's also balanced managing free surf trips and having a great profile. He's got a great personality, and he's fun to be around, so he's always going to be relevant, especially for how good he is in the tube. But it's fun to see some guy just get thrown in the ring now. Here's your chance. You happen to be against a guy named Kelly and Matthew Mckillifrey.
And as Kelly said, if someone makes me look silly on a board, they must be doing pretty good, you know. So Koa Smith, he's got all the potential in the world. So does this young South African.
Big slicing carve, super smooth in between turns. Lovely two-turn combo for Mckillifrey. Needs a 7.67 to take the lead off Kelly. That was well done.
Yeah, beautiful turns. And back to Koa, he came so close to getting that wild card out of the Ultimate Surfer as well. I worked with him into that event, and I know he was disappointed to come so close. Look at the style, the way he uses his arms, and then that control of the back foot and the tail of the board to just tweak it around and manage that little moment there was beautifully done. Two-turn combination. Looking to improve on that 3.77, and I dare say he does that. It's amazing how much smaller the drone angles make it look, how you look at it and go, it looks okay, let's go do this.
How about the flow in between turns? I don't know if anyone's done it better than this in this matchup so far.
And that beautiful bottom turn into this early turn to get up and into this section while it was standing and before it closed out was very well read.
Matthew Mckillifrey surfed strong and powerfully. He did really well in Margaret River last season with some huge turns. Here comes Koa Smith. Set up work to get down the line. Now Koa drawing off the bottom. Big section. Nice clean hack off the top. Finds his feet off the bottom again. Weightless. Koa stays on his feet and will step off. Improving on a 2.83.
Definitely did that, didn't he? And some beautiful turns there. Tight to the pocket. A little bit sort of got a little loose at the end there. Almost sort of looked like he thought he had it before he sort of finally had it. So the end was a little bit messy. But I think that clap there as he fell into the white water was kind of a statement like, no, I've got this. I did this. I've controlled this.
Because as we've seen so many times, if you don't look like you're in control, even for a little moment, we've seen those scores just completely disappear. They want to see you right away free, like you stomped the turn with authority. So I feel like Koa did enough to maybe pull that one off. What do you think?
I think so as well. You know, the hard work was done, that's for sure. And we'll have a look at it here on the replay. Holds that bottom turn. Gets a lot of drive out of the bottom turn. Board's looking really clean underneath his feet and on the rail. Into the lip, snaps out of it. Back to the white water, and it stands up beautifully in front of him, and he wanted to get something done there. That was a really difficult part of the wave to get up and into the lip, and he realized and recognized that there was an importance to get it done right then and there because he wasn't going to get another moment. So he kind of forced it a little bit, but he had to, and it worked well.
Well done for Koa Smith. Still standing by for this number and being the lone goofy foot. It's showing the judges a point of difference as we look at that finish again.
Up into it and sort of horizontally floats with the lip line to make sure that he controls it. A 5.9 for Matt Mckillifrey. for those 2 turns. Judges appreciated the style and the control and the beauty that he added to it.
I enjoyed that. That was really nice. Strider just focusing on positioning. Are they gone a bit deeper up the point?
They're trying to get out a little bit further, like Makua was talking about, getting out on that peak to position themselves enough. But right now we can see Kelly turning around underneath again. I mean, there's so many waves out here, so many different places to take off. He's looking at, he's going to pull through the back of that one, and looks like I'm going to go under this one.
Strider underwater again, but yeah, it looks like they're pushing a bit deeper. Kelly still the heat leader. That one just an up and out real quick with 7 minutes on the clock. And BL, it was such an interesting moment for people watching the pipeline event around the world. It felt like there was this moment of like, oh no, is he going to make this statement? Is this it? Is he about to say, my legacy, that's it, I won and I'm moving on? Like, I think everyone was always waiting, holding their breath, going, is this how he wants to go out? Some people actually saying, this is how I want you to go out, on top, so we remember you, your last event with a first place finish. But we know Kelly all these years. Those questions have been posed to him for decades and decades, going, when are you going to hang it up? And I'm so thrilled that he's definitely committed to the season. Frontside car for Mckillifrey into the pit. The South African makes it. Great combination of turns. Woo! He meets a wild lip line for a float, but he can't hang on. But very impressive start from the turn to the barrel for Mckillifrey. We haven't seen a whole lot of that today.
No, and you know, as most days do happen at Sunset Beach, as the day goes on, the conditions get better. And the late is normally the best one of the day. Here's the snap. And look, he sees that section in front of him, just pulls a beautiful line into it, times it perfectly. A shame that something here couldn't have been done that was maybe a little earlier to it, into a layback back the other way, away from the closeout, or gone around that little section and found something after it, because the incomplete nature of that's going to have an impact on the overall score. But it's starting to open up and clean up a little more out there.
Well, red wave there. That was a wild section. Went to try to punch off the lip, but incomplete.
And a 7-1-0 for Kanoa Smith. Look at this heat. Matt Mckillifrey just went into 3rd place. He would have loved to have completed that last ride. Just such a stylish surfer. Perfectly times that tube. You can see that tube kind of flared, didn't it? Just kind of opened right up exactly where he is. And there was a couple of almost little hair flicky moments there that maybe if there was an immediate turn into a layback off that section coming at him or something, there could have been a completion. Kelly.
Challenging takeoff for the GOAT. Put him on his heels, but still recovers to get out in front for just a moment. His last 4 waves haven't been keepers. He's keeping his first 2, 6.67 to a 6.33. But he's put a lot of energy paddling deep, having a lot of looks. He pulled into a wild barrel earlier. So definitely putting some energy in the lineup right now.
Yeah, there's still 4.5 minutes. So a lot of time. Kanoa Smith looking for a 5.9, and then for Matt Mckillifrey a 5.98. So this heat's not as sort of solidified as it might have felt to Kelly for quite some time. On the paddle back out now, a good exchange, and both those guys get a good ride that's in the 6s, and all of a sudden you find yourself in 3rd, and you're thinking, well, it was all going my way, what happened? So again, it just speaks to that need to be just consistently focused on what you're doing, and you never kind of let yourself think you've got it in the bag. Here we go.
Mckillifrey, 7.67 from the panel. A couple of 8s on screen. They drop the high and the low. The best number of the matchup so far. Kelly drops to 2nd, Koa to 3rd, and Koa has a 7.10, so only needs a 5.9 to take Kelly's spot in 2nd. Now rolling in with a lot of momentum, Mckillifrey deep off the bottom. Beautiful open face hook to start. A ton of speed for Matty. Does he have a place to put that rail? Frontside hook again complete, looking extra smooth until disappearing at the end of that last cutty.
It's just that moment where you're like, oh, this is nothing. This is a nothing moment. I've got this. Oh, no, Phil, what have I done? You know, it's one of those great lessons in surfing, in sport, and in life, and that's paying attention to those little moments. 7.67 for the tube ride, and even though it was incomplete, the judges appreciated that go for it kind of attitude that he brought to that last section. So the 7.67 and the 7.1, the 2 last rides of 2nd and 3rd place surfers, or who were, are their best rides. So the pressure and the momentum's building and starting to sort of sit a bit on Kelly's shoulders.
Koa Smith now with priority, needing a 5.9 with 2:45. Working with him a bit. Barton, does he handle moments like this well?
Oh, for sure, because he's, you know, there's that happy-go-lucky, stoked on life. He's got to start. I'm in a heat. Kelly Slater's right there, and I've got a chance to overtake him, and all it needs is 6. So it's it's one of them great moments that you got to see all the positives and just keep just hoping that wave comes to you and you get the chance that you need to show. He's got the surfing, we know that for sure. It's just a matter of the right wave at the right time, and 2 minutes is enough time.
And spending that time, what were you most impressed with about his act in the water?
Well, I suppose the sort of creativity that he brings to his overall approach to his career, and the recognition of a life as a pro surfer being played on a lot of different levels. And he's fantastic in his management of himself, his promotion of his opportunities, the surfing that he does, and then the stoke that he brings in his social media presence is infectious. So he's kind of got that stoked surfer thing going, and it works really well for him.
Well, he'll be pretty stoked if he gets another chance. Holding priority, battling against the GOAT and Matthew Mckillifrey on the championship tour. Koa did well with his 7.10. Another one of those will get him out in front easily. As you can see, Kelly having to jump off his board to survive a mountain of whitewater.
And that's what happens when you farm along that inside line. And there's these big sets coming through. 1 minute still enough time, and sometimes those sets roll through and clean the lineup up, and you just need enough residual energy in a wave after the set, and they're the clean, beautiful ones.
Waves have just been getting bigger heat after heat today. It's still on the rise, as it'll be peaking later on today. Still very solid for tomorrow, so every heat out there today we'll see bigger and bigger sets roll through. Now with 45 seconds, can Kelly hang on to an advancing position and that yellow jersey, as we see Koa Smith chasing down a 5.9. Kelly's getting picked up by the Red Bull ski at the moment, so he can't do anything to defend that second place position. It's all about Koa on this wave.
And he was a long way on the outside. He picked that one up way out.
Driving into the lip, Koa Smith free falls down to the bottom. What a backside hack. Will that take away Kelly Slater from the event at Sunset Beach? Great timing, great execution with a massive airdrop from Koa. And we saw the angle looking from behind it. And we'll see how dynamic that was, but what a way to finish. A guy that doesn't have CT experience as a wild card gave himself a shot against the greatest of all time.
Kelly wore those sets right on the head at the end. That took him out of the play. Koa had to position himself in a wild big ocean, takes off behind the whitewater, so nice deep takeoff. And because he's further out than the inside double up part, he kind of gets this slower midsection, which he's turning through, waiting for this inside to stand up, and here it goes. You can see he goes, okay, I've got to just perfectly pick this line. Comes from behind it, nice and deep, snaps out of the top, drops down, it breaks around him. He feels like it's enough. Is it a flat 6? That's the question. I mean, there's every chance it could be. It might have needed something a little more on that first and second turn to kind of really give it, but that's why we commentate and the judges judge.
Koa Smith had the 4.77 earlier, and that was definitely a bigger section and free fell for quite some time. And they've got the quick comparisons from the 6 range numbers that Kelly achieved at the start of the matchup.
Good point.
So they'll be comparing last of Koa to what Kelly accomplished and see if there's a bit of separation there. Taking some time to make a decision here.
And thinking of those 6s, back to those 6s of Kelly's, they were quite controlled. There wasn't anything crazy radical. There was just smooth, carved, controlled surfing, done beautifully. Koa's inside turn was definitely something more dramatic than what Kelly had on those 6s perhaps. But whether there was enough other stuff on the wave to give that score up to what he needs, time will tell.
Let's do a comparison, BL. This was a 6.33 for Kelly. Koa doesn't even need that much. He's a 5.9.
So nice and deep on the takeoff. Nothing's happened yet. The cutback matches one of Koa's cutbacks. Fair to say that Koa's wave had 4 feet on it. It was 4 feet bigger than this wave of Kelly's. Down to the inside, that was a money turn. Although Koa's money turn was on a bigger wave at a kind of similar point and maybe a better turn than that. So it's got to be super close.
And when the judges take this kind of time, you know it's incredibly close. We're waiting for numbers from the panel for Kanoa Smith, needing a 5.9.
I see a 5.8.
Scores are in. It's a 5.67.
Unofficial results: Matthew Mckillifrey
Not
first,
enough.
Kelly Slater second, Kanoa Smith
Not
in
enough.
third.
Super
Counting
close.
down the next heat. Stand by.
Interesting.
Were you watching? Yeah. And then when you went to the inside bowl, I didn't see what you did at all, but I was like, oh, if you did.
Separation .23. Counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
What a classic finish. Kanoa Smith, great sportsmanship. Talking what happened over with the GOAT. Kelly moves on with Matthew Mckillifrey as elimination round continues. You're watching the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach presented by Shiseido. Stop 2 of the season. The World Surf League Championship Tour. What a year it's going to be. As all roads lead to the WSL Finals, it will be exciting to watch Morgan Siblick can find himself at the Rip Curl WSL Finals once again. He was a rookie last year and still feels brand new in a lot of ways, but he accomplished a whole lot. I'm sorry, Morgan, you're not, an underdog anymore. You've competed for a world title already. Barton, so many times he'd ask him, do you like that, kind of being this unknown out of the rookie class? And he loved it. He loved just people asking questions on who he was and not knowing if he'd do well. He played that really well last year.
And it's a good spot to be in. It doesn't come with much pressure and you're able to just enjoy the moments, and whatever wins you get, you take them.
As we had a wave written right off the buzzer during the break, Owen Wright got a start.
Big, tall Australian goofy footer. Beautiful snap. 2-turn combination for a 4.93 to get started. That's a good start. I mean, obviously a point or two more and you'd have a start that you could keep. That you would hope to replace at some point, but at least you're on the board and things are moving and you're back out in the lineup and your opponents haven't had a wave and you can start to play.
So true. Owen Wright, a bronze medalist he achieved at the Olympic Games, might have been one of my favorite moments of his reaction coming into the beach. Filled with joy, just so much accomplishment, rightly so. That was a moment I'll never forget for Owen Wright.
And it was an interesting moment for me in that thirds, bronze medal, third, is normally not something you celebrate. You're like, you got third, you kind of lost. But in the Olympic Games with medals on the line, you see it time and time again that a third place, a bronze medal, is an amazing opportunity. And so it taught me something at that moment. I went, wow. Even, to get the medal, any medal at the Olympic Games is an incredible achievement.
And it's a great reaction because how many times we see these guys surf and getting like an equal third in a semifinal, there's not much emotion there.
No.
They're thinking how they've missed out
Exactly.
on
100%.
making that final. Oh my goodness,
Look at
it's
that
still
set.
getting bigger out there today. Whitewater, as far as we can see, and bigger sets on the way.
I've been sort of looking in that white water, trying to see if I see a board pop up or a surfer try to duck dive the shoulder, but, 15-foot set right there for sure.
Now with 30.5 to go, hopefully these guys are dealing with some clear water soon so they can perform. Let's catch up with Matthew Mckillifrey with Rosie Hodge.
Matt Mckillifrey, elimination round, it's always scary. That was a tricky one. You surfed in the first heat of the morning and then now in the afternoon. How much has the lineup changed?
It's changed completely. This morning there was like a reverse current. It felt like you're surfing Haleiwa, like getting sucked too deep. And now today, or this afternoon, it's gone in the opposite direction. And the sets have picked up too. I feel like it's even a bit bigger. There's a couple wash throughs and the end ball's chomping. So it's pretty exciting out there, lots of work.
We spoke about the nervousness of the elimination round. A lot of excitement at the end of that heat. How are you feeling coming off a great wave?
I mean, you feel like you're competing against the ocean out there. It's pretty far out to sea. You can't really hear the scores too well. So I was kind of competing against myself, I guess. And this morning I had a shocker in my first heat, so I really wanted to get some like waves I felt better on this afternoon. And I wasn't too bummed. Like this morning after having the shocker, I was like, oh, well, I get to surf again out there. It's more practice. I get to feel my boards out. And it's sunset with 2 other guys, so it's always a treat.
And the different feeling being a rookie on tour and a wildcard replacement?
Yeah, still same feeling, although I feel like I'm a bit wiser and have a bit more like, I know what to expect now, so that helps a lot.
Solid surfing, Matty. Thanks for your time.
Thanks a lot, Rosie. Great to hear from Matthew Mckillifrey, one of the coolest guys to chat with on tour. He is so cool, has time for everybody. He's learned a lot in a short period of time. As we catch up to this heat, a lot of paddling and a lot of gigantic sets pouring on top of the heads of Billy Kemper, Owen Wright, and Morgan Siblick. Strider, what's going on out there?
Well, he just got cleaned all the way back to the inside. Had to pick jets. Red Bull skis came in the water.
He's like a long-distance call in the old days. I mean, who's trying to make a call when it's 25-foot sunset on the rise? Strider's in the zone right now, dodging those wash-throughs, so we'll get a hold of him in a moment. But, yeah, a ton of energy right now in this lineup.
And so you see the whales jumping out in the background there too. And so I suppose they got caught by that set, washed all the way through, doing a lap around back to the lineup.
And I suppose you'd look at a guy like Billy Kemper that trains for days like this on the daily, a 4-time Jaws champ, a big wave champ. His fitness is always ready for anything. And to survive just heavy lineups like this, feels like his wild card danger factor is increased as the swell increases as well. Strider, you all right?
Yeah, we're back. We're back on the ski, and well, I was just getting into the business about how the boys got dropped off here in the channel, Siblick and Billy Kemper, and what's left of the channel. There's not much left of the channel out here. There's just big, massive closeouts coming in, everybody getting pounded. Tyler Wright out here enjoying the energy. She was eyes wide open watching it, and her, she's out here talking to Bam about, Keikoa Bacalso, who's also the pit boss out here for Rip Curl, about what she can do with him in their heat. So she's actually out here learning for getting ready for her experience out here for this event. I mean, it is crazy out here. There's massive, huge sets as you've seen closing out the outside. I feel like Owen's looking like he's in control of this heat, but I can't see everything from where I'm at. I can just, a lot of water.
Stride. So it's definitely picked up from this morning. I feel like through the middle of the day, those bigger sets might have sort of disappeared for a little while, but they're back, mate.
Yeah, they're back. They're back big time. We saw a 13-second interval on the buoy out there off Kauai, so that thing popped, and we knew that they were coming. It was just a matter of time, and I was actually perplexed because I didn't see them coming in the middle of the day. I thought, well, is the swell just gone? And all of a sudden, bang, here they are. We saw about 10 of them roll in earlier, and everybody duck diving on the inside, all the caddies having to scramble. But boy, what a show.
It's quite a show, Strider. We're loving it. Thank you. I got a message from Jonathan Warren from Surfline as well, and he was saying, oh yeah, sunset's going to be maybe a bit too big. You could call it overloaded at the end of the day today. He's looking at the next couple of days to be dropping a bit, but this was as predictive, this big rise basically till dark tonight. We'll see some big sets. I think that was also looming for the surfers going into the elimination round. Like, what are we really going to be dealing with later on today?
And when the swell first showed on buoy 1, it came in at 19 seconds, the first few readings, which is always a good sign, you know, about as strong as it gets. And then it, it dropped down to 17 and 16. And then when it stabilizes, that's kind of what you get. So look, we should have the same type of surf tomorrow as well, which means we'll be up and running without question tomorrow.
Owen Wright, the only surfer with numbers in this heat, 4.93 and a 3.27. Morgan Siblick, Billy Kemper still waiting to get going in this elimination round heat. Owen Wright qualified back in 2010 and had a very interesting last year. He missed out on Pipeline because he wanted to be there for the birth of his baby girl, and then tried to get things going into the Aussie leg where we had 4 events back to back and just didn't have any standout results. Next thing you know, he was finding himself maybe falling off the tour. And he was so thankful to receive the WSL wild card for another chance this season, because for all the time Owen spent away with the Olympic Games where he achieved bronze, the qualifying events he had to do, all those events, in the different times last year, he was away from the family for months on end. There was no option for a Challenger Series run for Owen Wright. And then he gets the message, he's back on tour, and he couldn't have been happier to just be right where he belongs against the top 34.
Absolutely, and it's, difficult times for people to travel just in general, right? It's a complicated process. And so to get the start, it's a great thing. He's had a good start in this heat as well. Sort of managed the crazy part of the heat, and interesting to note that there's no priority determined between Morgan Sibilic and Billy Kemper yet. 6 minutes into the heat, they've both been washed through and around the lineup, but still here's another big set on the outside breaking, and these two still, Billy's got the inside though, you can see that. And it's an interesting comparison, surfing sunset alone or in a heat, to surfing sunset with other people out, because normally with other people out, people use those other people to line up with. And when those other people are gone, it's just you and the open ocean, it's a very different thing that you've got to rely on. And Billy has exactly what you need to rely on there, because he's been out here so many times.
It's so true how there's certain people that are always in the same spot, those true locals that have their spots they like to sit, the waves that they like to pick off and catch. As I'd like to throw a big shout out to a Sunset local legend, Paul Lindo, who suffered a spinal injury on Thanksgiving Day. He's on his road to recovery. His spirits are high and he's very positive. Can't wait to see him back on his 7-Eleven Pat Rawson here on an 8-footer at Sunset very soon.
Yeah, love Uncle Paul, great guy, and get well, mate. And then back to, just quickly, while this set's kind of made a bit of a mess of the lineup, Morgan looking for a double-up chip in on the whitewater corner here.
Looks like Siblick wants to lay down that rail. Aggressive fade into the pocket. He's forced to kick out very quickly.
Let's just go back and revisit the great Peter Cole for a moment, because we left that in all of the action that was going on. And I remember when I first came, he was in his prime at Waimea and Sunset Beach, and one of the main men out there, and continued to surf with the one eye, well into his elder age. And I remember sitting out there, and the whole lineup, 50 people would be yelling, "Go Peter, go Peter!" and he'd find himself in the middle of one of those big peaks, and the body's aging and it's starting to go on you, but the mind was still willing, and he was paddling there, and the crowd and all of everybody else out there was supporting him. And as he continued to push himself, he was pushing the boundaries of what people thought was possible, as Kelly Slater is doing, in a current competitive form. And there's been great people, and particularly here at Sunset Beach, there's like Mike Takahashi in his 70s. There's people out there in 70s, plus years of age, and they're redefining what all of us thought we could do with our lives. And Peter Cole was one of the greats who did that for all of us and expanded our idea of what the surfing life could be.
That's so beautiful. Peter Cole surfed out here on big days till he was 77.
He's incredible, mate. I watched it.
Was still swimming in the summer times. Such a beautiful person. We're thinking about the entire Cole family.
Yes.
And speaking of to them yesterday, they said what Peter enjoyed most about Sunset was he describes it as a dynamic wave. He loved that there was a lot of water moving around, loved that there was a shifting peak and every wave was a little bit different. This made it a challenge to surf. You know, he was such a good swimmer.
Yeah.
He was known to be out here never with a leash. You know, that was always a part of his game out here. He liked it, you know, on a big north-northwest. You know, he'd surf it on any direction as long as it was big enough to break. His surf sessions were just incredible for people to watch around him and made a big impression on early events. You know, he was invited by Duke Kahanamoku himself to compete in his events here at Sunset Beach in the 60s.
What an honor that is, and what a great man, and love to all of his family, and thank you to him for everything he did for us and our sport and culture.
As we look at Owen Wright, throwing a quick snap off that first section, a lot of water on his heels. Beautiful, clean backhand snap for Owen. Backhand float to feel his way through the end of this wave. Job well done for Owen Wright. The 3.27 is long gone.
Yeah, that was beautifully done. You can see that when he connects with the section, the board looks fine, the technique's beautiful, and it comes together with just that lovely sear of the rail that the judges love.
As we see the start again for Owen.
And you can see Billy Kemper there had a decision to make. Do I go this? Do I use my priority or not? Decided against it. Owen's got a bit of time spent there behind the whitewater. Judges don't like that downtime essentially, but these last two turns made up for it. And as you said, there was a 3.27 in there, so that will improve on that and continue to build the pressure on his two opponents. It looks like there's a board change.
Paddling over to a world champion sister named Tyler Wright, also a champion here at Sunset back in 2010. Goes over, she'll share a few words. Owen's got another board and back to business.
And speaking of caddying and Tyler, great thing to do to understand what you've got to do. You can watch it from in here. It's like, you know, you're watching miles away trying to understand those small pieces of the puzzle. But to be out there in the lineup, watching people compete, this is not a unusual strategy for people here at Sunset Beach. People have caddied for their mates to learn, you know, before their heat, to learn and to look at it firsthand. And so a clever, good move from Tyler Wright there to be in this lineup and learning and watching a brother.
Strider, any insight on the board change?
Yeah, you know what? There was no real talk, and then Tyler flipped over the board, and she went, oh, okay. But he was saying he wanted to have more maneuverability, so she flipped over the board. There's a leader less in the board that Tyler had, so they swapped it out so that he could feel a little less volume in the water, so he could have more maneuverability in the lip. He wanted to be able to turn harder. So going to less volume right there, that was the board switch.
So interesting. You'd think you'd be doing the opposite on a rising swell, but Owen wanting to perform even further, got a little less foam in his backup board, and we'll see how he takes apart the lip line. I thought that snap he did on his 5.67 was brilliant. Looked loose, looked radical, but he wanted to get a better feeling from this board.
And I suppose he's used the volume to get the wave count. Right, he's kind of got the advantage of that. He's got his two scores. Now he figures that, hey, I need to build on the performance base to raise those scores. And so let's go and get that other board that's got a little more spark in it. Although I agree with you, it looked beautiful.
It looked great. 17:30 to go. Our wild card still yet to catch a wave. Billy Kemper now in his fourth start at the championship tour level. His three previous wild card appearances were all at Pipeline. He actually got to surf in Taylor Knox's last heat at Pipe, where he got the victory back in 2012. As we look at this ocean just rising, building in front of our eyes, we'll see when Billy takes his first wave. You know, anytime it gets sizable, people expect you to do big things, being a big wave specialist.
Well, you see how long that wave went for before it actually got to Billy. So they're breaking a long way out. You're not catching a wave out there on your 6.6, I'll tell you. You know, from way out the back there, and that managing that middle line when the waves kind of get at that edge where it's just starting to lose it is kind of the modus operandi that delivers success, particularly if you've only got 30 minutes to create a two-wave score.
Yeah, it'll be interesting how Billy starts his comeback here, or really gets going. He participated in the entire Challenger Series this past year, which kind of showed his intent to qualify for the top 34. We know how much he loves chasing waves, especially surfing at what he calls his home break at Jaws. But this is also the playing field that he wants to perform in. Still 16 minutes for Billy to get started here in second heat of the elimination round. Be right back. Still waiting for Billy Kemper to get a wave. As we do, let's hear from Kelly Slater with Rosie Hodge.
Kelly, coming out of the elimination round, pretty wild conditions at Sunset. Yeah, your take on it?
Yeah, it's not easy out there. It's tricky. You're sort of cat and mouse with the big sets. The big sets are more like inside waves. You catch them kind of in the middle, and the mid-sized sets kind of back off and will corner outside a little bit. And there's actually some barrels on the outside, and I was kind of have my eye on that, getting out there, trying to find my lineup. As you know, I talk about it a lot. I don't surf Sunset very much, so I was trying to work out my lineup on the fly. And on the way out, I figured a pretty good lineup to figure out how far I was and where those things were cornering and how deep on the point I was. So I felt good. I would say I was not in good shape this morning. I didn't feel relaxed. I didn't feel calm at all. My blood sugar felt wrong. Like the whole energy of the heat felt wrong for me. I just didn't feel like it was my day. So I had to go home and kind of reset and just give myself a little mantra and tell myself to enjoy it. And I channeled Sonny out there a little bit and just thinking about him giving me shit and what he would say to me. And ride a longer board, get one before it breaks, you know. You can't win if you don't catch a good wave, like stuff like that. So I was just thinking all the things Sonny used to tell me if I was messing up. So, and you know, I got those couple good ones to start. Kind of just stayed open the whole way and didn't close out on me. And then I tried to play that inside bowl thing with those guys a little bit, and it didn't. I was kind of going against my gut feeling in doing that. I should have gone around that big set that came and sat out there for a medium one again that had a nice shape. But you know, Mckillifrey, he's tough out here. I know he knows this wave good, and it suits his style of surfing really well. And Koa, I don't know what he knows about Sunset, but I know he charges, and I know he loves the thrill, like big waves and stuff. And him and I are good buddies, you know. So I just went out and tried to find my own space, and just tell myself to, you know, no matter what, just enjoy myself. You can't control anything but what you do. So little mantras to kind of get yourself focused and present.
And lastly, another exciting finish decided on the sand. Tell us about that.
Yeah, that sucks. I hate when it's like the guy's catching you. You know, when you're catching the guy, it's more exciting. It's more fun because, in a way, you feel like, oh, I already kind of lost. Like if I get this, it's a huge bonus. So. You know, when Koa hit the beach, I was like, oh, I bet he got it. I was on the ski, though, and it's funny how the energy goes in a heat. I went kind of against where I wanted to be in my lineups, and then before he caught that last wave, I got cleaned up by the 3 waves before it, getting a little greedy on the point inside. And then the ski finally came and grabbed me as he was riding the wave, and I was watching him ride this perfect wave, and I'm watching it going, oh, that thing's tapering. It's going to get steep. It's going to hit the inside bowl perfectly. But then I thought, I didn't see his last turn, but I was thinking he didn't really do anything before that, and they might cruel him for it a little. And then when he got on the beach, people were giving him knuckles and like patting him on the back. I'm like, oh man, that's it. So, and I was just thinking a tale of 2 weeks, you know. And but it went my way, and I feel like I surfed a good heat. If those guys had beat me, it's not for lack of surfing a good heat. I did well, and I think they did well too.
Yeah, we enjoyed watching it. Thanks for your time, Kelly.
Thanks so much, Rosie and Kelly Slater. What a morning he had, just trying to find his rhythm, went against his gut feeling a few times in that matchup. It's barely survived against a hard swinging Koa Smith. We've got some catching up to do. Interesting moment catching to Kelly. We saw Billy and Owen on the same wave, and judges are reviewing that decision. Catching up to Morgan Siblick, who's probably happy just to have a wave by himself and not to get into any sort of interference trouble. Let's see what happened here.
Well, Billy sat with priority for a very long time, but it feels like Owen didn't think he had the priority still. Great wave for Billy, who, as we watch him finish this one up on the inside. It was a long, arduous sort of, 18-minute wait for a wave, and by the time he got it.
And this is the moment, BL, right there. Owen up, but Billy has priority. And if you're going to cross the path of a surfer without priority, that's been an interference. We've seen that happen so many times. That's a tough blow for Owen Wright, but well executed for Kemper.
Yeah, I wonder what Owen was thinking there. It'd be interesting to hear his thoughts on that situation, because it seems like it's not something he would do intentionally. He was in the lead. He had the 2 scores. He was in a powerful position in the heat.
As we look at that wave right before,
Morgan
Siblick make a move, and he couldn't catch up to it. So Billy had always had priority. Owen was deep, but then Billy knew that he had right of way. If you do cross the path of a surfer, that's going to be an interference. So that's called against Owen Wright, a priority interference. You lose an entire wave. Now he's carrying a 5.67 at the moment.
Well, he needed to fade straight back and away from Billy on that whitewater takeoff, because at the point of takeoff, Billy wasn't there. So he kind of didn't even think about Billy until he started coming out of the whitewater engulfment. And as he did and he saw Billy, that bottom turn underneath Billy sort of sealed his deal, didn't it? If he'd somehow turned towards the whitewater and got away from Billy, and it may not have been an interference, but the judges left with no choice whatsoever there, given that situation. And unfortunate for Owen, because the heat had been going beautifully. But what is one man's misfortune is another man's fortune, and Billy Kemper got a 7.93.
And so for Billy, with the mind he has, the competitive spirit, that fighting spirit that he loves, you know, for that, that's a huge win. And not only did he maybe potentially take out one of his biggest threats, 1 score is gone for Owen, and he also turned in the best number of the heat. Talking about being silent for the first half, dealing with water on the head, no scores, just like that, he goes from 3rd to 1st, and severely weakening Owen's chances of making this heat.
And he could have not got Owen on the interference, and it's still been a fantastic move and a fantastic situation. But you put into Owen's situation and you take the heat leader out at the same time as you do that, and that's a double whammy of the very best kind.
Owen Wright left Pipeline with a 17th when he went down to Kanoa Igarashi. So this would be an incredibly tough start for Owen coming back to the tour. Still some time, and Sunset's full of surprises. So he's still chasing a 7.93. Morgan still doesn't have too much behind him with 8 minutes to go.
And Owen was in such beautiful rhythm and flow and everything. While the heat had seemed really hard for Billy and Morgan, things had felt really quite easy for Owen. He was kind of just doing his thing, and it was all going right. And pardon the pun. And unfortunately, though, he just mustn't have seen Billy there, and by the time he got to his feet, there was that instinct to bottom turn and claim the wave, and it was an unfortunate move because priority interference.
Yeah, that's a tough one. It's that one rule that, you know, it feels uncomfortable at times, you know, because Owen, you're thinking, did he interfere with the wave? Billy still performed really well, but that is the one kind of interference call that has a fine line. Anytime you cross that line of wake from the other surfer and you don't have priority, it's going to be a triangle, an interference call. Remember Wiggly Dantes when he was on tour, he was brilliant at making that situation happen to his opponents, where he'd catch them off guard, get him to cross his path, and then an interference would be thrown. So you've got to be aware of that at all costs, because they'll call that every time.
And Miguel and Kelly at Pipeline just the other week, same situation. And those rules have evolved and changed and been refined over many, decades now. And they're always there in some form or another, and they're consistent and applicable to everyone in the same way. And so it's one of those ones you've just got to stay aware of and play that part of the game.
Now Owen's got to focus on improving 1 score. He could simplify it for himself. He's got 1 number now, and let's see if he can max out that all the way to a 10-point ride. Owen's had a couple of 10s in his career, a couple of perfect heats in the same event back at Fiji, where he had 2 10s, and then he had 2 more 10s in the same day in the final, which has never been done before or since been repeated. Having a look now, no takers on the inside section. We'll see if Siblick can get some momentum going as well. He was knocked out early at Pipeline, and he wants to get right back where he was, keep that high seed for the remainder of the year. Up next, we'll also see Griffin Colapinto taking on Conor O'Leary and Jordy Lawler. Winding up now is Siblick. Good for one maneuver, and he hops out. He's chasing at just a 2.25 to take Owen Wright to third. Jordy Lawler getting the call up late at Pipeline because of Liam O'Brien's injury that he suffered on opening day. So he'll be back in the mix representing the northern beaches of Sydney, Australia. And now seeing that roll in, Billy Kemper's up. Snap to start. Setting up that bottom turn, looked a little turbulent, but now he's pulling in. Packs that inside section, but he'll go down. But just getting a second ride will strengthen his lead out front.
Exactly. He needed the second score. That's the primary thing. And he did that. It's going to make the job more difficult, secure his advancement through to those next rounds, you would imagine, and out of this dreaded elimination round.
Now on the Red Bull ski, Billy will get whipped back out to the lineup and see if he can do some damage here as a wild card. Everyone has a lot of expectations on Billy. They've seen him throw down perfect 10s in competition at this venue. What do you think about this one?
Yeah, it was a late whitewater drop into this one. Got to his feet, saw this inside bowl section. Notorious tube, a really difficult section to ride the tube. Much easier on the forehand than the backhand. You don't often see it being ridden on the backhand because it is so difficult. But Billy Kemper, he's had plenty of barrels on that section before. That one didn't make it out, but he recognised the importance of that second score.
What a big playing field we have here, Barton. Do you mind breaking it down a little bit for us?
Let's have a little look at this, because here you can see right there's our competitors, right? And the west swell comes in from this direction. And all of this water here all comes down the reef and comes back out up through the break. And that's what we saw happening all this morning, was that water running through there. The more north the swell gets, when it's coming from this direction here, the less that channel tends to stay away from the break. But this morning we had it all running through here, making things really difficult for the competitors and sucking them this way away from where the good waves are. So it's definitely a big playing field, and one that needs great knowledge.
Well done, BL. So interesting to see how big this playing field is and how much it can change throughout the day today, Strider.
Well, yeah, we've had a lot of different faces out here just in the channel alone, with the way that the currents are pulling. It went almost slack for a little while. You know, we had some heavy currents pulling straight out to the peak. Then we had current going straight across the channel down towards Pipeline. And now we've got kind of a slack again. But every time those really big sets come in, it stirs that thing back up, and all that water's got to go somewhere. And you really do feel yourself going straight out to sea. So it's like, it's like you lose your board out here. That thing's going to Kauai for sure.
Crazy how much water's moving.
And speak of Peter Cole and the days before leg ropes and the concept of doing 5 or 6 swims in a surf just to try and surf this wave and be a part of it.
Back in those Duke competitions, they'd have an hour and they were scored on their top 5 waves. And it was all about their positioning, their performance as well. Some rules have hung in there for many years. But think about an hour, no leash on, you're on your own, no caddy. You're swimming back and forth and trying to put on the performance of your life. 2 minutes on the clock here, and what a late effort for Billy Kemper. 3.73 on that last wave where he got chomped in the barrel, but a 7.93 earlier. Meanwhile, Siblick's last score was enough to send Owen Wright to third. So Owen Wright, former runner-up in the world with priority, has 90 seconds to save himself here at Sunset Beach.
And Owen Wright's only looking for that 6.43, so it's still an assignment that is with that amazing backhand attack that he has, it's so doable if he can catch the right wave. He's got the priority. He's got the minute and 20 seconds, so he's in the position he needs to be in to try and turn that into a reality. And there's nothing better than getting through a heat when you've had an interference and you still advance.
Oh, especially for Owen Wright at this stage of his career. He's probably going, are you kidding me? That just happened to me. He's seen a lot. He's the third oldest surfer in the draw, you know, going back to 2010 as Rookie of the Year and winning events all around the world. Feels like this year was going to be his fresh start. Now starting off with the 17th, and last thing he wants is to go out in this round 45 seconds. He does have priority and a wild ocean that's still picking up.
Yeah, well, he didn't need this set to come through, that's for sure. He needed it to sort of stabilise, give him sort of one of those mid-size, medium, in-between waves. They're the ones that the competitors are generally looking for. But what is this one? 30 seconds on the clock. They've just gone over the top of that one. A couple of guys just duck diving underneath it. This gives us an idea of where people are in the lineup.
Down to 15 seconds. Yeah, they look like ants down there, especially when you compare the lineup and also the biggest sets.
And you can see the wall stretching across and how that wave was going to close out, so he had no choice there. Time's done.
Devastating heat for Owen Wright, losing without priority interference and getting knocked out here in the elimination round. And what an effort for Billy Kemper. The wild card is 7-9-3, and he stays in the mix into the round of 32. More action to come at Sunset Beach right after this. The Hurley Pro Sunset Beach presented by Shiseido is brought to you by Hurley, the official apparel partner of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach presented by Shiseido. By Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League. By Hydro Flask, every adventure starts with two simple words. Let's go. By Havaianas, official partner of the World Surf League. And by Expedia, official travel booking partner of the World Surf League.
Stop number 2 on the championship tour, the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach presented by Shiseido has been greeted with monstrous sunset, and we are rolling into elimination heat number 3 and watching a big turn. Unfortunately, coming unglued there was Griffin Colapinto, and wow, what a day. And the action continues here. I'm Kaipo Correro. That's Laura Enever. Thank you for joining us, as well as former champ Mckillifrey Rothman.
Well, hot diggity dog, what a day it's been.
It has been quite a day.
It's been a crazy day. It's huge out there now, and all I know is that the caddies are very tired. Some of them are going out for about their 4th or 5th round. They said they just paddled the whole time. But yeah, this is a stacked round 2. One of the most stacked elimination rounds we've seen in a long time.
I agree. What do you think about the importance of the caddies out here, Makua?
Oh, it's very important. It's everything. You got a backup board. You got someone telling you scores. You got someone to, tell you if you're too deep in the lineup, come closer, go farther. There's a lot of tactics that come into play. A lot of them will have radios, if you see, telling scores back and forth from the beach. So it's very, very important and crucial to have your caddy out there.
Yeah, that's right.
Actually, at the moment, the athletes are testing out the new Apple Watches that have the priority, their scores, what they need and what their lowest and highest scores are. So they're all rocking the new watch out there. So they've all said that they absolutely love it. No more like trying to like understand what they have. They're so far out the back that they can actually just look down and see exactly what they need now. So that's pretty amazing. I know that's been in the works for a while, and now they've got it on their wrist.
Interesting. Or put your smartphone in a waterproof bag, download the WSL app, catch up on all the scores, and listen to us and watch the show and caddy at the same time. Just make sure it's tethered to you somehow, because I'm having a feeling that even the caddies are spending some time underwater out there, Makua.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's turning more north. So the caddies are going to get a lot more involved in the cleanup sets. As you could see this morning, more westerly direction. Caddies not very much involved in the cleanups. Now it's turning more north. They're getting their work cut out for them.
Well, let's take a look at the first score on the board, a 3.5 for Griffin Colapinto. Colapinto coming off his best season ever, 2021. We finished number 6 in the world. He does not want to be in this situation, so he wants to dig himself out of this elimination round and into the round of 32. Conor O'Leary just got back on the championship tour. He wants a good result here at Sunset. But let's first watch this replay, McCool, of Griffin.
Yeah, coming off the bottom strong. I'm not sure what size board that is. It looks like a short board. I think a little longer board could do Griffin well. He's throwing caution into the wind, definitely trying to get those big scores. But you can see where he's sitting right there on your screen, way on the inside. Looks like he's riding a smaller board. I'm not too sure if his caddy has a bigger one, but yeah.
Yeah, just we're staying with Tommy Witz right now, his coach, and I think Griffin's taking off now. He's on a 6-1, his favourite. Well, he was this morning anyway. He had a 6-6 and a 6-1. Nice carve on the inside.
Wow, getting some work done with that 6-1, an unusually small board for Sunset, but he was able to perform on that wave. We'll wait for that number, Makua.
That's actually looking a little more 6-6 to me. He just surfs so well that anything under his feet looks amazing.
Okay. We'll get confirmation on that board, hometown San Clemente, California. 23 years old, 4th season on the championship tour. There's Tommy Witz right there. The caddy in the corner giving him some words of encouragement, maybe an update, letting him know he's opened with a 3.5 and we're waiting for his second wave score. Laura, here it is.
Yeah, nice. You can just see his strategies, obviously, to just get the ball rolling earlier. Nice carve. He just has one of the most amazing carves on tour. Another one, even in the free surf the other day, he was just taking off on some beautiful walls and just doing seamless surfing. So just trying to, get that going and get a score on the board.
Yeah, that's got to be a 6-6 that he's on with the second look on the replay. 5-point ride clocks in, 3.5, 5-point ride. Early lead and advantage to Griffin Colapinto. Whitewaters keep on marching through here, looking for a whitewater takeoff. And the roll-in looks like this is going to be Jordan Lawler. Goofy foot fades that bottom turn. Nice hook off the top. Come around. Another big dynamic turn, but just gets crunched with those converging walls inside Sunset, Makua.
Yeah, he was in a bad spot right there. Oh, he got held under pretty long too. He's definitely feeling down on the back of his neck right now. That was not the place you want to be, and that's what I was talking about here at Sunset. You really got to be careful when you do hit that inside section that you time it right, because if not, it will land on your back.
Oh wow, Jordy just absolutely charged that pipe. Everyone was just blown away. It looks like hopefully he's okay there. He's getting help from the Hawaiian Water Patrol, jumping on to make sure they're okay.
All right, well, we'll keep an eye on Jordan Lawler, our WSL replacement surfer, injury replacement surfer for Liam O'Brien. Turning our attention to another goofy foot out of Australia. That was Conor O'Leary getting a little caught on his heels and not being able to find the open face.
Yeah, I think Griffin Colapinto is pretty well in the lead right now. He's, here we go, Jordan Lawler on his last wave. Nice jam up in the lip here. Does well to come off the bottom strong. But just unfortunately his foot came off, Kaipo, if you could see there. On the slow motion here, we'll see it. Gets the board nice and vertical up into the lip, and right as he's coming down to land, his foot comes off and misses the board. So had he maybe been able to, you know what, that was almost safer maybe to have his foot come off, so when it lip landed on him, he didn't go straight through that board.
Griffin Colapinto scratching into this one, and Griff taking a look down the line, punches through, seeing that wave just walled up.
I think the servers in this heat have really, they've watched that last heat with Owen and with Morgan, that there wasn't a lot of waves ridden. They were struggling. So I think this heat, they're probably just trying to get some smaller scores and smaller waves on the board. Looks like Jordy's paddling back out. Thankfully he's okay. Yeah, Jordy's actually from Narrabeen, my hometown. So hello everyone watching in from Narrabeen. Very proud of him. Got on tour. He was actually one spot away from qualifying. Got on tour at Pipe because,
the injury replacement, we had Liam O'Brien pull out, and so that was an opportunity for Jordan Lawler to get in. And you're right, in the Challenger Series, he finished off 16th in 2021. With the double qualifiers, unfortunately, we only took 15. So you were right, Laura, that he was one spot away for a full-time role on the championship tour, but I'm sure he's going to try to make up as much as he can with these opportunities as an injury replacement.
Yeah, and sending so much love to all our surfers that got injured at Pipeline, Liam O'Brien and Carlos.
Colapinto looking down the line. Careful carve back into the power zone. Lights up the lip with the second turn and straightens out into safety. Griffin Colapinto. Jordy Lawler back on his feet, back against the wall, and making his best over this wave with a lot of warble in it. Coming through the inside, takes a safe line that time and gets a successful completion, Makua.
Yeah, you could tell he didn't want to be put in that same situation that he was last time. Nonetheless, Griffin Colapinto coming in with another beautiful score. I think he will improve upon that 3.50. And Jordan Lawler right behind him with another wave.
Yeah, Griff's had some amazing results here at Sunset, so I think for him it's just riding waves and getting to do what he does best. Here, nice drawn out carve, just waiting for it to roll up, smashes the lip.
And just making sure he rides that all the way in for the Red Bull jet ski ride. Jordan Lawler right behind him, Makua.
Yeah, just a kind of a mediocre wave, one turn. It's just good to see him back on his feet. He wasn't injured from that wipeout. I'm sure he'll be feeling that later this evening. But nonetheless, he got two turns in, and yeah, he'll put another score on the board.
Well, tomorrow you always wake up the next day after a fall and you're like, oh, there it is. I can't move my neck.
You brought up a great point. Griffin Colapinto does have a pretty good track record over here at Sunset. He's made the finals twice, in 2017 and then again in 2018. Of course, that as a 10,000 QS, both of those events, that was a four-man heat format. Yeah. So he got fourth both times, but made finals. That means he's made a bunch of heats out here at Sunset. And so you would think he would be the favorite surfer in this matchup.
I think he is the favorite surfer in this matchup, although with Jordy and Conor, we've seen a lot of the goofy footers, just do a lot of damage today. They can get so critical and go off the bottom and, hit the lips so hard and, stay tight in the pocket. So, it's just finding those waves out here today that do go top to bottom and have those really sucky sections because, a lot of the turns are on the face. So, but yeah, if the goofy footers can find those critical sections, they're going to get huge scores.
22 minutes and 35 seconds on the countdown. Let's hear from Billy Kemper. He won his last heat.
Billy, a little bit of a stressful heat there. That first half seemed to fly by without a wave ridden for you.
Yeah, these are the nitty-gritty days out at Sunset Beach, and it's crazy. It's 15 minutes seems like so long in a heat. It feels like you've wasted the whole heat. At the same time, I don't know, I felt calm. I've been working a lot. I have my son here. My wife's right up at Phuket watching with my other boys, and just feel really comfortable at home. I'm not out here trying to qualify or win a world title. I'm just here to try to win in my backyard and just really enjoying every moment of it. To be able to compete with the world's best. I mean, and Morgan, these guys are, I look up to these guys as much as, I'm a surfer. I'm also a surf fan. I love what they do on tour, and it's an honor to share the ocean with them.
And getting a call-up, obviously a lot of experience out at Sunset. What a crucial component is that in your game?
I mean, days like this, as crazy as it is, anybody can get lucky, but the reef and the wind and the swell direction out at Sunset is something that you can never master. And all the time I spent with Sunny and Poncho and Callahan, these are the days where I kind of just bite down, and it's all about the nitty-gritty, and you got to work for what you get. And hard work pays off, and at the end of the day, I'm just stoked to get through a heat and be able to compete against some more of the best surfers in the world.
Really keep that roll alive. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, guys.
There we go. Billy Kemper, 4-time Jaws champion. Unprecedented feat. And remember, we're still in the window for the Big Wave Tour all the way till March 31st, where we can kick off that event. We saw Jordan Lawler with a foamy one during that interview, and it clocked in the wave score at a 3.37. So Jordan Lawler in second place. Griffin Colapinto with a 5 and a 5.5 in first. Conor O'Leary is out searching for a mid-range score of 3.87 to go into second place in advancing position, Makua.
Yeah, he definitely has to play catch-up right now. I mean, he's not too far behind, only needing a 3.87, but he seemed to be having a little bit of a hard time finding those waves, finding the critical steep sections that offer the scoring potential out there, Kaipo. And, Griffin Colapinto's on a roll. We've seen Jordan Lawler on a few nice waves. Conor O'Leary definitely needs to get the ball rolling.
Yeah, I think Conor, in his last heat, he was heat 12 of the first round, so he kind of started the same as he is now, just was struggling to find, anything to give him, a medium or good score. So he's hoping to, turn that around now, start fresh, and he's got 20 minutes left, so.
Yeah, time on the clock. We've talked about Sunset being a time bandit and how long it takes the rotation out here. Luckily for the surfers today, we do have the Red Bull jet skis along with Hawaiian Water Patrol on these rotations to help maximize the wave counts. And there you see some of the greatest. By the way, another key piece of equipment that the Hawaiian Water Patrol have at their disposal is the fin. The fin officially used by Hawaiian Water Patrol. And you'll see also the fin, swim fins, on a lot of our caddies as well. It's a recommended kind of purposeful piece of equipment, Makua, for your caddy, not only to have your extra board, but maybe a pair of swim fins too in case he has to swim in.
Yeah, definitely. The fins come in handy, not just for the caddies, but for the water patrol as well. See someone gets hurt, they'll have the power and the energy to rescue that person. With their fins on, it gives you a lot more stability, a lot more swimming power. And that being said, with the caddies as well, once you break a board, the caddy usually has to swim in. Much easier to swim in with fins on your feet.
Yeah, and as a personal note too, here in Hawaii, it's good if you're just going to the beach and you're hanging out with your families to have a pair of the fins with you, because you never know. This just happened to me about 2.5 months ago. Guy was in distress, and you can, if you have swim fins, you can render aid to that person. Grab a boogie board. You don't want to go out there without some type of flotation device and help the guy in. And the guy was exhausted from he was a tourist, and we got him to shore safely. And I was really glad I brought my fins to the beach.
There you go, Kaipo.
Yeah, it's fun swimming with them. You swim about 20 times faster and better.
You sure do. Okay, here we go. 17 minutes, 55 seconds. Conor O'Leary needing that score. He's last in line as well for priority. So this is going to get a little bit more hectic for him as the clock ticks down.
Yeah, here we go. The ocean's kind of going flat right now. 3.87 is the ask for Conor O'Leary in third place, in third priority. He has to search the lineup, move around, find a way to get himself into that advancing position.
All right, so the maze that is Sunset Beach today continues to play out for all of our surfers, and it really is a lot about positioning out there and wave selection that equals success. We got some sets coming through here, so we'll see the decision time And I'm still astounded, Mckillifrey, on the size of the boards that our surfers are riding.
Yeah, it's times have changed, Kaipo, and looks like gone are the days of the 7.6 out here at Sunset, and it's back to the days. It's now on to the days of the 6.6, the 6.1, which I'm sure Billy was out there on a 6.6, 6.8, hands down, and his surfing showed as well.
Here we go. What do you see here? I mean, this is a tough angle for you, Mckillifrey, but what do you see here with this upcoming set?
I see they're too far on the shoulder and they need to move over a little bit, is what I would say. You need to be back there for this first one. There's some bigger waves out the back, so they're going to be scratching for the shoulder to not get caught inside. But to really get and maximize scoring potential, I would say taking off on the peak of the wave will probably be a good idea. We're definitely going to be jockeying for position because that's a big set coming in. And it looks like a really, really big north set that's really going to clean up this lineup, people.
Oh, they're going to go in. It seems so crazy out there, like trying to find your position in the lineup, trying to dodge these sets, sit wide. I think when we were talking about in Kelly's heat, he was sitting wider, but he was sitting in a spot in the lineup that he could dodge straight in and into a really good set. So looks like Griffin Colapinto doing the belly board bumpy takeoff.
The Bucking Bronco takeoff fair as well. He did get the roll, and now it's just can't get over the edge there.
He might have just done that to get away from those sets behind him. I've done that before.
It's cat and mouse out there, and you know, if you can avoid that and get out of that zone, that's probably wise heat surfing, because that'll take a lot of time off the clock if you get cleaned up. Cool.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, a lot of these waves surfed today are repositioning waves, and goes to show right there, Griffin didn't like his positioning in the lineup. He caught that wave, got himself back into a position, a more favorable position for himself, and we'll see if it pays off right here, Kaipo. Conor O'Leary in second priority, still hunting with 15 minutes left for just a 3.87.
And speaking to a bunch of the surfers coming in, especially from the elimination round, I was asking them like just how tired they were, and they were like, oh gosh, thank goodness for the jet skis, because otherwise they would just be absolutely exhausted, and they were already exhausted enough. Matt Mckillifrey was just, he was like about to fall asleep standing up before, and he was like, I need to go home and have a rest. But yeah, it's crazy mentally and physically, just trying to scour this lineup. And
yeah, it is a test of endurance and physical abilities. Seth Moniz, he's going to be in the last heat of the day. We're going to take a break, but we'll be back with more of heat number 3 here at Sunset. Imai Kalani DeVault, the heat leaders, could utilize his first priority, and here we go. Nice bottom turn, beautiful carve off the top, straight down to the bottom. Again, long arcing bottom turn, another hacking turn off the top for Imai. Really in rhythm on this wave, find his inside pocket section to the lip glide, and puts it down.
Imai, our heat leader, off the lip. Nice completed ride for our heat leader, Imai Kalani DeVault.
The Flying Embers drop of the day. Did you say kombucha? Oh yeah, we're back. Heat number 3, the elimination round, and Jordan Lawler up on his feet performing. Currently in second place, a couple of carves on the backhand for the young Australian, looking to better his low score of a 3.1. While we were away, Griffin Colapinto got this one.
Wow, really coming up. Man, what a big set that was. He hucked it on that drop. I mean, just kind of navigating through the sections. Once again, just, you know, he's not in too much threat of not making this heat right now. This is the man that needs to score, Kaipo.
And he's on his way with a nice top carve for Conor O'Leary. Deep bottom turn again and a beautiful arcing turn on the backhand once more. Nice rhythm through that section. 2 big turns for Conor O'Leary. We'll see what number that will provide him. A 3.87 will get him past Jordan Lawler and into advancing position. Lawler continues to serve here. Oh, a lot of ribs up that wave, and Sunset strikes back.
I really like that angle. That back behind angle of Conor's wave was amazing. I mean, you could see him really coming off the bottom, using his rail, maximizing scoring potential. And I'm going to go out on a limb and say that was definitely a 3.87, if not a lot more.
We'll take a look here at Jordan Lawler.
Yeah, he's just trying to get back into the powerful section of the wave. Gets up there, like you said, Kaipo, that wave got real ribby, caught a rail, and unfortunately it goes down again in the same fashion. Here we go with Conor O'Leary's wave, hard off the bottom, nice swooping carve off the top. Kind of a quick fade there, carving back off the top again, and probably his best wave for sure in this heat, Kaipo.
Yeah, I like this in slow motion to really take a look at all of this technique and body mechanics.
Yeah, opening up his arms, really facing up the face of the wave. Right here, I like this little adjustment. Watch, instead of going down the line, he kind of waits for it a second right there, holds the rail, really opening up to that face, get a nice swooping carve off the top. Beautiful surfing there by Conor O'Leary, the man out of Australia, Kaipo.
Yeah, Conor O'Leary is back after finishing 4th on the 2021 Champion Challenger Series, and got a sticker back on the nose of his board. New year, new chapter, and he is excited to be back on Hurley and back on the team there. Great sponsor, great support for Conor O'Leary.
Yeah, it's so amazing. Conor is such an amazing talent and surfer. He's always been coming through the Pro Junior Series. I surfed with him growing up, and his wife, Stephanie, she's an amazing surfer as well, but so deserving of a sticker on the nose.
Yeah, he had some blank real estate for quite a while, but surfed incredibly through that Challenger Series and earned his spot on the 2022 Championship Tour. So we're good to see, glad to see Conor O'Leary back in competition, representing both Japan and Australia.
Yeah, he's got an amazing family. I love seeing their smiling faces all around. I think they were here in Hawaii at Pipeline.
Well, the number dropped for Conor O'Leary, the last for O'Leary, a 5.77, and he has gone into 2nd place. Jordan Lawler currently in 3rd. As we see our heat leader, Griffin Colapinto, drop into this one. Nice carve off the top. Smooth rail work for the surfer out of San Clemente. Has to grab the rail there to stabilize a big cut back. And why not? One more carve for Griffin Colapinto, gaining momentum in this heat.
Wow, I like the way that board is holding off of the bottom through that bumpy section. Kaipo is looking really in control. Nice, just extended kind of Larry turn on that last turn on that wave. Here we go. He gets a belly ride in right here. Gets up to his feet, fades back. Look at the control on that board. Really nice arcing turn off the top, back into the powerful section of the wave. Really just jamming a quick, tight rail grab turn. And right here, it's really extending his body, maximizing the turning potential and the scoring potential on this wave, Kaipo.
Here's the in-water angle, Laura.
Wow, what a cool angle. Yeah, I'd be so curious to know what Griffin's riding right now. If he's gone up to the 6.6, that board is holding so well. Beautiful grab rail cutty carve there, and hair flick for us all. And a big Larry there. It's so amazing to see Griffin. I feel like he's like so wise beyond his years. Even just in the competitors area before I walked past him, he was, you know, he loves his meditation. He loves like zoning in. He's very connected to the ocean, and you know, you can just tell he just wants to get out there and stay calm and do his thing.
6.67 drops for Griffin Colapinto. He extends his lead in this heat number 3 of the elimination round. Reminder again, 3rd place in this heat is eliminated from competition and receives an equal 33rd. Nobody wants that. There's the whole story of that 6.67 and all of the judges' scores. Throw out the high, throw out the low, and average the other three, and that's how you got to that 6.67. 7 minutes counting down. Priority with Conor O'Leary, and here goes Conor. The tricky roll in here, is able to handle that and really looks down the line to pick his spot. Has to cut that one a little bit short. Again, handling some of Sunset's power and really trying to harness it through a wonky, bouncy wave. Successfully completes that. Looking to improve upon his low of a 2.6. McCoy, do you think he did that?
I would say he did that with that wave. I mean, he did so well beyond the score. As we're going to see in this replay right here, there's a big bump that he had to navigate to get into that second turn. And he did really well. Up and riding live action, Kaipo.
Colapinto searching for open face, finds it, just kicks out, and again, just repositioning himself. Here we go to the replay. Talk to us about this, McCoy.
There we go. Just a really bumpy ride to get into this wave. And right here, carving right up back into the wave. Right there, that bobble right there on the bottom, to handle that and get back up and actually do a, you know, a nice arcing turn. That was big congratulations for that, man, because he really could have lost everything on the bottom turn on that wave. But right here, coming off again, look at his eyes. Look how focused he is, where he's picking his line. Kind of under the whitewash right there. But right here, oh, you couldn't see it. The bump was in the way. Nonetheless, beautiful hacking turn at the top of that wave, Kaipo.
We've got 5 minutes to go, and Jordy only, oh, actually, Conor O'Leary just dropped to 5.57, so making things harder for Jordy Lawler, needing a 7.97 now.
All right, so the situation on the water, Rip Curl first, Conor O'Leary in second, Jordan Lawler looking for a big number, a 7.97. And I got hints, I got tips for you playing fantasy surf, okay? You have until the start of round 32 for the men's to change your team. I'm giving you guys tips right now. Take a look at who you have in there. Make your adjustments. Pay attention, because this is going to be your last chance to shuffle before we start the next round.
Ooh, who are your picks this go,
Ooh,
Kaipo?
ooh, 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 ooh. It's a little too early, Laura Enever.
Not giving anything away.
To give out the picks. After we've locked in all of our teams and the beginning of the round of 32 for the men and the beginning of the round 16 for the women, then I'm going to talk to you all about my picks.
Right.
But I don't really want to give up. I can't show my cards right now.
Okay, I see.
Kaipo, I got a question for you.
Yeah, I'm defending world champ.
If you set your team, oh, here we go, live action, actually. Conor O'Leary up and riding. Beautiful bottom turn.
Oh, wow.
That was clutch right there. I mean, I'm going to give it to him, that one turn. I don't know if it's going to change the situation, but that was cat-like reflexes.
That was so critical. He is going to have like dents in his board from his toes this heat, I think, like his toe prints, because he's just hanging on for dear life and just making it. Incredible surfing there. Wow, how do you, oh, and there we go. That's Laura fall right there.
Right here, just
Splatter.
opening up, really facing the wave and opening his body up to get up to the lip right there, Kaipo. And doing a great job to pull that nose out to complete that maneuver.
Yeah, and that was just back foot pressure at the right time. You saw the nose slightly poke, but great job from Conor O'Leary.
So Jordy here pulling the trigger with 3:20 to go. He needs a 7.9, almost an excellent score. Let's see if he can do it, Kaipo.
Let's see. Let's see what he has right now. It's a big number, and I don't know if this wave has a 7.97 written on it, to tell you the truth, as he kicks out. Your thoughts?
They really have different backside approaches to this wave, Kaipo. As you can see, Conor really opens up his body, opens his, and really faces the wave with his arms wide open, as Jordy tends to do a quicker move with his top half and shorter arms. So I think Conor's opening up, and really the direction that gives you when you open up and turn your face almost like front side to the wave, gives you a lot more potential to get more straight up instead of a round turn. And that's why I think the scores are what they are right now.
Great analysis, Makua. 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Jordy Lawler still in the search for that big number, 7.97. Judges do owe us 3 scores, 1 for each of the surfers at this point, and we'll see if that changes the situation. We're waiting on scores for all surfers.
Well, 2 minutes left. These surfers better get on the horse and get another score.
We've got some big sets feathering out the back again. When you see that, pedal to the metal. Which way are you paddling, Makua? Sometimes you actually can paddle towards the left and get under them, but you put yourself in a pretty tricky situation to get a top to bottom left on the head.
I'm paddling to the chip bin. Pop chips.
I just turn around and paddle straight in.
Well, someone did take some on the head right there, and we got more on the way.
Kaipo, Sunset is really good of bringing more on the way when it comes to getting them on the head. And there's no shortage of more on the way out here at Sunset.
And everyone's been working on their bailing technique this event.
All right, so just to update you, this is Conor O'Leary, and he's currently in second place, and he wants to build on his 5.57, and with surfing like that, it looks like he's on his way. That was a dynamic closing maneuver. Griffin Colapinto right behind him. What about O'Leary's late charge?
Yeah, I'm telling you, man, the way he opens up his body is really giving that potential. Those waves don't have that much scoring potential on them. They're shorter waves that are closing out, but the way he's surfing them coming off the bottom, watch right here, doesn't look like much. I mean, straight off the bottom, no hesitation, really wrapping in and coming right down, right back up, opening up to get vertical.
That was upside down. That was upside down.
That was a beautiful turn.
Definitely one of the smoothest waves of the heat. Like not much on the face in terms of whitewash and bump. So really identifying a beautiful wave there for Conor. 2 turns is all you need out here too.
So still standing by for that score for Conor O'Leary. 6.41 will take him into first and drop Griffin Colapinto to second. Jordan Lawler with priority is really in a clutch situation right now. He needs to get a wave, and the clock is going to work against Jordan Lawler, and he will be...
So unfortunate for Jordy. He's just such an amazing talent.
Yep, there you go. And this is going to be a ride-in for Jordan Lawler, and he's going to take a 33rd and be eliminated from competition. Let's take a look at all the numbers in this heat. Griffin Colapinto, Conor O'Leary on to the round of 32. We'll be on to heat number 4 of the elimination round when we return.
We Are One Ocean is an initiative led by the WSL to inspire our global surf community to protect and conserve our one ocean. This year we're partnered with Shiseido and we're working with local organisations in communities around the world where we hold our championship tour events.
All big changes start with just a single step, and I believe in the power of coming together and working together to create positive change.
Help us preserve the future of our sport. Go to weareoneocean.org.
We Are One Ocean, ganging up with Shiseido to bring an initiative over here. We did a Kahuku Point and we planted some nanea and some kuli kuli, some native plants to help fend off some of the invasive species, that being the ironwood tree. We protect our coast, we protect the shoreline, and that way you protect the waves. That's something that we all want to do. So thank you to Shiseido for all of that support. Last heat of the elimination round out in the water, Seth Moniz, Miguel Pupo, and Kanoa Igarashi. Here is Miguel Pupo.
Last heat of the day.
And Miggy, finding a stretched out wall in front of him, gets a little backhand check, and that's going to be the start of his account. And this is a really, really interesting heat in that these three surfers are coming off of Kanoa Igarashi, third place finish over at Pipe, Miguel Pupo, third place finish over at Pipe, Seth Moniz, second place, runner-up at Pipe, and these guys who ended up in the top 4 at the first event are now all together in the elimination round, Makua.
Yeah, I mean, you had Kelly Slater, #1 in the world in the elimination round. Now you got these guys second and third. So it's crazy to have, I mean, I'm not sure if that ever happened before, but I'll tell you what, that's a good way to leave the door open for somebody to step up and take your spot on tour or, you know, change your ranking position.
It's just wild. It's wild how much it changes, Laura, from event to event. And I guess that's the beauty of the championship tour, because each stop offers its own unique challenge.
Yeah, we have such an amazing lineup of waves to go to this year in the lead up to the final 5. And, you know, there's so many different waves. You know, after here, we head to Portugal, barreling, beachy, just so much on offer, you know, to just have everyone do something crazy. And I just think it's wild that these three surfers, you know, we're in the quarters or like semis or above in the last event.
It's actually going to be a shame, because one of these guys is going to take a 33rd. That is a fact. And that is, talk about, you know, the thrill of victory and the agony of defeat, Makua. It's real.
Oh, yeah, it's real. And it's going to come real right now to one of these surfers in this heat, Kaipo. Up in riding, we have Seth Moniz.
Wow, that was very uncharacteristic for Seth Moniz. I mean, he's a guy that spends a lot of time in Sunset, a lot of time in the North Shore in general. He came up surfing, you know, in our Pro Junior Series and our Regional Series, a lot of events here at Sunset. What went wrong?
I'm not sure. Let's see. He's coming over some chop right here. Gets a little disconnected there. Goes for a fade. And I think his board just went straighter than he thought it was going to go. I think he thought his board was going to follow where he was going. And that was the Sunset Boogeyman right there. That was that Paul Malou, that secret taken vibe out here that got Seth. But nonetheless, Kaipo.
Yeah, we got the last heat winner. He's closed out the heat with a lucky score. A 7.77 was enough to take Conor O'Leary to first, and he's with Rosie Hodge.
Yeah, we see Conor taking out that lead, that last exchange, obviously getting that number, Conor. That's got to feel great. Today's been a long day of surfing action.
Yeah, I mean, it's miles better than the first heat I had, so it was good. It's good to catch some waves and, yeah, just kind of get a rhythm, because as soon as you kind of start losing a bit of rhythm out there, you just feel like you get lost at sea. So, yeah, just wanted to catch a few more waves in the elimination heat compared to the first one, so yeah, it's good.
And we've still got a lot of swell coming throughout the coming days. I mean, maybe going to drop off a little bit tomorrow, but we could go back-to-back days. How's the endurance feeling?
Yeah, I feel good. I mean, it's probably as big as Sunset gets right now. Yeah, it's really unruly, really gnarly, but yeah, I think the next few days looks a little bit more tamer. Still pretty big, but yeah, it's tamer, so that'll be really fun.
And how are you going to decompress off today?
Yeah, I'm just gonna eat a bit of food and wind down. You know, 2 heats at Sunset, it's a lot. It's a lot more than what I thought. So yeah, just wind down and watch a bit of TV, go to bed and get ready for tomorrow.
Oh, we love it. Well, enjoy that, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Congratulations to Conor as we see Kanoa Igarashi putting together a nice wave, fading back into the pocket and has to pull out the back, but a couple of nice turns for Kanoa Igarashi on his opening ride here in Heat 4 of the elimination round.
The rail work and transition on that was just seamless.
Kanoa Igarashi got the call up as we had Gabe Medina pull out of the beginning of the season. So Kanoa Igarashi got that wild card and got that call up, and he's making the most of it. Seth Moniz. Nice carve for Seth. Has to check that through that section, looking for more opportunity, and throws a bit of rail there at the end. Cleaning it up for Seth Moniz, a much better wave than his start.
Yeah, Kaipo, he's definitely past that premature jump off or whatever that was. Really putting that board on rail, really looking in control right there. I like that first turn, nice arcing turn. Here we go on the replay. Once again, it's coming off the bottom nice and smooth, jamming a beautiful turn up there off the top. Checking up right here, looking in the barrel, seeing if anybody's home. No one's home, so he comes around the corner and, you know, big slamming slide turn at the stoplight.
All right, yeah, I just had to take a peek. Here's the water angle.
He's looking so fast. That Takoro is just slicing. Love that, but also holding in and driving so well down the line. Yep, no one home. On to the next. And this was such a spicy turn at the end. I love that. And there he is, he's chatting with Reynolds Hayes in the lineup there.
Yeah, Reynolds Hayes, the in-water caddy as well as coach. The calming spirit of Reynolds Hayes is much appreciated. Seth Moniz, 24 years old, out of Kuli'o'o, Oahu. So the hometown boy waiting for the number. And number 7 on his jersey representing the 7 Monizes that make up one of surfing's most powerful clans.
The 7 Monizes that are multiplying by the years. They're all probably tuning in. Hi, all of the Moniz family. You're the best. And watching them cheering on Seth at Pipeline was just the best thing in the world. It was just incredible, beautiful and chaotic, and just a lot of fun to see.
While we're doing shout outs here, I want to say a shout out to our Executive Vice President of Tours, Jessie Miley Dyer's mom's out there watching.
All right.
Out in Australia. I want to say hi, Mom. How are you?
Thanks to all of our fans. We appreciate you tuning in and enjoying this second stop of the championship tour. We got an exciting season ahead of you. And some numbers are starting to populate, so we can update you on the heat. Second wave for Miguel Pupo, a 4-point ride. Second wave for Seth Moniz, a 5.33. The exact same number drops in for Kyle Ibelli, a 5.33.
Pretty even start for everyone here, and I think, you know, they would have all just been watching the last few heats and just trying to identify exactly where they want to be getting their waves as we see them all getting caught by that set. Didn't even look like a big set. Oh, take that back. I just turned around and it's a huge set. Doesn't look that big from the drone angle. It's crazy. Drone angles are like, they don't show the real story sometimes.
And you can see the surfers getting pulled back by that powerful whitewater, Makua. I mean, it's no joke.
Well, looks can be deceiving, especially from high up above. And I mean, here's a front-on angle. It's like Conor O'Leary said, surfable. This is probably as big as you want to get it for a competition. Any bigger than this, it's just going to be washed out, whitewash on every wave. Not very many waves with the big scoring potential. But right now, it's pushing that edge. The surfers are giving the fans what they asked for in big competition, big waves, and you know, big scores. Right now, Kyle Ibelli in the non-advancing position, looking for another score, Kaipo.
Want to know one of the most annoying things that can happen in a heat?
24 minutes and 50 seconds on the countdown, and you know what? This is the last heat of the day, gang, but stick around, because after this, we have the 8:05 post-show where Joe, Barton, and Rosie are going to unwrap all of today's happenings. That's the 8:05 post-show following this final heat of the day. You want to stick around for that.
You can see on screen right there, somebody raising their hand. And if you see somebody raising their hand in the lineup and you folks don't know, it doesn't mean that they're in danger or they need help. They're waving their hand to try and signal to the judges or the beach announcer that they want to know the heat standings, where they stand, what they need, and what needs to be done to get them into an advancing position, Kaipo.
Yeah, and these surfers are so far out there. A lot of times that information will be relayed. Your caddy will hear that information, then your caddy in the channel will yell that information to his surfer and give him some advice. And so really a game of telephone, if you will.
Well, it's even hard to get your caddy to yell from there to there, even though they look close on the screen with the wind and the waves and the way that the ocean rises and falls. They usually have to wait until their competitor comes around and catches a wave and comes by them to give them the score or the situation, because it's really hard to hear I mean, you don't even have to be underwater. A big wave pops up and they say the score, you're not going to hear it with the noise of these waves.
It's loud. There's wind, there's giant waves crashing. It is a lot, it's usually a lot, well, it is a lot louder out there. And generally, it's a lot windier out there, too, than even on the shore.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, the point sticks out past the trees and the mountains. So the wind's coming around that point, whipping. Yeah. I mean, there's salt spray in your face. Your ears are plugged with water. You've been getting pounded. I mean, everywhere on your body is just, you know, full of water.
You're really selling Surfing Sunset right now.
Hey, it's a wave with so many personalities and such a deep history within surfing, and not just competitive surfing, but even within the Hawaiian culture. So, I mean, there's so many stories, both competitively and culturally, about this particular chunk of water.
Well, that's why Sunset is so important. It's like pipeline guys kind of master pipeline the lineups. You're not going to master Sunset. You know, that's why Sunset is so important. And I think that's why it deserves a spot on tour, because no one is really the king or queen of Sunset. You know, Sunset is the king or the queen, if you want to say. And we're all just trying to go out there and put on our best performances for the day.
I actually think what happened before was both Seth and Kaya were looking and waving at the judges. So I think that they maybe thought there should have been a priority switch up there with Miguel paddling for a wave. That's why even they were all looking in quite a lot. So maybe something we missed there. But yeah, it looks like Kaya taking off now.
Yeah, he belly with first priority. He utilizes this priority right now, zipping down the line, and nice lip glide coming down the line again, and gaffs a nice turn, holds that rail in the water just a half a second more to flare out that turn. Already has a 5.33. He's going to back it up nicely, Makua.
I think that was a good idea to hold that rail and really draw that turn out and utilize the whole entire face of that wave. You know, he could have went up there and did a little sticky jam. I don't think it would have been productive like what he had just done. Here's the replay, Kaipo. I'll walk you through this. Coming down the line, just being patient, picking his spot. Nice, beautiful top turn. And right here, just coming and holding that rail all the way through a smaller section, but nonetheless, definitely holding the rail. It's what they like to see out here at Sunset Point.
And illustrated once again here, Lord, with this in-water angle.
Yeah, I think Kaya just wanted to get a nice clean wave, and you know, he got some nice sections there. It doesn't have any foam on it, so he can actually just unload and not have to worry about any bubbles or bumps or anything. So smaller wave, but you know, he got some damage done on it.
Legendary surfer, shaper, and surf coach once said, Ben Ipo once said, to win at Sunset, you have to surf big. You have to surf exaggerated. You have to really draw big lines, because the judges are far way away. So you really want to maximize those large radius arcing turns. And that is a trait that you've seen with most successful Sunset surfers in competition. Again, it comes to mind Sonny Garcia and Pancho Sullivan, those guys who are able to, and even yourself, Makua, are able to do those big, giant swoops.
Well, you know, you got to utilize the canvas that you're given. And the judges really appreciate when you use the whole entire wave. You come off the bottom, do a nice big arcing turn off the top, but don't stop there. You drive it, you compress again, you get all the way back through, seamless surfing, right back up, big wraps, arms open on the rail, putting pressure on the wave, because you see a lot of surfers, okay, he does a turn, but a lot of the time the board is flat on the wave, and it's kind of like a cheater move, if you want to say. Out here in Sunset, it's hard to do that cheater move, because even though the judges are far away, they can see the rail work that needs to go into maximizing scoring potential, using the whole canvas and really laying down that rail and pushing hard on that board.
Do you think as well at Sunset, you know, getting a wave where you can do two big open face carves and then try to get like a closeout section is going to be more critical, or trying to get one that's going to wall up the whole way through so you can pull off and, you know, do like 3 open face turns?
Well, I mean, you get what you're given out here. So you surf the wave that, you know, you try and get yourself into position. And like I said so many times before, wave selection, wave selection, wave selection. It depends what part of the heat it is. It depends what kind of score you need, and it depends what the ocean offers, because not every time you're going to say, okay, I want one that closes out, I need an open face one. You're going to kind of take what you can get with the allotted 30 minutes. You only got 30 minutes out there. There's only going to be so many waves. You want to be on the best ones.
Yeah.
Sunset, a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get when you stick your hand in there.
Oh, yeah.
Assorted.
Might get an empty wrapper.
You might get a slap on the hand.
18 minutes and 10 seconds on the countdown. Kyle Ibelli checks in with a 5.37 for his last effort. He's in the lead. Miguel Pupo, second place with a 4 and a 2.4. 5.33 to Seth Moniz's credit. He has priority. He's out there in the red jersey, and he only needs a 1-point ride to get over on Miguel Pupo at this time, but we got plenty of time left, ticking down final heat of the day.
Yeah, Kaipo, it's going a little lully for how, I mean, just pumping it's been. The boys are sitting in position. You see with priority Seth Moniz, the Hawaiian Superman, as Brother A's would say, Supe. Let's go, Brother Seth. You know, being number 2 in the world, being a Kanaka Maoli, it's amazing for me to cheer on my fellow countrymen, and you know, with ultimate respect to Seth Moniz, his surfing, his family, everything the Moniz family stands for. Seth is out there flying that Hae Hawaii, or that Hawaiian flag on his shoulders.
Yeah, he sure is, and he's a smart competitor too. He's not going to rush to use this priority. He knows he's got a good score of that 5.33. He knows he wants to put a substantial backup, or even better, that 5.33, to really put him in a solid position and avoid elimination. Sets start to feather out the back here.
Crazy how close these three surfers are sitting together. Sunset is so huge, and you know, even someone like Miguel with third priority, he's not going to sit further in. He's still going to sit right next to Seth. I think, you know, the other surfers know that Seth, you know, he's surfed here probably the most. He knows this lineup, but so yeah, maybe sticking closer to him.
Paying attention, yeah.
I think that's a mistake with third priority being that close to first and second priority. With as big as of a playing field Sunset is, with third priority you should be moving around, maybe go up the point, maybe go outside and try and catch a set that those guys are too far inside for, and really maximize, you know, the length of this wave. This wave is so long, they're only surfing, you know, the last quarter of the wave actually. Here you go, Seth up and riding.
Big drop for Seth Moniz, and the fins disengage on the bottom, slips out, and he's going to have to go back to the drawing board, and he's going to be in the back of the priority line at this point. What happened here?
Wow, that almost looked like his wave at backdoor taking off under the lip, and just came down and hits this bobble right here. Thought he had it. Oh. Well, guys, even the best in the world fall on their face.
Hey, McCool, that's the second time something weird's happened to Seth with this board. So that'll be interesting to get some insight on that after this heat. Here we go. Ibelli turning big like we talked about before. Looking for more. He's going to get it. Oh, a little missed time there. Just has to try to punch out the back.
He's going to get it all right. But Seth, I mean, if there's one thing that I've ever seen about Seth surfing, is sometimes when it gets bumpy on the bottom, Seth tends to get bucked off. I've seen it at Haleiwa a few times. I'm not sure what it is about his board right there. Looked like he just was off position, maybe hit his knee on the water, but Kyle Ibelli with a big carving turn. You know, out here at Sunset, Kaipo, anything can happen. I mean, his board went straight, he turned. Seth is such an amazing surfer. It's just, you know, the luck of the draw, and that's what Sunset, it shows its teeth and really sinks it in when you less expect it.
Yeah. Sunset will give every surfer an awkward moment, won't it, Laura?
Yes. I've had many. I actually got pinned to the bottom here one time, which I heard was like almost...
It's very deep.
Yeah,
wow.
Impossible. I was just like pinned down there, and I was like, oh, wow, I didn't actually know there was a bottom down here. But there is. There's a reef down there.
It's actually pretty shallow on that inside bowl, right where it jacks up. You can hit the reef pretty easy there or out on the point. You get caught inside by one of those west sets. Towards that boneyard section, I mean, that back half of that wave going left, it's all dry reef over there. So it really drops off substantially into the channel. But, I mean, I don't see Seth not backing up that 5.33. I mean, this boy has it all. I mean, it's all said and done. He's number 2 on planet Earth right now. And I think he's going to step up and get the job done.
Well, we can see flying above Seth in the red jersey as he's repositioning himself further up the point. We're going to take a break right now, but we'll be back with the conclusion of the elimination round, heat number 4, here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido. The Hurley Pro Sunset Beach presented by Shiseido. Second stop on the championship tour as we fall from outer space to archipelago in the middle of the Pacific. 8 major Hawaiian islands, zooming in on Oahu, the gathering place, and up to the tip of the north shore of Oahu, where we'll zoom in on our venue here, Sunset Beach. Many different facets to it. Val's Reef, the Inside Bowl, the West Peak, the Point, and even backyards. Many personalities to this wave, and a wave that is open to a number of different open ocean swell. No continental shelf involved here, so the raw Pacific power converges right on this break. 2 major channels, the Kanoa channel and the Paumalu channel. Deep ocean trenches that focus the energy on this wave, and that's what makes it an iconic break in surfing.
Wow, that's so cool.
Showing my secret fishing grounds over there. What's going on?
Seth Moniz needs to do something right now. Here he goes, rolling in. Frothy face for Moniz. Carves off the top, right back into the power. And another little check turn for Moniz, staying on his feet through some bumpy, lumpy, bouncy waves. A little air under the fins there for Seth Moniz. One more cutback, and he had to fight with that wave all the way through, but he's definitely going to better his situation again. Just a 1.07 will vault Seth Moniz into second place. Miguel Pupo up and riding here. So Miggy also answering back on the backhand. Let's see if he's got the finish. Nice early turn, but the convergence of water just swallows him up.
You know what I see right there, Kaipo? I see Conor O'Leary. Every time I watch a backside surfer, they're not opening themselves up all the way. And that's why I don't think they're getting vertical up in that lip. Conor really opens up his arms and really faces his body almost 180 degrees around and points his head up to the ceiling. And that's how he gets to get his board up in that vertical part of the wave. But nonetheless, Seth Moniz was not getting blocked off on that snap, was he, Kaipo?
Yeah, he had to fight for that. So we're waiting for scores for both Miguel Pupo as well as Seth Moniz, and Kyle Belly getting a Red Bull jet ski ride back out into the channel. What happened? First, we'll talk about Seth Moniz, Laura.
This was a wild, wacky ride, but he was not going to fall. Nice wrap there to start. Comes through, a lot of bump here, a little carve off the top, but just wanted to eye off this end section and snaps it here. That board almost flipped over, but he lands it and then gets swallowed by the whitewash. Finally, the wave was like, I got you.
Well, 3.93 for that ride, so it did better his situation. Here's Miguel Pupo, Makua.
Nice swooping turn off the top right there, waiting for this section. I thought he was going to hammer it a little higher, but he's doing the under the sea, down where it's wetter, down where it's better. Yeah, nice turn nonetheless. Just when that wave converges right there and that white water shoots you out, there's no chance you're going to stay on your board. I mean, this wave is almost like a baby Jaws. It'll just clean you right out.
So 2.83 for Miguel Pupo, 3.93 for Seth Moniz, and the situation in the water has changed. Seth Moniz now in that second place and advancing position. Miguel Pupo needs a 5.27.
Yeah, I think Seth actually just went that wave, just wanting to get that one, or yeah, you know, he did the job on that wave. He knew it was going to be small, it wasn't going to be anything wild that way, but he just wanted to get into second, and now he can, you know, relax a little bit and try and get, you know, a good score. Wait for a good wave.
This is unusual, Kaipo. I don't see any priority up there, so I think all the surfers kind of went to the side at the same time. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Seth Moniz is the first back to the lineup. Looks like Miguel Pupo will get second priority, and Kyle Ibelli. So not too many times this deep into a heat do you see nobody with priority and everybody going back out, jockeying for priority.
Yeah, we just got a reset. So Seth with first, Miguel with second, and Kyle in third. The beginning of the season, and we have our rankings going into this event. Kelly Slater, the phenomena, just setting the world on fire with a win over at Pipe. Seth Moniz currently number 2 in the rankings. Miguel Pupo and Kyle Ibelli both tied at number 3. This is a top-heavy heat in the frame of our World Tour rankings right now. And like I said at the beginning of this heat, it's unfortunate that one of these surfers is going to take a 33rd. That's going to be a throwaway, McCool.
Yeah, it's just what it is. You know, it's a different venue, it's a different type of surfing, and it's a different type of surfer that's going to get the result. That being said, that surfer who does get the 33rd in this heat, that will be their one throwaway, and they cannot leave the door open after that.
No. It's going to be all business after that. And just a review, we after our first 5 events, we are going to do a cut on both the men's and women's championship tour. The surfers will have one throwaway out of those first 5 events. The other 4 results will count towards your ranking. And that's when we're going to get busy and cut it down to 22 men and 10 women.
Wow, that is...
There'll be 2 wild cards for each man and women too.
Well, that is a big feat to shoot for. You got 5 events, you got 1 throwaway. They got 1 good result, 1 throwaway result. The next 3 competitions, Kaipo, pedal to the metal.
Yeah.
I mean, the only people rubbing their hands together about one of these 3 losing will be the people that, you know, didn't do well at Pipe, that want the ratings to shake up a bit. So this will shake things up a bit. Everyone's going to get an opportunity here to climb up the ladder.
For one of these unfortunate surfers in this heat, it'll be a 50-50 pickoff, a 50-50 result here in Hawaii. 1 good result, 1 throwaway result. Going into the rest of the season before the cutoff, you know.
Yeah, as we continue to move on through it. Stop number 3 will start on March 3rd in Portugal. Seth Moniz with priority and in second place has put a lot of pressure on this guy right here, Miguel Pupo, searching for a 5.27. However, he is under priority with Seth Moniz, and so it is a big playing field, McCoy. There's a lot of places to hide right now, and I'm kind of surprised that, well, I guess at 5.5 minutes, that's still plenty of time, and Seth Moniz is too early to play any defense, especially when you have monsters like this rolling out the back.
Well, Sunset's the only defensive player right now. It's all offense. You all got to get out there and you got to surf, you got to perform, you got to put scores up. Sunset's not much of a defensive strategic wave. I think it's all offensive. It's all about getting your wave. It's all about putting up scores and making sure you're advanced so you don't have that throwaway score at the end of this heat.
Here we go. More waves coming through, and let's see the position of our surfers. And everyone's going to have to go underwater.
We've got the...
There we go. Ariel's back. Under the sea, under the sea. Oh, King Triton sending us waves. Thank you very much, Kanaloa, for sending the waves this way. And yeah, first priority, Seth Moniz. Second priority, Miguel Pupo, who is just in a horrible situation right now.
Yeah, this is a leash test right now for Miguel Pupo, having to bail his board numerous times, and he's just caught up there. And like you said, McCoy, he's just in, and there's so much current, it's almost holding him in the same place.
All of them bailing.
Oh, there's the jet ski. I was wondering when he was going to call for that ski, and they better get out of there.
Oh, no.
And don't worry about the finest water patrol in the world on that Red Bull jet ski. They're going to hang on, and they got out of harm's way right there. Those are the best in the biz.
Oh, yeah. I mean, to pull that off without getting flipped over, that is amazing.
That is execution, the best in the biz. And look at the teamwork getting the grabber back on the sled, McCool.
Yeah, you know what's something to point out there? is these guys are like the bullfighters.
Yeah.
They will put themselves in harm's way to get our surfers out of the impact zone. And you've seen it right there. They'll take the time. They won't freak out. You know, nerves of steel. Hawaiian Water Patrol puts themselves on the line to protect our surfers.
Sure did. They did a good job because the second ski was able to come in there and did scoop up Miguel Pupo and deposit him further in the channel.
Yeah, here you go, Kyle Ibeli just doing a mini version of Waimea or Jaws right there. And here comes the ski, a little late to the party, but nonetheless, it rode this one out. What do you give the score for that? I mean, fins free, big turn. I mean, look at that. Off the lip, floater, just making it.
Just don't give up the handlebars. Hung on to the handle the whole time right there. That's hard to do. Righted the ski, got the impeller going again, and got some grip after he was punched by the wave. That was incredible.
That's technical.
Yeah.
That's knowing your craft. That's knowing what to do in a bad situation. That's having nerves of steel. That's years and years of practice.
Yeah.
These guys practice so hard. They know what they're doing. Hawaiian Water Patrol, I'm going to say.
And you notice
there
was no panic in that situation. That's like on point stuff. So yeah, I can't talk to you enough about it because that's just as impressive as the surfing to me.
How's that set out the back? That's a 4-3. That's a 20-foot set out the back.
There we go. And the ocean is coming alive. It's the North Shore of Oahu. And raw winter swells make their way over here to the middle of the Pacific and just bombard this stretch of coastline. We got some big sets on the way.
We knew this was coming. Surfline said it would be unruly and untamable by tonight, so look at that.
That left would be one of the best lefts in the world if the channel was just a little different. Had Paumalu not been diverted, that wave would be the next pipeline, because some days out there at that Camilan wave, there is just some inside-out spinning tubes across the reef. Unfortunately, it clamps at the end.
Yeah. Wow, and so the repositioning by our surfers, the current picks up. It is heavy water in every aspect, Laura.
This is exactly what you do not want at the end of the heat. Well, especially not for Miguel Pupo. A minute to go. There is soupy, soup water everywhere in the lineup, and to find a clean face will be very, very hard. So Seth with priority is going to stick right by him, I imagine, and just make sure he cannot find anything clean with a minute to go. And just hold on, hold him off and hold on.
Yeah, anything rideable comes through. Seth Moniz has to be on it or near it so that Miguel Pupo doesn't have scoring potential right now. Needs a 5.27, very capable of getting that score, Kaipo. What do you think Seth needs to do right now?
I'm looking at just survival in this last 35 minutes. Miguel Pupo has no choice. I mean, there's a lot of current right there. It's really going to be hard for him to find a wave in this situation with so much current and all of these sets unloading and their current position out in the lineup from what I'm seeing on the screen.
You know what's crazy is there's two Brazilians and one Hawaiian. Has Seth catch the wave? What does Kyle do? Does he let Miguel go to get the score, or does he hold him off as well, knowing that he can get the score? With 15 seconds remaining, Kaipo, this looks like all she wrote.
That is going to be it, yeah.
Sigh of relief for Seth right there.
And it's going to be official right now. Hooter sounds. And it will be Kyle Ibeli, Seth Moniz moving on to the round of 32. Miguel Pupo eliminated from competition. We're going to take a break. When we come back, the 8:05 post show, Joe, Rosie, and BL will all be here.
position. Either rise or you fall. I'm on a mission, bringing my dreams to fruition. I ain't playing at all. Bring out the body bags, I'm about to kill them, deliver them to the mortician. I gotta do what I gotta do. That's for my face, like in my face. I gotta do what I gotta do. I pray to God, he never came. I'ma do me, I'ma do me. That's in my blood, I'll never change. That's in my blood, I'll never change. That's in my blood, I'll never change.
You are watching the 8:05 post show. What an exciting day of action. We're well into the waiting period, but the opening day of competition after a serious wait. We all knew this swell was going to come and bring the biggest surf of this amazing waiting period. I think the biggest set of the day just came through. Thanks for being with us, Joe Turpel, Rosie Hodge, and Barton Lynch for an incredible day to get things going. We already had to say goodbye to 4 of our athletes dealing with the elimination round. That came up really quick, Ro.
Yeah, today was amazing. I think for us watching, it was exciting. I think for the athletes, it was super draining. It was so tough out there.
And we saw it change drastically from the morning, that rip taking everyone into the impact zone as the swell got bigger. Everything else changed in the lineup as well.
Yeah, and it seemed like it kind of had a little midday siesta almost, and it just settled into itself, and it felt like it was what it was. And this afternoon, the last half hour there, the last couple of sets were the biggest sets of the day for sure. And you could see they swung a little more north too. They didn't have that straight west, which makes the lineup even more confused. And so it'll come down a little bit overnight, perhaps, and be great tomorrow.
It was a bit tough to make those predictions as well today, on a day like today. Seeing guys like Kemper getting sent to the elimination round, Griffin Colapinto's had back-to-back finals in the past. It wasn't that easy to predict those usual suspects that have had good results here behind them.
Yeah, definitely. I think Sunset was, you know, the wheel, the spanner in the works for a lot of the athletes today, just because it was just such a vast playing field. Some of the normal lineups that you'd take into consideration really didn't come into play today.
And also just looking at some of the names that did well at Pipe, all forced into the elimination round. Obviously, Kelly brought some drama as well. Barton from being on top of the world, and then everyone questioning how he would be performing at a wave that, you know, maybe he didn't have any success at before.
Yeah, from the #1 in the yellow jersey into the elimination round just like that. And he recovered from that really well. And I think that, you know, this event, particularly through those morning heats, we were seeing boards flapping around and people looking really uncomfortable. And as the day went on, people started to dial in Sunset and start to understand the mode, because you can't go at it like you want. You've got to go at it as it allows you to, you know.
Well, we just finished the last heat of the day, and that was won by Kanoa Igarashi. Kaio's with Laura.
Yes, Kai was just telling me about how wild it was out there. Kai almost said you got a 2-wave hold down. As scary as that is, how scary was it being in that round 2? All 3 of you had just made semis or above at Pipeline, and to be out there must have been pretty crazy.
Yeah, that was crazy. Like this morning, I had a shocker in my first heat. It's so tough to shake it up that first round when you lose. So yeah, I try to go home and regroup, and yeah, it's wild out there. Like I almost got a 2-wave hold down. Seth looked at me and I was coughing, almost throwing up. We were pretty much sitting in the channel. Like he was like, "Hey, what do we do? Like, where are we? Like, we're in the middle of nowhere, and like it's actually closing out the channel right now." So it's crazy. Super stoked to make. I feel like I'm still here, like with the opportunity I got as a wild card. So I need to make the most out of it.
Amazing. And what did you jump up to on your equipment just then?
Yeah, I'm on a 6.8. I've been surfing on a 6.8 the last few days. This board feels magic. It's just so hard to dial things up like right in the contest because it didn't have waves like the last few days. So yeah, it feels good. I'm stoked. I feel like maybe a little bigger fin, I'll be able to like push harder, but yeah, it's awesome.
And looking forward to the next few days, the swell forecast looks pretty amazing. You've battled with the toughest conditions now, so it should hopefully be a lot easier for you now.
Yeah, I mean, like, I feel just like on the man-to-man heat gonna be like more manageable, like when you're you and another guy. So the conditions should improve the next few days, and it's gonna be an awesome event. That's why I really want to make more heats.
Amazing. Well, well done, Kyle. We look forward to seeing you in the round of 32. Back to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Laura. Best start to date for Kanoa Igarashi as he survives a very challenging one. Kyle was in that last elimination heat with Seth Moniz, who currently number 2 in the world, and also Miguel Pupo, who kicked off 3rd in the world. So heavily stacked numbers-wise with momentum from Pipeline. Nobody wanted to go down in this one, Rosie.
Yeah, this was a scary heat on paper, but also just mentioning how the conditions changed to this last half an hour. Things really started to ramp up in the ocean.
Yeah, it was interesting to see Kyle kind of find his form. He's a guy that learns a lot from every heat. You can tell he wants to make board changes even for the next round coming up, maybe even a bigger fin. So I feel like that extra heat today only was going to play in Kyle's favor, BL, because he's a quick learner.
And in everyone who got to surf that, you know, when it's, you know, it's a big, gnarly day and you come back the following day and it's smaller and controlled and you've been calibrated by the day before it and you kind of build confidence out of that. So for all of these guys, particularly the ones that had the heats with the big sets coming through, that'll put them in good stead for when things settle and moderate a bit.
And being in the last heat of the day, they certainly had the biggest challenge with the biggest sets that were pouring through. So a job well done for Kaio and Seth Moniz. Moniz still hanging on to world number 2 as he's into the round of 32. And unfortunately for Miguel Pupo, eliminated from competition, saying bye to some big names like Jordy Smith, who is exciting to watch out here as well. Jordy Lawler as well fell victim to that elimination round. Now Pupo as well, which is tough for him after such a great start at the season opener.
Yeah, it just shows you. I mean, Hawaii just has those highs and lows. You can start at a place like Pipeline, surf out of your skin, come to Sunset, and it can just get skunked. So it's a tough one to swallow.
Well, one man that was very impressive today. I guess what you expect is a man named Ezekiel Lau. Coming here to Sunset Beach, he knows he has expectations. Multiple-time World Cup champ out here. And the way he won his heat this morning was incredible because it wasn't easy. And he saved the best for the last, BL.
Yeah, he's an amazing performer, isn't he? It feels like you're watching Sonny Garcia all over again. So many similarities, so powerful, so strong, and got that Hawaiian mana connection to Sunset Beach.
And it was a crazy heat because it featured this man, Italo Ferreira, who started off swinging. He actually controlled this heat against the 2 Hawaiians from Zeke Lau and also Billy Kemper, 6'5", 6'7", and Zeke and Billy were really having a sleepy first half of the matchup, bro.
It did feel like Italo was running away from the heat with the heat, and then 3rd and 2nd place kept changing hands. But for Zeke to hold his composure to the last ride of the heat and turn it around, that was pretty impressive, and it just shows, you know, his mental fortitude.
So calm out here. I remember talking to him a couple of years ago, and he's like, I just feel good at Sunset. I don't free surf there that often. He's actually been putting in more reps out in this lineup more recently, and he's got a whole new sight set and a kind of a brand new lease on life on tour. After falling off a couple of times already in his career, now he's back, and with Sunset on the calendar, that's only going to play into Lau's advantage.
Yeah, I think we've been seeing, generally speaking, more and more pro surfers surfing Sunset with the digital Triple Crown and the events. It's been the most pro'd it's been in years in the last couple, you know. So it's definitely sort of back on people's radar, where for quite a while there it had fallen off, and the pros would never come and surf up here, but it's definitely changed in the last few years.
And for Zeke now, where does he go, Ro? I mean, he's been on tour. What are the goals that you'd want him to achieve at this point in his career on the championship tour?
Yeah, I think for Zeke, his potential lays ahead of him. I think he still has so much ground to cover in his career. You know, he's looking at event wins and then starting to look at that top 5 picture. So it's going to be interesting to watch Zeke put together a full season.
And also thinking about loving this wave, and also he loves bells. He calls that his favorite event on tour, which is great that that's in the first half before that mid-season cut.
Yeah, fantastic. And he's a warrior. He's a competitor. He loves competing and he likes challenging himself. And so that's the sort of person it takes, you know, who can take those lickings, take the losses, take the defeats, and just keep coming back, and they're the ones that rise.
Well, like anywhere in the world, and for good reason, all eyes on the GOAT at all times. He gets more attention than anybody, especially kicking off the season, #1 in the world. First time that he's been in bright yellow since 2014 at Fiji. And what a heat he had, especially with some power surfers like Matthew Mckillifrey and also the late caller for Jordy Smith, Rosie.
Yeah, it was interesting watching Kelly's demeanor out at Sunset. He seemed to just figure it out. He went to different equipment in this elimination round, and it looked like he was having a lot of fun, which is so cool to see Kelly kind of switch into that fun gear.
Then the ultra smooth Mckillifrey just makes so much sense with his rail at Sunset Beach, BL.
Yeah, beautifully put, he does. He makes sense of wild conditions and put on a great performance today. Kelly certainly improved a lot from the first heat to the second heat. You can see he slowed things down, went to the thruster, was driving that rail beautifully, and the two of these guys put on a real show.
And pretty interesting. It came down to a decision on the sands. Rosie, your take on that? It was incredibly close. Koa needed a 5.9. He ended up, falling short, getting that 5.6 number. And I don't know, it was pretty devastated after that result, Rosie.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Kelly going over for the high five and the number rolls in and Kelly gets the nod, BL.
I've got to say it. What do you got for us? Surfing's an energetic thing, you know what I mean? And the energy permeates through to judges, through to us, through to everybody. And that energy influences things. And I feel like if it was anyone but Kelly Slater, he might have got the score today, because it was just so close. But when it's Kelly Slater and it's in this situation and he's just put on a performance that's better than the one before and the momentum's going, you need to take it out of the judges' hands and not make it close. And if it's close energetically, things go the way the energy's going, and no one can dispute that the energy's going Kelly's way at this point in time. It's an emotional moment for him, and what he did at Pipeline will go down in the history books forever. And what he started to do today, I thought, he was right on that knife's edge. I thought he was going to fall off and he might get the score, but it's the power of Kelly and the fact that he just keeps giving. And if you're going to beat the best, you can't just squeak past the best. That's not going to work for you. So
it had that question mark on the last wave where one judge even threw a 6.5. He was going, yep, that was it. And then the all other scores factored in, and it just brought down the average just under. Koa shook it off, and he's moving on to the next one, as Kelly will also be in the round of 32. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back to the 8:05 post show, we'll go through the top 5 of opening day. You are watching the 8:05 post show, completing the opening round and the elimination round for the men today, and we still have a lot on tap. First, let's get into a pretty wild wipeout reel from the morning. Jordy had that awkward stumble. Remember, he's nursing that bad toe. But I think every single heat, we had multiple wipeouts that you really wouldn't have want to felt yourself, Rosie.
No, this is horrible. And I think a lot of these wipeouts, once the adrenaline wears off, that's when you start to feel it. When you go to bed tonight, I think a lot of these guys are going to soak in a nice hot bath. Wow.
I guess it is inevitable, right, BL? I mean, surf like this, you're pushing it as hard as you can. Jackson Baker, he did wipe out pretty badly there, but he was ripping as well. So it kind of goes hand in hand on days like today.
It sure does. And, you know, it's the old got to pay to play. And, you know, 2 rides, you might fall on 5, but as long as you finish 2, you can still win.
Big hold down here at Sunset. Rosie, how different does it feel compared to other venues around the world? Is it comparable to anywhere else?
No, Hawaii is a whole nother animal. I mean, you get ragdolled. I mean, Sunset has more power in its little pinky finger than anywhere else that you're going to go in the world. And I just feel like, yeah, you take a beating here.
Well, we knew today was going to be big. Let's talk through the Surfline forecast to see what we could have tomorrow. A lot of action, including the women waiting for their start, and also the round of 32 is set up. Big thanks to Surfline. BL, what are we seeing?
Well, there it is. There's that large west-northwest swell peaking today. And you can see the winds are meant to come up a little more out of that northeast, so coming sort of side shore, side offshore. So that's going to add a whole nother element to the challenge that is Sunset Beach.
More solid pulses through the 18th through the 23rd. A lot to choose from. The thing is, we're talking about today being massive. Tomorrow, it's hanging in there. It's still gigantic, so you can't really relax into tomorrow's competition.
It's going to be back-to-back days of competition for these women and men to compete, so you are going to have that endurance in your favor.
So looking at still what they're calling maybe 15-plus faces tomorrow as it's still bombing and then trimming down the day after. So we're still seeing some bigger boards and an advantage for everyone who had a couple of reps today, kind of ironing out their equipment. There was the heat where Joao Chianca and Felipe Toledo really had to buy with Kai moving out. So they're probably missing out on just feeling Sunset today, and they're going to have to start from scratch tomorrow, potentially.
Yeah, it's a really good point. You'd much rather surf and get through than walk through and not have surfed. No question about that.
Well, it's time for the top 5 of opening day of competition. Coming up at number 5, Baron Mamiya gets redemption on the coat. Remember, he lost with 2 seconds on the clock when he surfed a stellar heated pipeline. Well, this one went a completely different way, Rosie.
Yeah, cool to watch Baron's approach. I think he surfs that smaller equipment, and he does so well. Keeps it high performance, BL.
Totally, and was so smooth and so controlled. Kelly was on a quad in that first heat, didn't look comfortable on it. That made that change in equipment. That definitely helped him. But Baron Mamiya, he looks so strong, and he could potentially win this event. He is that good.
He is surfing so well. He loves riding shorter boards, but he puts in a lot of time. I think he's famous for his highlight reel at Backdoor and Pipeline, but he's just as dangerous here. Kind of left Kelly out of the mix a bit, as he was also chasing Callum Robson as well, Ro.
Yeah, it was interesting watching Callum come in that second place, avoid the elimination round, and Kelly found himself in that third place spot.
Welcome to the daily top 5. Imai Kalani DeVault coming in at number 4, earning the ride of the day, BL.
Another Hawaiian, 893, and you see the comfort level. That's what you see when you come to Hawaii and you watch the locals. Crazy inside, a lip launching floater there and just attacked it. But a great heat and just a level of confidence and comfort that only comes from living here.
I was talking to his coach, Pedro, and he was like, Imai, let's just show who you are. Your surfing, your brand. Let's just get your opener and surf clean, and then do whatever you want from there. And kind of he had that just mindset. He simplified it, get that first score, and then unleash. Next thing you know, he's got the formula to get the top score of the day.
Yeah, he had a tough go at Pipeline. He had to turn that result around. I mean, this trainer's left the station, and Imai, he regathered himself.
South Africa is really proud with this man, Matthew Mckillifrey. Absolutely looking comfortable in bombing conditions at Sunset, Barton.
He was lacquer today, Brew. I tell you what, eh?
That was really good. Well done.
So good. He really did, and we've seen it from him before. We know what his capability and potential is out here.
Also, Jake Marshall charged on some bombs at Pipe, but was knocked out early. Different story at Sunset Beach. He looked real comfy today.
Yeah, fun to chat to Jake after this heat and get his take on what he thinks about Sunset. He says that he spends a lot of time surfing out here, and you can tell the advantage that gives him.
Great to see how comfy he is with some power behind him, laying down some beautiful carving work. And, this heat also had Jack Robinson that was kind of sucking all the hype his way for good reason, being a former champion. For Jake to get a win over Robbo today, big for his confidence moving forward.
Yeah, great win. And back in the early days before he'd left Hurley, Jake Marshall, and it was back, we had some coaching together. He was a natural out here at Sunset.
Number 1 on the top 5 here on the 805 post show. It'll be Kelly Slater and Koa Smith, the battle at the buzzer. We had some nice controlled turns from Kelly. This was his second heat of the day and looking to avoid elimination. Remember, we talked about his early losses at this venue throughout his career and maybe just the lack of surfs that he's had at this wave. So he's figuring everything out on the fly. For Koa, maybe a bit more experience, and I was really impressed with how Koa gave himself a shot at the buzzer here, Rosie.
Yeah, this is it. I think the 5.9 is what was required on this wave for Koa to turn the heat on Kelly Slater. This is the turn of substance that he really gets off there, BL. And yeah, I mean, it really was one of those heats decided on the sand.
Chasing that high 5, it came at a mid-range 5, and Kelly and Koa are right next to each other. They're good friends. And Kelly at first was thinking maybe that was it. It was that close of a decision because Koa gave it everything he got on that final move. The GOAT lives to surf another day at Sunset Beach. Do you think he's just going to improve round after round at this venue? And does he have a shot at winning this event? Normally, you don't really say that with Kelly because he's expected to win everywhere, but yeah. I think it's fair here at Sunset. What do you think, Barton?
I think winning here is a bigger challenge than it would be winning at Pipeline. You know, I think that's categoric fact. And he needs to really concentrate and channel some good energy. He talked about channeling some of the things Sonny may have said to him earlier, and it's all up here for Kelly. If Kelly gets that together, the win's potentially right there. If he doesn't, you know, it could be could have lost in that elimination round already. So I think he can win it, though. I really do.
Yeah, and he's got some momentum running into the round of 32. Rosie, we still have the women on deck as they make their return to Sunset Beach. You were involved in those last CT events. So what are you looking forward to seeing potentially tomorrow?
Oh, all of it. I'm really hoping that the women get to hit the water in some size. I think the ladies that we're seeing on the championship tour at the moment, they've just grown into this place so well, and it's been a couple of years that we've seen them competing. So I think this year, the talent level and just the way that the ladies are going for it is going to be a fun challenge.
Talk about redemption. I mean, Carissa Moore, 5-time world champ, gold medalist. She'll get to hang out with Moana Jones again. How's that one going to play out, Barton?
Yeah, it's super interesting. Stephanie Gilmore actually able to surf in the event is going to be amazing, you know, and I feel like she'll have something inside there, a little bit of fire after missing out at Pipeline that will kick her onto something great too. And I was talking to Courtney Conlon before, and she would like it to be like this. So I think, you know, regardless of what the conditions are like, there's going to be enough swell to make it a challenge.
Looking forward to it. Thanks, Barton Lynch and Rosie Hodge. For now, we will say goodbye for the rest of the afternoon. Join us first thing in the morning for the call for the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach presented by Shiseido, and we'll leave you with the highlights of the day. See you in the morning. This is the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach presented by Shiseido.
That swell that we're anticipating, it has arrived in a big way.
Huge peaks are coming in. You're actually running for your life.
I'm ready. Big section for Jordy, lays into it, somehow recovers.
That is Kanoa Igarashi. Attacking the top of the wave there.
Nice hook for Chatty Baby. And a more aggressive turn on the steep inside section.
And here we go with Ezekiel Lau.
Lau off the bottom, jams it. Total control for the two-turn combination.
Let's watch Imai, our heat leader, attacking that first lip.
And puts it down.
John Florence on fire in the barrel at Sunset.
Wow.
Not done yet.
Whoa, couple of sick. Big turns from Kalohe and Dino.
Let's watch Jake right now. Carving off the top. Another clean carve.
As we've got the snap from Kelly. Frontside carve for Mckillifrey into the pit. The South African makes it. Here comes Koa Smith. Driving into the lip. Koa Smith free falls down to the bottom.
Billy Kemper up into the lip.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.